aircon yet?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, I used my aircon.
Because I was going to come and steal it.
Yeah. Do you know what?
It would have been worth it.
It was a bad move in some respects.
Oh.
Because I'd be in the workshop and I'd be going, oh, it's getting a bit cold in here, and put a shirt on. Go, oh, that's better. Carry on working. And I go, all right, cup of coffee, grab me cup, open the door, boom! Can't breathe. Feet burning.
You definitely know how I was in a rehearsal room, but people sweating their balls off.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. It was like
Luckily,
walking.
only 33 here, but
It was like walking into an old paint oven at work when it used to be a panel beater, because you used to open them things up and it was like,
We
and
did
it was like that.
We did the whole shut the windows, close all the curtains, shut the blinds, the whole lot, and it did help. But Tuesday it
Didn't matter.
Yeah, it
Didn't matter what you did,
in or out, whatever. You know, it
Well,
was just.
This afternoon, Fiona goes, do you want something to eat? I said, yeah, grab me that. There's a bag of giant chocolate buttons under the stairs. You know that little cupboard under the stairs? I opened the bag and I pulled out
one giant chocolate button.
perfectly formed chocolate buttons, and every bugger stuck together in one lump. I go, I've got a giant chocolate button,
Yeah.
basically. Oh, shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
No, I don't want to do that again, but it certainly seems like we probably will.
Well, they say
Yes.
we've got 2 more coming for the end of the year, don't they?
Oh,
At least.
There we go. Hang on a sec.
That Brooksy.
Says.
Big guy.
Good evening.
Hello,
Guten
mate.
Tag.
How are my fellow peasants?
We are oppressed, but cooler. Yeah.
What do you mean? I've been loving the weather. It's been great.
Yeah, well, you're up north, mate, ain't you?
It's been fine out here as well. Fine out the west coast.
This is where you want to be if you want to get irradiated.
Long time of year to get a fucking tattoo. That bastard nearly melted off the other
Oh,
day.
Jesus.
I tell you what's funny though. I found myself in a situation where I was in the workshop and I had my back to the doors, and I'm working away, and it's like, oh, you know, it's not cold. It's just pleasantly cool. But I'm sweating, and I don't. How can I be sweating and pleasantly cool? And I feel my back, and my back is soaking wet. I go,
Yeah.
oh, wait. And then I became aware of the fact that my back was about 40 degrees and my chest was 19. And I'm going, so I turned around and went, no, bad idea. So fucking hell. So I just moved into the shade of the workshop and just waited for an equilibrium to occur. It's really bad.
My cats were not happy.
I bet.
Because we thought, no, we'll keep them in because one of them is a wanderer, and I don't want him getting, in trouble and not being able to find him. The other one just stays mostly in the garden, but I thought, no, we'll keep them both in,
Yeah.
which they're fine with because they were house cats, when they first came here, and they spent a lot of time in the house, so they don't mind being there. And the first day they were just sort of like moping around, sort of like, let me out. Second day, mostly on the floor, laying out as long as they could possibly get to expose as much of because they're both black as well, so they soak up the heat.
Yeah.
So yeah,
My girlfriend's cat pissed off 2 days ago. We haven't seen him.
Oh Jesus!
My mother's place pissed off for 3 days and then came back just like nothing happened.
They
Yeah.
do that occasionally,
Oh, he's done that quite a lot recently. He's buggered off for 2 or 3 days.
but it's those days, isn't it? The hot days.
It's more that he's 17 and about no flesh on it anymore.
Yeah, it was Scraggy's the same.
That's
the
just
hell?
me beeping. That's not me. That's
Not
you.
me.
Not me.
Got to be careful.
It's me.
It's not
Apparently.
me.
Hang on. This should be interesting. Hang on. Hello, you're live on the air.
Oh, Mr. Sprong, how are you?
Dom, I'm doing a show. Are you coming on?
Yeah, I'll come on. Hang on a second.
Yeah, it'll be cheaper. Seen him in.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, it's a phone-in show now.
You turned into fucking Dave Lee Travis.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I got called a little pilchard by Dave Lee Travis once.
Little Pilchard.
Lovely.
That was his thing, wasn't it? He a little pilchard.
Oh, okay. I thought
and
it
I
was some
was-
sort of
I was
like
on-
sexual aggression and what.
No, I was on Clacton Pier. This must have been about 83.
Clacton Pier.
Clacton.
Oh, Clacton Pier.
And it was. I think it was like the first time we'd gone on holiday with my stepdad. It was bloody awkward because we were in one of those caravan parks, and of course him and my mum, are, they're still kind of,
Yeah.
and then walls are paper fucking thin. So I just went, nah, I'm going out. So I went up to the pier, and Dave Lee Travis was doing a PA at the pier, and he came past and he said, "Hello, you little pilchard." I was like, "Oh, I just got called." Obviously, 30 odd years later, you're thinking, Operation U Tree.
And if I understood English, I'd know what Andrew's fucking title meant.
If I was a rich man.
Some people just like to show off they went to uni, don't they?
Did he though? I mean, did he? I need to see paperwork.
Well, it's a polytechnic at least. Come on. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
I could fetch it. I know exactly where it is.
I bet you do. Oh,
Both
dear.
of them.
You went to 2 universities.
Yes.
Wow.
Good man.
I am currently in a university.
Really?
Oh, no, that's just showing off.
I saw a picture of one once.
There's the man with subjunctive. in
Croatia
the fucking
Company.
title.
So you're in Wales, are you? Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice. See, I can do
Someone's
Welsh
got
as
to be,
well.
I suppose.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. It's probably you probably already said actually already, Robert, but I missed that. So
Yeah.
sorry,
So
I've just burst in mid-conversation and spoilt everything. I do apologise.
Not
I
at
can't
all.
even remember what we were talking
I think I must admit though, I think I'm going to keep that. Was it Thurlbert Hall
about.
story? I'll keep that Thurlbert Hall.
I still think it
Story.
should be pronounced Filbert Hall.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
It's going to be one of those tonight, isn't it? You can just tell.
Well, yeah, I'll let you in. Let you into this. I was talking to David Arnold earlier, and I said, "Oi," I said, "You up to anything tonight? You want to come on the show?" I said, "But be aware that
There's no such thing
It's-
as respect.
well, yeah, it's compulsory swearing." And he's gone, "Excellent," like that, right? And I go, "Right, cool." I said, "So, are you doing anything tonight?" He said, "I've got a couple of gigs over 3 days." I said, "Oh, cool, like that." He said, "Yeah, at the was it Thurlbert Hall?" I went, "Oh, cool, Thurlbert Hall." What it is, when he typed it, he didn't put the space in. So I'm talking
The
to
Albert Hall.
Robert. Yeah, I'm talking to Robert. And go, Thurlbert Hall. I'm not sure where that is. It could be Camden, Swindon. It could be bleeding anywhere. And then I'm looking at it and going, "Oh wait, it's the Albert Hall." Twat. Thurlbert Hall. Twat.
Plonker.
Yeah, well. What was it? What did I do? Oh, guess what? Loaded sounds into a GS1 yesterday.
Ooh, how's that going?
Horrible.
No.
What, did it not sound like a bong?
No, it just every key you pressed just held, and it was this jangly kind of nerve-tingling bell-like sound.
So DX then.
Yeah, and it
Also,
just,
you know
It
the
was
FM
awful.
part as
Sorry.
well.
I didn't say
I'm
that,
sorry.
Robbie. I did not say that, Robbie. Please note, I did not say
Somebody had to.
Water off a duck's back.
that. Is that one of
it
the precepts?
ends up at the arse.
Bing.
Yeah, but no, and so there's this big fat custom chip that sits just underneath the reader, and everything else on the board has been done. And I go, "It's this custom IC," but I'll have a look anyway. So you type in the code, into Google, and for maybe only the third time ever, it's come back with a completely blank page. Go, "Oh." Oh, cool, lovely, thanks. Moving on. So we think they put the same chip into the card reader on the CS70M.
Okay.
So, and he's got an old CS70M tucked away in one of the sheds. So we'll see. We'll see. I said, to him, you haven't got a BL1 up there at all, have you? Because knowing him, he might have.
Yeah.
More VP one.
Well, the conservative estimate is 8 to 15 ever made, based on serial numbers, known serial numbers, and known people. Did you know that this will probably come out tomorrow? But did you know one was actually crushed by U.S. Customs
Wouldn't surprise me.
God.
because it didn't have the right compliance certificates, electrical stuff. So it got sent over from Germany, didn't have all this stuff, into the crusher.
Christ almighty. Oh, Richard was telling me today about the Gems Fairlight fiasco.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Holy shit, man. He showed me some photographs of what that monitor looked like.
Well, it doesn't look like a
I saw
monitor
that.
anymore.
It doesn't
the
look like a
video.
monitor at all. But you see did you see the box that it came in?
Yeah. Oh, just proper.
I go, wait a minute, how can this be broken?
Exactly.
What the
Exactly.
hell did they do? Did they take it out of the box, then run the aircraft over it, and then put the bits back in the box again?
No, you are aware that you play forklift football with the flight cases.
It's,
This was a
Are the
big
are
box.
the insurers going to cough up for that?
I don't know yet. Spoke to him a few days ago because I was trying to find him another monitor, or at least another monitor case. And when I found, I'd said, like, I know someone who's got one. He said, "Oh, well, unless it's got the tube as well, because the tube is all,
Yeah, it's all
everything.
it's
Everything
destroyed.
got- yeah.
But there's no marks on the box. I'm going, wait a minute.
Well, the
Hang
guy
on.
that sold it, I know for a fact, will have packed that within an inch of its life.
Yeah.
Because he's not a slouch by any
No,
respect.
it was
so,
beautifully
it's
packed.
just hor- But then saying that, when Peter sent over BT's machine,
Oh, hello.
same thing happened, and that was flight cased, and that was proper flight cased, not that other stuff.
Oh, darling, what was the name of the band that phoned this afternoon?
Arctic Monkeys.
Oh, okay.
Are they still
Couldn't you-
going?
Sheffield.
Well,
Yeah,
the
they wanted me to repair their, what was it, a clavinet?
Nova.
No, clavinet.
Oh, same.
No, it's not the same difference, you
No
twonk.
difference.
It's got clavinet. Was it? Fucking hell, come on.
Yeah, go, can you repair a clavinet?
Guitar, keytar, same thing.
Don't do clavinets, mate.
I mean, hey, give it to somebody like Dan Golden. Well, I don't know whether he still does.
don't
That wasn't a clavinet.
Kent's just fucked his dinner on the floor.
Well,
Dogs are going to eat well
there's
tonight.
at least there's a cleaning service there.
Exactly.
I dropped my vape.
That's if it hit the floor at all. The dogs would have been there like that.
We see, I had to clean out the shed on Sunday. Because Fiona said, she goes, that's going to be our kitchen for the next 2 weeks. I went, oh, okay. So she goes, I need everything out of that shed. And then I'm going to put, the hot plate and the microwave and blah, 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 and all the stuff. And she goes, that's what I'll be cooking. I went, oh, okay. So we're eating outside, are we? She went, yeah, for the next 11 to 14 days. Okay. All right, we'll get the stuff out. Oh, my God. CS80, CS50, PS3200.
I wish I had your problems, Kent.
Fuck does it happen?
I had to move these fuckers and find a place to put them. All right?
I'll take a 3200.
That bloody dirty great big fecking bastard thing. What is it? The Wurlitzer mechanical drum machine.
Oh God. Yeah.
Oh, for Christ's sake. And that's where I found that Vangelis CD that had been signed by him. It was in there, along with a lot of other CDs. I've been playing a lot of Ulrich Schnaus in the workshop this week because I found Stars. Was it Faraway Places, Goodbye, and what was the other one he gave me? I can't remember. It was another one anyway. I've been playing them, and what else was in there? There was a T8, a what was it? Crumar Performer.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
What else was in there? My D3200 digital multi-tracker.
Oh, the Akai.
No,
that
the
Akai?
Korg.
That's
Cascade.
DD.
Is it Korg? D3200?
Oh yeah, because they do the D16 as well, the 1600.
Yeah. Well, this was the 32 channel one. And do you know what I was looking at? It's going, why is this in? This should be in here. Lovely bit of kit. What else was in it? There was there was 3 TB303s. Another 3. That means there's 14 here now. And
Do you know
2606s.
who owns all of this stuff?
Yeah, they have labels on them, apparently. Most of them are abandoned. Some have been here for donkeys.
Kent's having a garage sale. Yes.
Do you know what? It's crossed my mind a couple of
Coming
times.
down with the truck.
Yeah.
And a very
got?
big fat wallet.
Articulate.
No. It's a house clearance. We're helping.
I just made some space in my garage.
Kent needs the space. Full stop. So
You've already got
we're
the
helping.
DX1, and you're having a permanent loan of the
I wouldn't mind.
Hydra
He's buying a
49.
fucking keyboard at mine. Robbie is.
I know. They're everywhere.
Did you see what ASO head just put up? That DX7 going up for 1K.
Oh, I've seen
Wow.
DXs for 1,000 over the last few months.
What
Pounds,
is that?
dollars,
Is that
euros.
DX7 like pristine in the original box, never opened, or
Almost
Well,
certainly
that's
not.
good,
What? Lira? Or drachma
Oh,
or
it's
something?
Euro, isn't it?
or yen?
Yeah.
Yen?
Yeah. Yes.
That was opening.
Yeah.
Do you see there's a DX7
Nearly a whole tenner.
a DX7 2 Centennial gone up on Reverb for about 5 something.
Oh, for God's sake.
But there's only 100 of those ever made, and
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's just a DX7 Mark II,
Really
except
nice.
it's got 76 keys.
And
It's
it looks very
painted silver
boofy.
and gold.
Apparently, it's just a regular DX7.
Oh, there he is.
Took a while, sorry.
There you go.
Evening, Dom.
Hey, Dom.
Hey.
Good day.
Dressing casual.
Yeah, I got a beard going on. For some
Nice.
reason my camera's set because there's not enough light. It's all going on. I had an idea though. I reckon we should have a band called the Spongles.
Get Lula May to do the album cover.
Yeah. or we could pretend we had a band called the Spongles from the 80s. And then we could just talk about it. It's like, oh, do you remember that gig? When we played the Rainbow, do you remember? And you were on the CS80 and I lost my trousers.
Still stoned.
Judging by my playing skills, I'm the one that gets sacked.
Were you the drummer?
He explodes on stage.
Had a real stone open fireplace in me mini.
Yeah, it's hours of endless amusement with the Spongles.
It's got to happen now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You've planted the seed.
Like the Ruttles. Never really happened, but
But you could just
Oh,
make it up.
The Ruttles were fantastic.
Have a band reunion at Synthfest.
Exactly.
Well,
I can be the dead member.
I've heard about your dead member.
It's famous for its lack of life.
I've got tablets for that. I'll lend you some. I won't lend them to you. I'll give them to you.
Yeah, you won't want them back.
Not used.
oh,
Yeah, not pristine.
how's it descended down there already?
Ah, it didn't take long, did it?
No.
Rob was the one that aimed it down there.
What did I do?
What did I do?
Mm.
Captain Brig.
Yeah. All we need is Longhurst to turn up and we're there, aren't we?
Well, that's,
Was it Silbert Hall?
Live tonight from Filbert Hall.
Peter Kay,
The
innit?
Spongles.
It's fun.
That was going to be something.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, London.
Because I was saying to
I
myself,
don't get this joke.
why would somebody like
It's gone over my
David
head.
Arnold be playing at
Filbert
Thurlbert Hall
Fill
And
the
if it-
hole.
if you've got to put the space in?
Ken, you have to get lost
Now all you're
backstage
making
for
northerner
20
jokes.
minutes.
Just stop it.
Hey, happy birthday, man.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
hi,
happy
Sister Dick,
birthday.
happy birthday.
Actually, it's not. That's my other account. I made a fake birthday for it, but thank you.
Bloody cake.
Well, you then.
Happy fake birthday.
Yeah, take next
Happy
month.
internet birthday.
Yeah.
It's like I think my Facebook birthday is the 1st of January 1900 or something.
There you go.
Yeah, fake.
Then you're
all
at home.
So you know when the old Apple goes the battery
That'll mislead them.
DRAM, it resets to Steve Jobs' birthday.
Oh, that's cool.
No.
That is cool.
Is,
Can
No
I
ego
take
there.
my greetings back then? I'll say, sod off.
is Jen on tonight? Is Jen in the chat tonight?
Who's what? Where?
Who?
Jennifer Sims.
Mm.
I'm
Is
not
it-
sure. I don't think so because very sadly her poor cat
Yeah.
passed away today,
Poor little Zach.
which is a real shame.
Yeah, I mean, losing an animal's one thing, mate, but when you have to take them to the vet to have it done,
Oh no, that's what happened with Frank. It was awful.
yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, same
It
with
makes a
Raven.
bad thing into a much worse
Mm.
thing.
When it's an animal that you're responsible for as well, it's just horrendous.
Yeah, absolutely. Bless
It's
her.
one of those things that you have to do, but you really don't want to do it, but you have to do it.
Yeah.
You have to go through. I'm in bit. The last two cats, absolute bits.
Well,
When I took her in.
admittedly, it is easier than doing it with the parent.
Depends on the inheritance, right?
Yeah.
No, do you know what? Do you know what? In my case, no, it was harder to do the dog than it was to do my mum. And the reason, because we didn't have to do my mum, we just had to let her go. But the fact was, there was nothing of that woman left
No.
for the last 2 years. And it was almost a relief.
Yeah.
We
It
had
was
my
for her as well, I'd imagine. Bless her.
We had similar with my ex-wife, mum. She had an accident. Oh Christ! 2 weeks before she died, we had to switch her off. Have her switched
Yeah.
off.
No, do you, when my mum died, I think the one thing that stuck in my craw more than anything else was my sister. You know, with her Facebook post. Oh, I loved you so much, Mum. Oh, Mum, I missed you so much.
Yeah, and you said,
Go-
well, you
how
didn't
come I
have to look after her.
You go, how come I didn't see you for the last 4 years, you cow? How come not one penny towards her care? Nothing. And then it's all like, oh, I loved her so much. And photographs every, oh, fuck off.
Yeah, it was tough with one of my dogs because it was really sad as a family member, but I was also studying to be a vet at the time, so it's kind of fascinating from a different angle
Yeah.
of being there when the dog was put down and what the weird reaction the body has as it's convulsing, and
Yeah.
it's kind of a twisted thing, but it's sad and interesting at the same time. So.
Yeah.
I wasn't allowed in the room when they put my dog down because she had dementia, and it had been coming on for a while. In her eyes, my son was God. Whenever he was about, nobody else fucking mattered. Nobody. And the last time she saw him, it took her 10, 15 minutes to recognise him.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, right, that's it, done.
Yeah.
Took her to the vets and they couldn't actually find a vein. Her blood pressure had dropped so badly that they couldn't find a vein, so they had to take her out the back, and I'm not allowed out there. So I wasn't even with her when she went.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was horrible. Horrible.
Well, Fiona had to take responsibility for Max off of me because I wouldn't let him go.
Yeah.
She says, look, you've got to do something. And I go, no, I can't do anything about it. You can't do that. So, but there again, talking about dementia, like I told you, Matt, when I come down one morning, and it was bad enough when Mum didn't know who I was. When she, as I was
Clattered you, didn't she?
As I was walking into the kitchen, she cracked a glass ashtray over my head because she thought I was an intruder. Oh, did that woman draw blood on me? Jesus Christ.
I can imagine.
Punching. Oh, the punching. Oh, man, I was black and blue every bloody day. I looked like I'd been down the pub, you know. You want some?
This is all a bit too jolly for me, I think.
Talking of punching things, that fucking virus, mine. Bloody hell! I've been in contact with Access this week.
Oh yeah.
They don't sell the individual pots because I'm after the potentiometers for the picture mod wheels gone. They don't sell the pots. You've got to buy the entire mod wheel pack.
The entire assembly.
If,
70
but
quid.
if it's the standard FATA one that comes from Fatah as an assembly, as an entire thing anyway. So they wouldn't have the pods in stock anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean, funnily enough, though, I also asked about an aftertouch board, and that's got to come from Fatah if they've got one. Because I plugged the aftertouch board back in, and it crashed the system. So that that epoxy thing's been driving me up the wall.
It's an Indigo, right?
Indigo 2, yeah.
Indigo 2. Are you the original owner?
No.
Those are cool. Yeah.
Sadly not. But I did get it for a steal. I got it for 300 quid 7 years ago. So yeah, I ain't too fussed about it.
Not to be sniffed at.
Especially when you see them going for 1,200-1,300 now.
But also, well done for actually being the first person to talk about synthesizers so far. It's been the weather and death.
We talked about.
Well, yeah, we did dip a bit, so I had to bring it back, didn't I?
Oh,
Just reminiscing about our band in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh man.
Have you still
I've
got
got,
my Fender Rhodes Wiggers? Because I want it back if you've got it. I know it only had 3 legs left, but I'll still like it back.
And only 3 keys, but then again, you only played 2 of them.
Yeah, I know, but I played them well.
Oh, you mean it's a David Gunn
And in
machine?
time.
The Andy Fletcher School of Playing.
Too soon?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of
Never.
which, in this tattoo that I had done this week, it's a copy of a Dave Garn one. I actually had an F put in it for Fletch. Yeah, just a tiny little thing, but it's there. It's in there. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
it's
But,
dedication.
yeah, don't get a tattoo when the temperature's like this. It feels like you've got a 3rd-degree burn on your arm.
Well,
Horrible.
yes. Anyway, can I share a little gem from a kid at school today?
Go for
Because
it.
it made me laugh my head off. Right, it was probably not as funny as I remember it being, but she came in and she just said, she looked at me, she wagged a finger and she said, 95% of logistics are made up on the spot.
Brilliant.
I said, I don't think you really meant that. I just thought, the mouth of babes and sucklings. That just made me chuckle.
Never trust any statistic you haven't faked yourself.
I was taking my son and his girlfriend to one of their mates today, and his girlfriend's in the back, and she says, "Oh, did you hear about Mr. Weir, the headmaster? Because it's the last day of actual school today."
I wish it was.
For this lot it is. But they've not been going to school because they've finished all their exams.
Yeah.
But apparently, this headmaster who didn't go, he was quite a strict, fellow. I quite liked him actually, but apparently he had a heart attack yesterday. It's supposed to be his last day today because he's off to another job, and he had a heart attack yesterday. And she said, "Oh, did you hear what happened to Mr. Weir?" Yeah, he had a heart attack, and then they both burst out laughing. I'm thinking, no, really? Are you laughing at that? Oh, Jesus! But apparently he's okay. So. Yeah, what a way to go though! It's your the day before your last day, and then you go and have an heart attack.
That's the heat.
Must have been.
Leave on a bang.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, you guys are getting all the heat now, and we're getting cold weather at night, which is really odd.
It's dropped now. The temperatures are
back to normal.
Back to
It's
normal.
kind of sensible now.
It was mental though, wasn't it? Oh my God, it was just unbelievable.
It was fun out here.
So, do you want to hear about my little excursion in the Mustang yesterday?
Go on then.
Yes.
I took it out. Proper.
How far did you get?
What with?
Out onto big main roads.
Wow.
You just
And
have a
it's
tank
got-
of gas, basically.
How many speeding
Jeep.
tickets?
Mate. 2 things I discovered. One, it's got a power band in it, roughly at about 4,500 revs, where the arse kicks out sideways slightly.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Also, as I was coming up to, it's just down on Ruxley Lane. It's like it's a dual carriageway, and there's a bit of a hill, and you pull into the lane you want before you turn into Scott's Farm, which leads up into Goodnestone here. And I braked how you would in any other car, and every other car that I've ever driven. When the car started to slow down enough for me to turn, that road had passed, and I had to carry on, and then take the next junction, which was Pam's Way, turned into there, drove up round Pam's Way. Thought, yeah, cool, this is fun, and then come back out onto the Ruxley Lane and down to take my turning, and also completely missed the driveway. The brakes are fucking awful.
What doesn't have brakes?
But according to the Mustang,
American muscle car.
yeah, according to the Mustang Members Club, yes, they are. Oh, okay, cool.
Good for going, not stopping.
However, a guy hit me up, bless his little heart, says, "Oh, don't buy the Mustang brake upgrade. Get the Chevy one; it fits. There's an adapter plate, and they're much cheaper, and it will stop on a sixpence." Cool, I'll have them. It'll probably still be £1,000 to get them in through customs.
Oh my word, yeah.
Bastards. But yeah, done off. I can go.
See if EBC do anything for it.
Yeah, mate,
EBC brakes are worth looking at.
Well, I tell you what, I should have sold tickets because every fucker was looking at me as I went by. Because it was doing her blah 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 blah, and then other times it was sort of like giving it some, and you know.
Yeah, the last time we heard that gurgle, you flipped us the finger, didn't you?
Well, it's traditional. it's traditional. You just go, boom, fuck you. So I'm going to have to emigrate to America because they got the roads for it.
Yeah, no corners.
Well, occasionally there's one.
You guys have nice twisty roads over there. That's fun to drive on, right?
Not with a
not an
Mustang.
American car.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Mustang.
It doesn't stop people here. They do it on Highway 1 all the time. So.
Oh.
Yeah, but I've been on Highway 1. The curves on that thing are not like the curves around here.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a little bit more nuanced, shall we say?
Single lane.
We have
Acute
like
angle.
Mendocino County has a shitload of crazy roads on the coast. You can really try out your car.
When I went, I drove. Last time I was in San Francisco, and I had an afternoon. So I thought I'll go over the bridge into to north, and I went to Muir Woods, and the roads up to Muir Woods were really kind of very English.
And very narrow, yeah. And the big buses going through there, it's insane.
Yeah. That was cool.
It's a fun place to visit, though. It's like the UN as you walk around because everyone goes there.
Yeah. It was December. It was early December, so it wasn't particularly pleasant weather-wise, but it was nice.
And you can watch the ladybugs have an orgy there. So
Didn't see that.
Whatever place you go.
Well, whatever. Yeah, it's what you're into, isn't it?
That's a euphemism, is it?
Just
the
go
whole
Yeah.
fence was couple with them going crazy.
Surely.
Ladybugs.
Ladybug porn. That's the new one.
Yeah,
Well, it's either that or the banana slugs. So
Oh, I don't want to even go there.
No.
when they're hermaphrodites and when they curl up, they call it poor man's peaches.
Ladybugs and banana slugs. I'm sure there's a 60s song in that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, with aubergine ants.
And banana
I'm having a great time on my job just listening to 60s and 70s psychedelic rock.
Oh, that reminds me of the Spongles, man. Do you remember that?
Oh, do you remember that gig that we did in that fish and chip shop?
Man, that was
man.
crazy. It stunk for months after.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
The drummer lost his arm in the.
I'm doing a show about LSD. How
That's not what I wrote. I wrote bandana drugs, and you turned it into banana slugs. I don't know what on earth you were on.
But
Well, he was a bit busy having sex with an eel.
Neil, who's Neil?
No, an eel.
An electric eel.
Oh, right, mate. Yeah, it was it? Neil the eel.
That was when we did.
As one will do, yeah.
You've
We
just
were
broke
doing
my
That's
heart.
Amore, wasn't it?
Oh, but it was
Eel up the arse.
Stereo.
Somebody joins in watching this online now, they're going to wonder what the hell they're looking at.
What, as they wouldn't
that's
have
been
done before.
happening for months. Come on,
Like it's different.
for months. People are going, "Have you seen this shit, man?"
Yeah.
I was watching
Tomorrow
it.
you'll have to
Before,
say, add a dick to me, so.
You know what? There's a high possibility in 100 years' time this is going to be cult viewing.
You reckon?
This is going to be the Simpsons.
Of all the things we do, this is what we'll be famous for.
We need to
Well,
we need to book a
Monty
stage at the Edinburgh
Who cares
Fringe
if,
next
if
year.
that man
don't
at the
we?
bottom wrote a #1 hit single? This is what he'll be remembered for.
So that
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah. He goes, hey, it's that bloke from the Spongles.
The Spongles.
It'd be like the famous Sex Pistols interview. That got the guy fired.
E17 they were no Spongles.
No, Spongles. Apparently, there's a Urban Dictionary. Someone in chat was saying there's an Urban Dictionary entry. It means being a bit of a spoon. When someone's a bit of a general idiot and not very bright, as in he's a bit of a spongle, or
Love
I
it.
look like a right spongle when I dance. I think it's perfect, really.
That's
I think
Steve
so.
Elbows, yeah,
Yeah.
brilliant.
That fits, Steve.
That describes the
Spongles
band
it is, then.
perfectly. On my memories
Hey,
of the band,
it's the
at least.
Spongles.
Right, we got to get Viper Graphics to do bloody Spongle shirts now, haven't we?
We have to make up
The tour.
Fun.
vintage tour posters.
The 82 tour is the best. So, yeah, I think that'd be amazing.
God, I've done so much Charlie.
Yeah, but
I think it's
82.
did
I think
Charlie
the 79 one.
You aren't supposed to eat the
Charlie-
dog food.
Charlie the eel.
Yeah. Do you know what? 82 didn't happen. It went 81, 83. Which is when I woke up.
Pretty sure the 79 tour was the best one ever.
Well, we were much smaller audiences back then. Probably the best time
Yeah.
to see us, but you know,
Yeah.
it's like playing to small crowds before they really exploded. And
that was the playgroup tour, wasn't it?
it was
That's where we
Going
tried
down
that
Because
out.
you had a thing for Jemima.
No, Hamble did it for me.
no miming.
The old the old Hamble hand job. Yeah.
Like,
Old
the love egg
Jeffrey.
was a bit big, though.
Mind you, the groupies, mate. Mind you, Robbie's had a bus pass, hasn't he? No, wait a minute. It was sorry, not bus pass. It was coach parties. That was it. It was a coach party.
Oh my word! He took
He was
one for
worse
the
than
team
guy
that day,
from Three
didn't
Dog
he?
Night. You know, that guy was famous for bursting
took on
the
a
festival
team
in
that
November. So.
Yeah. Do you hold hands? Yes, only to stop yourself from falling off.
Did he get a plaster cast done, Robbie?
Oh,
I think I'm going to go for a quick swim and might see you in some time again.
is that,
Go for a quick swim.
yeah, is that a euphemism?
Sadly not. Sadly
I'm-
not.
I'm going down to the sea, have a swim, maybe come back quickly. Maybe.
Wow.
Swimming in the sea.
Swim in the sea.
Where are you,
In
Robbie?
Wales.
That was
At
our
the
third or
restaurant.
fourth album.
It's a
Shark
great
soup,
place.
isn't it?
Shame up. Enjoy your swim, Robert.
I mean, I've been every morning this week so far.
No
It's
skinny
like-
dipping. They're pedestrians.
No, I only do that at 5, and I haven't been up that early.
Some people are just having the life of luxury, mate. Yeah. Even Richard
You
Hilton
did
had
say
a
Aberystwyth, though, didn't you?
Yeah.
even Richard Hilton had a jacuzzi this afternoon.
Did he?
Yeah, in the hotel room, in his room, a jacuzzi in his
Wow.
room.
Not in the
That's the
bathroom.
life. That's the life.
Yeah,
living
I had a
the
jacuzzi
life,
bath.
man.
People like, I
What
mean,
is it?
people like Richard. I mean, they've got to pay their dues, man. It's not like he's just walked straight into it, hasn't he? I mean,
Yeah. Well, it was either that and a normal bath and a lot of baked beans. It was one or the other.
well deserved. Well deserved. I'm glad he's got a.
Yeah.
See you
sit in his
later.
bath.
All right.
See you later.
See you
Good
later.
See you,
swim.
Robert.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. So
Neil,
it's
Neil Wharton's just reminded us. Yeah. Did you see our moment of glory? Our
Dr.
moment.
Mix.
Our moment. Dr. Mix. We were there. We were. Me and Graham. We got on to Dr. Mix's show just a mere nanosecond. But it was there.
I had to
And
scrub.
I
through
saw
it
you
a few
post it.
times.
I saw
Yeah.
you post it, Robbie. Thank you. It's very funny. And on a similar note, Robbie, you make sure you finish by 9:30 tomorrow, okay? Because I'm doing a premiere tomorrow of my EMOM from Derby, and Jim's following me at 10:15. So we're doing one of these back-to-back premiere things tomorrow. So you better make sure you've shut up by 9:30. Okay, just saying.
I'll
Well, it depends how it
try.
goes because we've got
But
a
isn't-
surprise guest.
Isn't tomorrow Manny? And
Another one.
Oh, it could be going on for ages.
And the
oh,
Yamaha.
No, what have we done?
And as surprise
Oh.
guest, the Queen.
Queen, yes.
Oh.
She owns all the other VP ones. No.
Yeah.
Is it Michelle tomorrow?
I'm the Queen. Every VP1, the Queen.
No, we've got. Well, he's a surprise guest. I don't know how many people would know of him, but he's worked with people you will know. But I can't. I'm not going to spoil it.
No.
It might go on. That's the thing, because
Spoil it later.
if I have anything to do with it, I'm going to be asking questions till the cows come home and asking for demonstrations. I mean, I had this demo from Scott. Scott Kinsey is just an incredible player, and he's playing this thing, and I'm just like, it literally sounds like nothing, no other synthesizer I've ever heard before. It's just got so much. It's almost like it's an acoustic instrument. It has that quality when when you pluck a guitar string and you just keep plucking it, you'll never pluck it the same way. It's always a different velocity, or your pick might be a little further away or closer. It has all of that going on. It has the whole kind of character of an acoustic instrument, but with this massive amount of digital processing power. It's just insane.
So to
Absolutely
do a
insane.
realistic harpsichord then?
I have no idea. I don't know. This is the one. If you want a harpsichord, that's the one.
I'm just thinking about all the every cheap Yamaha keyboard always had
Marimba.
harpsichord.
Marimba.
Yeah.
Or marimba.
Judge it on the marimba. Yeah, absolutely.
Bells.
Bells. Yeah, it's got
Yeah, it's
bells.
probably the load of bells, really.
Oh.
Well, maybe you could take a break just for a few minutes in the middle to catch the performance. Just
I'll have to see. I might.
We
just,
thought
I
we
might-
were leaving enough time. We did chat. Jim and I did chat about this. We thought, it usually finishes 9 o'clock, 9:15.
Yeah, the target is 9.
Yeah, I know.
and
Usually 2 hours, isn't it?
The problem is that all the guests are in California. Actually, one's in Hawaii. The other one, all the rest are in California. So it's all like morning for them. They can go as long as they want to. Whereas
Well,
me, I'll be wanting to get off and have a bottle of wine. But
Is there any news worth covering?
there's a few bits, but we're not doing any news.
Yeah,
But it's just
straight in.
straight in.
Oh, good, because I have no opinion.
I've heard that about you, actually.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of stuff going on news
Oh,
wise.
Andy's gone. Bye, Andy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, he's probably gone to a meeting or something.
Right, let's have a look. So, what did you think of Raz?
What?
Rory.
What?
Raz Balding.
Oh, sorry. Yes. No. Good. Yeah. It was.
I thought it was different.
It's different, but it had a feel of early '80s, didn't it?
Yeah,
It had
yeah,
that-
yeah, yeah.
It had that sonic quality. No, I liked it. Yeah, I liked it a lot. So.
Yeah, because it's sort of like I say earlier, it's bit of Depeche, bit of League, bit of Crowded House, bit of this, that, and the other. And then there's this whole kind of like Cirque du Soleil kind of visage kind of blah
Yeah.
running
Yeah,
through it as well.
Definitely.
What were you talking about?
Sorry.
It's
yeah.
it's this Danish electro group. And they're all like sort of like they got kind of a goth punk thing going on in their looks.
Just a bit. Yeah.
But the synth playing is really good.
Yeah, it's very.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. But it's it's one of those things. It's got those songs I like where how the song starts, what the middle is, and what the end is, are not really related to each other. It just constantly evolves
Jazz.
and
I mean,
changes.
that's jazz.
Yeah.
No, it's almost like
Jazz.
three tracks blended together. One
Oh.
after it sort of like moves and evolves as it goes along.
What
That's
were they
very cool.
called again?
Spong.
Raz. Raz plays
At
jazz.
At the moment, I have Raz Balding. So
Raz Balding.
yeah, I was hoping I could.
Catchy,
BALD.
catchy little name, isn't it?
Hang on.
Hey.
I've got a link. Hang on. I've got a link. Here we go.
I was going to see if he can come on tonight.
That could be Dom Balding.
Mind you, like, I mean, Sunday when you had Nikon as well.
Yeah.
I thought all you need is the mass, and it's got like this sort of like trifecta of baldness going on. Look like Trillian, the triple-breasted whore of erotic conceit. My memory's coming back, by the way.
Really?
Hard to forget that one.
Yeah, you know when you put up that gif of the surprise guest, and you put up a gif of
John Candy.
John Candy,
Bath.
and I've gone, it's Bath.
Yeah.
He goes, half man, half dog. He's a mog. I'm my own best friend. I remembered all of it. It was all came back like that. I went, Jesus Christ, I haven't seen that for like 2 years.
Will we get a copyright strike if we play? No, we won't, will we?
I don't think so, no.
No. Let's find it. Here we go.
Find a lump.
Oh, it's not that one. It's not that one either.
Find
Where the
a
bloody... Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, it's tech speak.
So what's the channel name?
As far as I know, it's Raz Balding.
Good trousers. Winter trousers.
Yeah.
I must switch that off. There you go. I have to try to find a bit of his vocals.
I can hear singing.
Yeah, but it's not him. There you go.
That's my robot mentioned Klaus Nomi.
Yeah, yeah. It's good,
Amadeus,
though.
Amadeus.
I like Bill Lindemann as well.
There's a little bit of everything in it. A little bit of everything.
He died in a car crash, you know. Did old whatever his name was that sang "Rock Me Up," Falco.
Mozart. Oh, Falco. Did he?
Mozart.
Mozart, yeah.
Sing "Rock Me Up."
Mozart died in a car crash. Fact check, everybody.
Oh,
You know, do you remember Tight Fit?
Yeah.
Do you remember Tight Fit? Yeah, the lead singer of Tight Fit, he died. He drowned.
In a washing machine.
He couldn't win away.
no.
Oh, my.
He didn't choke on someone else's vomit.
Somebody else's vomit.
Spinal Tap.
Oh, man.
That was a genuine piece of trivia. Falco died in a car crash outside.
Wow. I nearly did as well. Is that trivia?
That's only because you haven't worked out how the brakes work on your stupid car.
Oh, I know how they work. It's just that they don't.
They don't.
I love the idea that you had to just keep going because...
Yeah, what happens is the shoes go against the drums sort of like la la la, just as a sort of like a gesture of trying to do something. Like that, that's all they do.
You can get a power brake upgrade, you know.
Yeah, I know, and it's going to get one. And it's going to need more than an anchor thrown out the fucking window. I wish to stop now. Yeah.
Oh, hi Jim. You missed the advert. Jump in.
Jump in. The water's lovely.
It is. Well,
Just a
actually,
picture of
Robert's
Ben's wife
swimming in it
appear
right
on
now.
my phone.
Okay.
Right.
Right. Okay.
No, it was a notification from
Awkward
Instagram,
moment.
so I touched it and it came up with her profile pic, but it was kind of why have I got a picture of Ben's wife on my phone? He's clearly punching, isn't he? Well above his weight.
Mate, get out of my fucking head. I know,
We spend too much.
but I
time.
mean it as a compliment.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
but yeah,
We know what it is. She's Italian. She's like
she's gorgeous. She's lovely.
It's keyboard players, mate. It's
But she's gorgeous. He looks like Father Christmas. What the fuck? What's going on? how does this occur?
Father Christmas, if he was in Take That. He talks like Gary Barlow.
What do you want for Christmas, lovely?
I want you back for good.
Do you want a Lego kit?
Sexist and regionist, and I'm getting very upset.
Hey, it's this show, remember?
So help me out.
Now
Can
it's
I
your
ask
turn
that
to be
again?
sexist and
Region-
Yeah,
regionist.
sorry, I forgot. Yeah, just bring it on.
Just wind it up, Billy.
Father Christmas got the present, didn't he?
Yeah, no, she's lovely. She's a lovely lady. She really is nice.
There's something about coming in the stockings, but I'm not going to go there.
Oh no! There are areas that must be left alone. Oh man!
Even on this show.
Even this show apparently has a bump stop. Who knew?
Your car doesn't, but this show does.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I was actually thinking about using other cars to stop.
Like Gran Turismo, when you take
Lorries.
the corner and you try and get on the
Smack.
inside. So
Thank you. Here's my number.
Good thing Kent's a panel beater.
Yes. Yes.
He's always beaten. Yeah.
He's making up his own now.
Oh dear.
So, Ken,
Oh,
have
my-
you done a burnout from a light yet in your car?
No, have you seen the price of them fucking tyres? Do you know what? No.
You got to get
'cause
them sticky though, right? You
No. See, the burnouts are for people who are watching, and they're going to have to fucking pay for me to do that.
Get
I'll
some
sell
full sound
tickets.
effects. So you got to
Yeah.
sample it.
I'll sell tickets at the lights, and I'll get one guy to throw bleach under the tyres and go, "Here we go, boys." So crowdfund it. Yeah. No, because there's a good tread on those back tyres, and my God, I mean, they're so wide, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to drive it in the wet though.
Yeah, it might be fun.
That
Actually.
little hydroplane never hurt anybody.
Yeah, and it's not like it's going to break any better or worse, is it? It should be fine. Besides, there might be more cars around for me to stop with.
Put some Nerf bumpers on the outside. So.
Yeah. Oh, great! Look, a UPS van. That'll do it. Thanks,
Oh
thanks,
yeah,
mate.
please take them out.
Can
Yeah.
just imagine Kent driving down a nice little narrow lane somewhere and just bouncing off.
I came down Oakhurst Road here, where they park both sides of the road, and it's not a big road. And even though it's left-hand drive, and it was like, yeah, it's all right. You just get as close as possible to the cars this side, and there'll be room that side, won't there? It works every time.
Like driving in Brixton.
But what's weird is the Chrysler's wider than the Mustang is. So
Really?
yeah, by about 2.5.
They are
Mind
wide.
you,
cars.
the doors on the Chrysler are about 12 inches thick, aren't they?
Yeah, well, the door handles are like 4 inches. As well, stick out like
How'd you
bloody
measure
Dumbo ears. Oh, boom, boom. Oh dear me. So yes, so So it was. I've come to the conclusion Mustang Mach 1s are not what we would call an everyday car.
No.
And it's not a car you want to drive where you're tired, feeling weak.
Oh, no
Or-
power steering.
Yeah,
Or a little bit forgetful.
or there's a bee in the car. Put it that way.
Okay, before I forget, you were talking shit about UPS. Talk about horrible deliveries. Look at the link I just put in the private chat. My friend, his camera picked up an Amazon delivery, and it's the most lazy delivery you'll ever see of a package to the front door.
Is this sort of like
It's a
air
very
mail,
short-
air mail from the road?
It's a very short video, but it's hilarious. 'cause
Oh,
it's
man.
So there's no effort at all.
Just flung it.
Can we get it up?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And we're back.
Wow.
Really?
Here we go.
So straight from Austin, Texas.
Cool.
Oh, stupid bloody thing. Hang on, sorry.
You'd think they'd have learned by now.
Oh, here we
that
go.
People do have cameras.
And then he sort of goes, cheers.
And it's a fragile item.
He's taking a picture, isn't
How
it?
much time is
Oh, the
saved by
picture.
this?
Yeah, of course. I thought he had like a can of beer.
He didn't catch the picture while it was bouncing still, so you know.
That's the guy's new iPad, is it?
something fragile.
I've got to say, I've never had any problems with Amazon.
No, they're
deliveries.
great.
They've been absolutely spot on.
Oh, Amazon have been fine.
Well, I've had stuff stolen off my doorstep because of
Hermes are the or whatever they're called nowadays. They're the worst.
Oh,
They're the ones
herpes.
that-
Herpes, yeah.
They throw stuff at the door, and then just as you're answering it, they take the picture, and you're there in your sort of granddad slippers by the parcel, and that's what you get on the thing. But no, they're bloody awful, Hermes. There's a girl that lives across the street from us, and she regularly has Hermes stuff delivered, and because she's out at work most of the day, they'll stick it in the letterbox, but they don't stick it through the letterbox. It's just like wedged in there, so anybody can just walk down the street and go, "Thank you very much, I'll have that." And that's all they do. They don't even like stick. She's got two bloody great plant pots. They don't even stick it behind those. It's just like, there you go, stick it in the door box, let it hang.
I did a
Wankers.
computer upgrade for somebody not so long back, and he spent 200 quid on a hard drive, and it was delivered here, and I heard the thump as the guy dropped it on my doorstep. And it weren't an SSD; it was a mechanical hard drive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hope its heads were parked.
Who was it? I think it was Amazon delivered something the other day. I think it was my wife. She just bought one of these cameras for her cycle helmet, and he knocked on the door, and I came and answered the door. And just as he was like taking or scanning the thing, he kind of lost the grip of the parcel. Most amazing recovery. He got it.
Yeah.
But he really put some effort into it. So yeah, credit.
Oh, bless him.
Yeah.
If it's any comfort, Ken, I've just had a notification that you're still alive.
I'm not, am I?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Ken
So have
Spong,
you just-
Ken
you got
Spong
it
is
set up?
alive. Yeah, it just popped up. I thought, oh, that's good.
Oh. Well,
Fake news.
yeah. Because as far as I'm concerned, I died in '96 in that
After that tour, man.
in that orgy accident.
You drowned, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I played that part in that. I was just filming it.
Those were the
I knew my
days.
place. I knew you wouldn't let me take part, so I just
was-
stood there with a camera.
I was found face down. I was found face down on the bed, looking like a colander.
And there's
What a
me
terrible
walking
way to go,
around like a
drowning in the
unit with
loo.
the fucking tray. of
Like a
cocaine.
decorator's radio.
Oh, yeah.
The
Was it
myth
that?
groweth.
Oh, yes. Why not?
She got a face like a painter's radio.
Come on, my tits. Did you bring them with you?
God.
What?
Will you come in my car if I give you a sweetie? I'll come in your mouth if you give me a bag for it.
Oh, good God.
Oh, what is in this?
I wasn't expecting this tonight, I know that.
Really?
That's where you say welcome to Bukkake, right? So that,
It's that Japanese town underwater.
Under what?
Famous for its sperm whales. Who we got? Who we got? Oh, brilliant.
Why have I never got a bloody
Fuck off.
Hey.
Hey!
I was going to say the voice of common sense, but I'm not entirely sure.
His hand stuck to his face again.
No.
Good evening, Ty.
How did it go?
I'm still in the middle of it.
Oh, for
Well, piss off then and get back on with it.
Are lawyers involved yet?
I am going to say fuck off. Thank you. And get on with it.
yeah,
Thank you for reminding me.
yeah. Oh, that's what I was supposed to do. Yeah.
That's what
Tie, unwin, tie, unwin, tie, unwin, tie, unwin, tie, unwin. That's better.
That is beautiful, though.
No,
That is-
Oh, I
the
needed that.
harmonies-
matches his discussion.
The
so
harmonies
that's
are so
I'd give that
precise.
10 minutes if I was you.
You'd think you'd used a plug-in on it, but it's just delicious.
Yeah.
Never.
How we all?
Question:
We're all tripping.
Obviously, slightly more cheerful than you are, Ty.
Were you ever in the Spongles?
Yeah, because he was. He was in the first tour.
Was he?
We've got an early '80s band that we reminisce about now. You were one of the keyboard players called the Spongles.
Oh, okay.
I was so
It
up
was a
in my
band
tits,
with
I can't
25
remember.
keyboard players in it. That's the problem.
It's
Yeah.
a very keyboard-oriented band.
Very,
He
very.
was the one that told the tour manager to fuck off, wasn't it?
He was.
He was,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's why he only lasted one tour.
He fucked him off with a fucking rusty knife.
I don't remember that bit.
That was the one that I stick in the back of my Hammond, but but Mr. Wiggly's got that as well. Can I have the Hammond back?
Yeah, you're
too?
supposed to stick it in the keyboard. You stuck it in the plug socket.
Oh no.
The
That's why
spongles, eh?
And invented
that's why-
punk.
Yeah.
Well, somebody had to. Crying out loud, all that bloody prog rock nonsense.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh dear.
I just
So-
couldn't play for 25 minutes and keep your concentration, so it had to be only 3 minutes and I had to have a
To
rest.
be honest, we always
Like a
turned you
flag
down. It was only ever on the foldback.
Now you tell me.
You've seen that
All
Linda
these
McCartney
years.
video? Have you seen
All
that Linda
these
McCartney video?
Oh, fucking hell,
Is that the one with the sausages?
Hey, Jude!
It's like she was in the room.
Amazing.
Spongle tap.
Take a sad song and make it better. And you took me out.
Only for that tour. Mind you, you'd done so much drugs at that stage, you probably wouldn't realise. I think you were the first person in the UK to take ketamine.
He was pissing neat
And the last.
ketamine. He was actually a supplier. They used to
It was
follow
that
him.
horse you used to turn up with
Yeah.
that gave it away.
And he topped me up.
That's why everybody went to the toilets after he'd been. Apart from that one bloke that was trying to have a shit.
Of all the substances you would choose, you chose that one. That is just so not me. I absolutely refused on every level
Anymore.
to
What?
put that
You're not into
anywhere near me.
horses?
It's
No,
it's
definitely not.
it's
Oh.
used on more than just horses.
It hasn't
As
ever
my-
been
as-
used on me, I will say at this point, and I've never inflicted that. I've done other stuff, but never that one.
Have you ever
Never
done
that.
Ajax? That's a good buzz.
Only to clean the bathroom. Kent.
Well,
Only
I
to
tell you
clean the
what, if you
bathroom.
take enough of it, you can clean the bathroom, I tell you. And the rest of the house while you're at it.
Why am I so bloody innocent? I haven't got a clue what you guys are talking about.
Hey,
half the
like
time.
I
I'm
fucking know
honestly-
what I'm talking
I
about.
didn't think I had a sheltered life.
No one's more innocent than me.
I've no idea what.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Ty wears glasses. Look, he's got glasses on and everything. He's respectable.
Okay,
Ty doesn't do drugs. He just knows lots of people who do.
I don't do drugs. I've never smoked. I don't drink. I'm completely clean
What
with
do you do?
Did you
must
die in
be
1986 as
something
well?
inside.
One of us did. I can't remember which one of us it is now.
No interest in it. I'm such a control freak. The thought of not knowing what I'm doing is just so foreign to me that
Yeah.
no interest in it whatsoever.
Yep.
Never have, never will. No interest.
Yeah, copies
But
about
I'm not-
as far as I
I'm
go.
I'm more concerned about the amount of thought that's going into this backstory about the spongles because it just
Well, in the late
It's a rich,
70s,
yeah, it's a rich tapestry, mate.
me and Kent came up with the
We're
idea.
trying
We were called the Pringles, and then apparently there was a crisp that came out, so we changed our name to the New Pringles. So we were the New Pringles. Then there was another band in Ealing called the New Pringles, so we had to change our name to the Spongles.
Dom, you need to take a really.
I
hard
still
look at
think we
your
should have been the cheese and onions.
We're up to
Well, we
volume
were
3
going
of
to
the
be
biography, by
Spangles,
the
but
way.
the sweets came out.
Spangles,
Yeah.
no, that was already the sweets. So
Yeah.
Spongles
Oh, no,
was the
no,
obvious choice, and then
You are wasted.
We were going to be curly whirlies, but of course Dom's bald, so it looked ridiculous. There was nothing curly or whirly going on, you
but
know?
they were amazing days. We should get the band back together.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, Leslie's were whirly. They were proper curly whirly, but again,
So
Dom's
I'm as
got them in as
confused
well.
as you are, mate.
I lost everything in that fallout, Dom. I'm ever so pissed off about it.
I'm so sorry. I mean, now it's good that we can talk about it. I mean, obviously there was a few years where the injunction stopped me from actually trying to get in touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were different curlies on someone's whirly for sure.
Yeah.
I can see the book coming out
It's got
soon.
my ARP 2600.
Limited edition.
He's got
the Spongles, 1979.
The Spongles annual.
He's got my
Dom,
Roman 73.
Wasn't that the first time the Queen paid off one of our court cases?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
So what? Has anyone read the Peter Hook autobiography, New Order?
Oh no, I haven't.
Yes.
You should, because it's basically like this. It's basically his version of how New Order fell apart. and then of course,
Who's got what and why?
Yeah, exactly. And then the other two have got their, Stephen Morris, they've got their version of events, and then is it
Barney?
Barney has got his version of events.
None of them
And
tie up.
none of them tie up at all. I have to say, out of all of them, I believe the Hooky one. Hooky's the one that I actually genuinely believe.
I saw you read that one first.
Say again?
Is that because you read that one first?
No, I didn't.
Whose one did you believe? Sorry, I missed which one.
Peter Hook.
Oh, Hooks, right.
Hook is
I
the one
saw
that
him on that book tour when he did that, and he was doing a book tour with Howard Marks, the legendary dealer. That was brilliant. It was those two talking, and sharing memories and all that kind of. That was pretty awesome. And then he did Elijah. He just got the backing track out, whacked his bass on, and played 16 minutes of Elijah. Absolutely mind blowing.
That's a great track. Yeah.
Actually, it's funny you should be talking about New Order today, because I've been schmoozing for possible things, and it might involve some of them.
It's only some of these sexual favours you can do a week. Remember.
Honestly, just if you want a good entertainment, go and read the Peter Hook one. Peter Hook's the most entertaining.
His book on the Hacienda, on the whole Hacienda
the
thing.
Hacienda, that's fantastic as well.
Some really
That's a good book.
How not to run a nightclub.
Yeah, that's actually
Full
great.
of money just going out.
Yeah, both of those.
That's fantastic.
Both of those, honestly, and I tell you what's really good. I've as well as the books, I've actually got them on Audible as well. They're great for just listening to again and again, because they are just like this. It basically is. It's like Spinal Tap. All the stories are just, they're just it's brilliant. It's
Spinal
brilliant.
Tap's a real life documentary. It's not a comedy at all.
Of course.
Oh my god! Absolutely, it's on the money. Have you seen Anvil as well?
No.
So Anvil is if you ever see that as a DVD, it's basically a band called Anvil. I think it's Anvil. And essentially, it's a real life. This is a real life documentary.
I think it was on Prime on Netflix.
Oh yes,
That's
I think
a
I
real
have
band,
seen it.
A real band from
Yes, I've seen it.
and it basically follows them. But you're actually thinking,
It was Spinal Tap. Yeah.
Is it Spinal Tap? Because everything goes wrong. I mean, everything goes wrong, but it's totally genuine. It was just a documentary about their tour. No, it is Spinal Tap. You shouldn't laugh because they go through a hell of a lot of shit, but it's absolutely hilarious. So,
Fear of a Black Hat is the rap version of Spinal Tap. It's very funny.
Fear of what?
Fear of a Black Hat.
Fear of a Black Hat.
It's the guy who did Tales from the Hood, Rusty Kundiev.
Okay, you're speaking English. That's as much as I'm understanding here. I have no references. I don't know who these people are. So, sorry.
I think I mentioned Trap Law Ross, the YouTube channel, before when rap and hip hop came up. It's a white nerdy guy who does these incredible documentaries on modern gang warfare style rap, huge rap acts and stuff like that. And it's just the best content. It's better than anything on TV. But the kind of, they've just got the best names. I mean, Pooh Shiesty. What a brilliant name. And these guys will shoot you. Seriously, Pooh Shiesty. It's like, that's just
Fancy
the best.
being shot
name.
by Pooh Shiesty.
Pooh Shiesty. It's just so good.
You know,
Funk
really
Knuckle.
Funny. Right at this moment, genuinely, the stuff I'm doing for this fucking series is there is so much kind of mid-90s kind of hip-hop kind of, which obviously I am so fucking au fait with, don't you know? Fuck, am I fucked?
Yeah.
And they're coming back going, oh, this stuff sounds really great. It's so, so authentic like this. And I haven't got a clue what the fuck I'm doing. Honestly, I'm just listening to random hip hop tracks and just going, yeah, that sounds like the kind of rhythm and they're the kind of, honestly, I don't know, I shouldn't really say it, but it's so kind of, white man, middle class version of it. But they're loving it.
Yeah.
Is it pastiche though? Are you?
No.
Are you?
Well, the thing is, it's combined with all the rest of the sound world, so it's not like it's just on its own. It's that tied in with the rest of the score. So it's not just like I suddenly go into a hip hop track. It's not like that at all. It's just those elements combined with the rest of the score. But honestly, to say that I'm out of my comfort zone is hardly.
Well, just watch a bit of this. Watch a bit of the Trap Lord stuff. Honestly, I mean, I'm not taking the mickey out of Pooh Shiesty. He makes incredible tracks. They just seem to walk in the studio and walk out with this amazing stuff. It's just the names are just getting more and more bonkers, and they're really hardcore kind of people. But it's very different to the '90s type stuff. It's all drill and proper dangerous stuff. But it's really interesting the way the whole thing lies. I did know a couple of DJs who used to do a lot of hidden work in the background of remaking 80s and 90s hip hop for films because it was cheaper to do that than license the original.
Well, this
and
is at the moment they're going through things. They turn around, they want to use the Public Enemy track, and they're going, no, it's too much money.
Right, so you're doing
Can you do a sound alike of a Public Enemy?
Spongles does Public Enemy.
Spongles did a lot of ghostwriting.
Were we still together in the mid-90s? Or I thought we split
early 90s, mid-90s, yeah, where we split into Spongles originals and the new Spongles.
Spongles Cola.
And Spongles Extra Spicy.
A bit like UB40, Spongles featuring the Spongs.
And the Ghouls.
Look what I just found, Ty.
The Fizz, you mean, the Fizz.
I just found this, Ty. Look. There you go.
Oh.
Me in the ledge.
Do you know, I'm not having you on. I've never met the guy, but when you read autobiographies, or especially when you have audible versions of, there are some people that you think come out of it sounding really good, even though they come across some of the things they do are complete wankers, but they come out of it at the end you liking them. And I have to say, I went in not particularly thinking I'd like him, but I come out of it. And he comes out of it so well. He accepts when he's been a knob. Where you get others like, for example, John Taylor, Duran Duran, go and read his autobiography, or Dave Stewart from Eurythmics. Both of those, I went in thinking, oh, I really like these, and honestly, after the autobiographies, I just thought, fucking hell, But they were just so. I mean, they're just so. Dave Stewart. I mean, I'm huge. I used to think Eurythmics were amazing, but he just came out as such a knob.
Did you see Nathan Barley?
Yes.
Because Dave Stewart is, I presume, I've never always assumed that he's the knobby guy that creates all of the crazy companies and all the crap, which is just so up his, the hospital and all that kind of stuff that he put together. Yeah, I never had much of it.
No, I don't know. And the same with John Taylor, I like Graham. But it's just his autobiography. I tell you what it is. It's that kind of. They came out of it of doing all the pop star, the rock star lifestyle things, but they kind of came out of it almost too smug about it. Does that make sense? They did all these twatty things, acted like complete arseholes, and then came out going, but Whereas at least Peter Hooks, he's a lot more down to earth, and it's a lot more. I acted like a cunt, but I'm sorry, guys.
Has anyone read Julian Cope's?
No, I've got it. I'm simply reading it. It's my
Head On and Repossessed.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading.
They're great reads. They're so entertaining, and all the way through it, you're going, "What a twat!" But all the way through it, he's saying, "I'm such a twat." All the way through it.
That's fantastic. That's how I live my life.
It's just really entertaining reading. He writes very well. In fact, he's probably a better writer than he is a musician. Sorry, Julian, but I've got far more of Julian Cope's books than I have of his records. But I actually, I love. I've read them. I've read them a number of times, and they're easy to read. They're entertaining to read, and you go, "Oh, that's really," because it's not just Julian Cope. There's all these other things, particularly in the Liverpool scene. Echo and the Bunnymen, Dead or Alive, OMD. All these different things are all dotted around it, and it all is this melting pot. And I just really enjoyed it, and all the way through you're going, "Did you really do that? You're such a twat." And then you'll go, "I was such a twat." It's part of it. So I think he comes out of that particularly well. A bit like you were saying, Ty, about Hooky.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's a thin line. I think everyone should be able to laugh at themselves, and everyone should realise that we're all arseholes at the end of the day, in our own particular way, some more than others. But it's kind of how you deal with it. Do you know what I mean? It's how you deal with it and how you come across and how you accept it and how you relate to it and react to it and all that kind of stuff. And some people just get it right and some people just don't. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry to be. I'm really not myself today because I really am I'm so up against the crush and I've got to go and deliver another lot of shit by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And Kent, they've finally given me the schedule.
No.
Yeah.
How unrealistic is it?
It was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, yesterday.
They're fucking bastards. But
Right, okay.
They've kind of done it just enough, knowing that I'm not going to walk.
Right,
Just-
because I was
just enough.
expecting these should I stay or should I go?
Yeah, they've just
telephone call.
They've just given me enough rope. But the reality is, it's just like
Does it carry on into September?
the very first week. But I'm still not working to a locked picture all the way through. I think the men, once it's all gone and done and signed off, they then turned and went, "Oh, but you might have to just come back and do some tweaks."
You could learn a country song by Merle Haggard. Take this job and shove it.
Well, that was me last week.
The last track.
week.
I think your next contract should be done on an hourly rate.
There's not going to be a next contract. I'm thinking this is me retiring.
Well, not with them anyway.
Well, not with the Spongles coming back as well.
Yeah, too much competition, mate.
I've got to keep it clear for the tour.
Exactly. Spongles into America.
Yeah.
We've got no chance. Sorry. I hate to put a poor downer on it.
Oh, we do. No, we do. We've got a Mustang and everything.
Yeah.
We'll blend right in.
We've already booked Shea Stadium car park, haven't we?
Promise that we'll turn you up this time as well.
Yeah. It'll be like that time we had that big punch up in the car park with the what was that band called? The Damp Patches.
I want that kangaroo.
Yeah. Bunch of wankers.
Flipping kangaroo as well.
Ah.
Who
was that?
San Diego.
No idea.
Because you said we got a gig in San Diego. I get the fucking plane to San Diego. And where have you guys gone to? Chuffing fucking Blackpool. And left me there in chuffing San Diego.
Oh yeah, the damp patches. They used to be called the wet spots.
What a tedious place that is.
Yeah, but that's where the 2 pages of the diary had stuck together. That's Robbie again.
I never ever want to go back.
He'd wank over anything. He really would.
There's always one.
It's probably gorgeous.
There's always one downer in that band, isn't there?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry. I know.
And he's talking about
bring
Painters
joy to
Radio.
life,
How much?
everything I do, and all I end up doing is smearing shit over everything.
We spent
Andy,
we spent the entire third album budget on your therapy, man. I mean, come on.
You've got to stop sniffing those fire extinguishers, buddy.
Yeah.
And that kangaroo.
Nice.
Yeah, it was like,
Also red and
can you
round
warm the
and
tour
red.
bus up a bit more? It's cold. It's set fucking fire to
Fire
it.
to it, yeah.
Can I just point
And
out,
getting that
not a
dwarf to come in
pyromaniac,
and
I'm
read you the
just
Daily
careless.
Papers is a step too far as well.
Yeah, it was a bit, wasn't it? God, dear.
Can I just point out that I've hardly slept.
Here we go again.
I'm struggling to know
He
what's
wants us to
real,
feel sorry
what's...
for him.
Listen. Just don't.
So are we.
Don't let it affect your performance. All right. Don't let it
Yeah.
affect your performance.
I'm
Yeah.
walking to this thinking, I'm going to walk away from this thinking, was I really in a band called the Spongles?
Yes.
Yes, you
Of course you
were.
were.
But only for one tour.
Before you took up that job setting fire to Bendy Busties.
Bendy what is?
Yeah, it's not just a fever
Bendy
dream.
Busted.
Bendy Buses.
Who was Bendy Busted?
It was that,
They were that support band, weren't they? They were rubbish.
yeah, it was that,
Bust the blood
on
vessel
that
crummer.
bombshell, on that
Bust the
bombshell.
blood vessel and the bendy buses.
yeah, it's that goth band with the giraffe as the lead singer.
Oh, that was that baldy guy. That
But you
baldy
could never
guy.
hear them because it was only a 6-foot mic.
The singer was too dumb. He had to join the short buses.
Oh yeah. We had to change the name from them as well.
Yeah.
When we joined the master buses.
Yeah. We had to change the name because we were with the Lillettes for a while, weren't we? And we had to change that as well.
Okay.
Cheers, Ty. Just don't let it affect your performance, all right? Just try and get some sleep. It'll be all right in the morning.
You have a fallback plan. It's okay.
Just click on the link in the
Take a couple of
in
pills.
the chat.
Oh, that's it. Oh, I think we just weirded him out.
No shit.
Spongle.com. What have you done, Sassy?
It's not me. It's not me.
Brilliant! He's got it. Excellent.
That was John.
Full marks. I can't believe that domain was available. Full marks.
That was joy.
That was John Simpson.
John Simpson.
Well
you are a
done,
star. That
John.
was-
Fucking legend.
Such a good domain as well.
So we're definitely going to have to do something with that, I think.
Yes. Totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally.
Right, I've got 5 weeks over the summer. Can we make it happen?
But we're on tour for most of it.
Tell you what, we're all going to be firing up Photoshop.
Hang on a minute. Did you not tell me again? You are a bunch of twats. Do you know that? Honestly, just because twats booked off doesn't mean to say you have to stop. Oh. I've been working so bleeding hard on that 8-step sequencer over there.
I love
and
it.
you've just
Copyright 1980 limited. Spongles 1980.
it is
Just brilliant.
We still got it. We still got it, guys.
Yeah, that's my Pro 1 there that Kent's working on.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm glad I got it back. At least that's one thing I got back.
Is that the one that was laced
Are you
with
listening,
LSD?
Dom?
Sorry, I got what? Say that again. Sorry.
I said
That's when Kent had the flu.
That's my Pro 1 he's got there. Let's got it back. That's behind me. So at least I got that back.
You turned that Rhodes Smart 1 into a barbecue, didn't you?
What? He's turned my Rhodes Mark 1 into a barbecue?
Well, it's either that or he filled it full of straw and bought a hamster. It's one or the other.
Dom.
What are you looking at me for? It's a picture of Kent.
Yeah, but he returned my Pro 1. He had the good grace to do that. Where's
It's,
my Rhodes?
hang on. What we're
Daydream.
doing. Here we go. We're looking at this. Where are
Oh,
we? There you go.
God.
It's looking at this. This is the Spongles webpage. Sorry, no wonder it's all a bit.
Hang on, let me. Steph, hang on.
That is moments
God,
before
John
I.
Simpson, what have you started?
That was moments before I broke that syntax.
That's when you had the flu, wasn't it?
Yeah, I
Did
was.
he break it by sneezing on it, or what?
Fuck. No, I was just fucked.
All right.
I was bollocks. Wasn't concentrating properly. And broke it.
That's what you get for tuning it with a hammer.
Yeah, that was it. I had the flu. I'd forgotten that the sound people were coming round to do the interview, and they're going. They're asking me questions, and everything began with N. Awful. It was a really hard day. That was, and I ached. Oh, look at that! And my hair.
Your hair and your face are the same colour.
That was the only time they ever were, because it was so pale.
I was gonna say you picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue. So.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, what on earth? Oh dear.
Yeah. So of course
I had to
that.
steal from airplane. So
I remember my old girlfriend. So when the magazine finally came out, because it took months to come out, and it come out, and she's bought it, and she's going, oh fucking hell! Look at that! What's that photograph of you? I'm not showing this to anybody. Oh, fuck you.
I think when we first had you on the show, that was the picture that Ben used for your thumbnail.
Yes, it was. I remember thinking that's not quite how I imagined he looked.
And then I go on the show and go, oh, we got better then.
Yeah.
There's another one with you underneath another synth, I think, with your legs sticking out.
Oh god, yeah.
Dom, Keith in Watford in the chat. I think Mr. Wiggly needs to auction my signed photo of the Spongles for
Definitely.
charity. Yeah,
Definitely.
Yeah.
We could maybe just get together and just do a little fundraising gig before as a warm up for the tour.
I think we have to come up with a very comprehensive history of the Spongles and just
Oh.
run with it and see what happens.
Specials on the bangles.
Now that,
Honestly,
I was thinking the Buggles actually, and
mind you, that was a hell of an orgy. That was, wasn't it? Wow.
well, when the Wombles turned up in the middle as well.
Oh yeah.
Our roles in the band are becoming quite defined, aren't they?
Yeah.
Can I just say that Madame Chalet is quite well hung? Just
Ah yes.
I would remember that,
dear.
wouldn't I? I'm sorry about that.
No,
Yes,
I would have remembered that as well. But
Wasn't she just Tobermory in drag?
well,
Oh, shame on you.
Well, you'd know, Rob.
we never saw them in the same place at the same time, did you?
Exactly. Never seen together. Like Michael and Latoya. It's true.
Oh, we're going to get so many lawsuits coming through on this.
Well, if you want to put a US tour together, you've got to make noise, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Jermaine and Tito at NAMM 2009.
Oh, dear.
Excuse me.
You do realise it's going to happen,
God.
this, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's actually going to become a reality.
I met earlier. Stuck up cunts.
What was that?
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, gee.
That's
You hit the nail
fantastic.
on the head. Or
By the
something.
way, you spelt cunts wrong.
This is kind of like you ever see the Bert is Evil website where they put them in history all over the place?
We need a Wikipedia
Yeah.
entry. I'll sort it out.
Yeah. All we want now is somebody to burst in.
No.
John's given us permission to use the site,
Lovely.
so
Lovely.
I'll sort out the domain transfer with him later.
Fantastic.
And, we can just have some fun.
Oh, we have got to share the shit out of that.
It will take on legs of its own.
Yes.
We
Oh,
want
yeah.
to dig up photos of us in the 80s playing instruments.
I never
Well,
owned an
then do
instrument
a collage.
until the
What?
2010s, for
I've
Christ's
got
sake, so-
loads of photos. I don't know if we can put them up on the website though.
Oh, are we sending them to you, Robbie? Are we? Is that, is,
No,
is that
send
what
them to
you've
me. I want nothing to do with this.
just-
He'll
Too
just
late.
spongle all over him. You know he's
Your
like.
name's been scribbled on the bottom.
I think it should be GLES, Spongles rather than Spongels, but
Yeah,
that's-
it's got to be GLS.
Oh, yeah, LES.
so I think David Serchek is LES. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite possible.
Spongels, no, Spongles, LES.
Spongles.
LES. Spongles.
Like Mongols.
Mongols with OLS. I hate to split hairs. Well,
No, you
Dong-
don't. You're not
dongles.
doing
Well,
it.
You did not that.
As I'm
Dongles.
using the subjunctive tonight, I feel I'm perfectly entitled to.
I see.
If I
Very
knew what
well then.
subjunctive was, I'd agree with you.
Right, well, see that sentence there? If I were,
Were.
that's the English subjunctive. It's the only bit of the English subjunctive that's
If I
left.
were
So
a
that's
hammer.
the subjunctive. Yeah,
Yeah. Hammer
that's
in
the English
morning.
subjunctive, right?
We should think
No
about
more
doing a
needs to be
cover of
said.
that.
Oh, we've got a groupie.
Don't
Hey!
Hey,
Oh, I agree.
hey, man.
Yeah,
Hey, man.
I remember that beard.
He's been with us since the
I-
beginning. This guy.
Wasn't
Love him.
he our tour manager in '83?
He's been with
I
us
was gonna say-
through thick
He
and
still
thin.
is.
This guy. Thank you for
He would
still being
damage
there,
that
man. We
orgy
wouldn't be where we are today without you.
Didn't we share a bathroom once?
Put more dead hookers in boots than anyone else I know.
Well,
And we thank you.
Danish tribute band,
emotional.
the Spawn Girls.
It's emotional.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's emotional. It's real emotional.
It's like music. You know what I mean?
Mm.
it was like music, but it never really quite got there, did it?
But it wasn't about the music, was it?
Tried, but the rest of them weren't listening.
Carl
I don't
Blade.
remember the
Oh man, more therapy.
This is awesome, dude.
It's just getting mental and mental.
I made a shirt.
Have you seen Keith in Watford's
You
one?
understand, right?
the Lillettes were always uptight, out of sight, and in the groove.
Yeah, but they broke up in the end, didn't they? Just became the Red Sox. Oh man.
I'm sure they went into Toxic Shock. Yes.
I don't know, but I think I pulled something.
That was a good band, Toxic Shock.
Yeah. It's the police sending text messages. Stop that.
They were a good band, the police.
Yeah. They got arrested, didn't they?
Yeah, you guys are coming to
It was a slow burner.
Slow burner. What band was it? They chucked all the drugs down. The police are here. He chucked all the drugs down the toilet. It turned out to be Sting and Copeland. I can't remember who it was. It's like Guns N' Roses or something.
Oh man!
Oh mate, the police are here. What?
Genesis.
Oh dear.
We heard Daltrey's story about flushing the drugs, and they wanted to kick him out of the band because he was trying to straighten everybody up.
Dear.
And it wasn't just Keith Moon's drugs; it was the band's drugs. It was a real problem.
Mate, there isn't a toilet made that could get rid of Keith Moon's drugs.
Have you seen Cole Bates' latest one?
It's wrong, but it's very funny.
Oh dear me.
Hell of a sense of humour there.
They did get into a flap, didn't they?
No, stop. Stop. Please.
Oh dear.
This is gold.
Stop.
Thank you, Dr.
Oh,
Synth.
Keith.
This is gold. It's something. I'm not quite sure it's gold, though. No, please just stop it. Please stop it.
For now.
Period.
Oh,
We broke in Kent.
Okay.
We broke in Kent.
We're broken Kent.
Oh fucking hell. Oh, I think I just shit myself.
It's not Lillettes, you know.
That's the 1984 tour all over again.
Oh
It's
yeah.
a Sharkcast. Watch out.
Well, that was the title of our third album. I think I've just shit myself.
It was so hard I couldn't stay on the drummer's stool. Oh dear God. Oh. Well, if it wasn't not in here, it is now. Oh fucking hell.
Oh, dear.
I have not laughed like that in years.
Yeah, dear.
Just classic.
Sorry, I haven't finished yet. Oh, images, get out of my head, please.
Beavis and Butthead definitely do it.
Fucking hell.
Oh man. Oh Christ on a bar.
Beavis and Butthead, you're talking about our former presidents here. Is that...
Oh dear.
Former. Oh dear.
Former and current.
Oh man. Oh.
And that's without alcohol. My God.
Yeah, exactly.
well.
Who says not drinking alcohol is boring anyway?
Sorry, I've got it. I'm on a beer. I'm on my third beer.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go down and get one in a minute.
Yeah, you see, you couldn't have been in the Spongles without going through rehab and now being in remission.
Yeah. Oh
Is
man.
that why you didn't tell me there's a tour next year?
Well, we're just trying to make you get clean because you want to, not because you have to. That's all.
I have a shower at least twice a day. And
Well, it's not coming off.
keep scrubbing.
Golden showers are
No,
something different.
That wire wool chafes like nobody's business. Please stop making me use it.
But it's funny. Oh dear me, God.
We'll have to get onto Viper Graphics and get some T-shirts made up.
Yes.
Bongles. Yeah, come on, Robbie, get on with it. Oh, sorry.
No, Ben's your man for T-shirts.
Yeah, if you weren't fucked, you weren't there.
Oh no, this is going to go horribly wrong.
Sponsored by Lilette's.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Fucking hell.
oh. Stop a hole today.
So, on a different note, Andy, when do you get D-Mob happy then?
Oh, it's so far.
Well done,
into-
Seth,
it's
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's so far into the future, I can't even think about it. The rest of the world is breaking up, or has broken up. I've got to go till Tuesday of next week.
Right.
But there is a caveat here. I do get 2 weeks in October, so that's the payback. And we've got to go a little bit longer in the summer term when we get 2 weeks in October. And I'll tell you now, I'd rather have the 2 weeks in October because that is just a joke.
Yeah, it's a
But
nasty term, isn't it?
it just goes on forever and ever. So it's nice to have that, and it doesn't sort of damage things or upset exam schedules and things. So it makes a lot of sense, and I'm quite happy to go with it. So
It doesn't upset the flow.
How did your school
Unlike
cope?
Lilette's.
15 voices.
I
at
knew.
Excuse me.
once.
How did your
What
school?
say?
How did your school cope with the heat wave? You didn't have to shut down like some of the
Well, we didn't shut
the
down,
wimpy
no.
ones.
No, I did talk to the head about this, and actually his reasoning was sound, and I had no objection to it really. It was uncomfortable. It really was uncomfortable, but the school, yeah, some classrooms were unbearable,
Yeah.
and we knew that. And some classrooms, I mean, like my own classroom, is tucked in a funny little corner, and it doesn't get any sun at all. So mine remained reasonably cool. So I had to keep all the doors shut and all the windows shut to keep the cool air inside and not let the hot air from outside in, which seems perverse, but it worked. I managed to book myself into the computer rooms quite a lot by forward planning. That was just by chance, and they're all air conditioned. So, oh, thank heavens we're in here. But some of it was bad, and they had to be re-roomed or put in other places. But we got through it. And actually, like a lot of these things, when things are extreme, the kids go wappy, but the atmosphere was actually quite a lot of fun. Really, we all were muggling in and doing our best, and it was actually really quite pleasant. So it wasn't so grim. Monday and Tuesday were. I mean, the thing is, I went through the day and then I left the building and walked out into the heat and was like,
Yeah.
"Oh my God, wow!"
Yeah.
And suddenly I was hit by it on leaving the building. So I think the idea of keeping the school open because it was probably cooler than most people's homes was probably a wise move. And but yeah, we got through it. We got through it, and other people will have made their own decisions and done their own thing. But you know, we did ours, and I'm not grumbling. I think it was one of those things. People keep saying we'll get more and more of it. Let's fingers crossed we don't. But it might well be that we do.
But
So,
2 days high pressure moving from Sahara northwards.
yeah,
You know,
it is.
These things happen.
Yeah.
You spelt it wrong, David.
I spelt it wrong, David.
Conjoined Mums
that's
is a
like- that's
great
like-
album
that's
title,
like-
Matt Evans.
That's like mongrels spelt wrong. Conjoined Mums. It's my favourite album.
Yeah, man. Spangles.
Yeah, but
You spelled it wrong.
Why did we never release pushchairs as weapons? I still want the one to come out.
Because nobody can get a handle on it.
You can't remember that cover you drew?
Yeah, that was pretty horrific.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's true. Have you been to Asda on a Saturday morning?
Not sober, no.
I've never seen a bear.
Pushing a pushchair.
Exactly.
Bear, but it was. What is this? Is this like?
That's probably Tobermory again.
Gone wrong or what? And in the first pushchair, there was Mama Bear. What? What was she doing there?
It's that scene from The Shining with the bear costume.
I was on a call with my team yesterday, and our boss's boss was on the call, and all of a sudden, halfway through the call, she goes, "Shit, fuck! There's a bear in the garden. Get the dog in." And it was like, what? And she goes off camera, and she comes about 5 minutes later. She's like, "I'm really, really sorry about that. But there's a mama bear in the garden."
Mama Bear. Mama Bear.
Oh,
Eating
man.
a bowl of porridge.
She's up in, I think she's up near Lake Tahoe or something, and they've got like a nature reserve next door, and there's coyotes and bears, and
Yeah.
Yeah, a friend has that every week. He's in the Sierras. So
yeah. There's a mama bear in
Visions
the
of
garden.
scat.
There's a horrific YouTube story about a guy who's clearly deluded and decided that he could talk to bears. I can't remember his name. I'll look at. And
Only the
He would Grills, wasn't it?
no, it wasn't Bear Grylls, no. But he was alone with his wife,
Asked.
and he would stand like
Bear
next to the
asked,
river
yeah.
with the with the bear in the middle and be like to camera, all like a YouTubey thing that'd be filming it. So this bear does me, and this went on for a bit, and you could just see the bears were really like beginning to hate this. And one night, a bear literally came into the little camp with him and his wife and completely destroyed everything. And he had his camera somehow switched on in his bag, so you couldn't see anything, but you could just hear this bear basically mauling these two people. And the last thing he says, this is really wrong, mate, get the saucepan. It's literally like that. It's like, get the saucepan, get it off. And that was it. And this thing, I'll dig out the link. It's on YouTube. And
Wow.
Let's see that.
it's the movie Grizzly Man. Werner Herzog has a cameo in it because he helped him make the short movie.
Oh.
But they said they'll never release the audio and the video of the actual attack.
I've heard
because
the
it's
audio. Yeah, that's where the. Oh, unless they made it. But yeah.
They made a
Album
recreation.
title for the reunion. Shit, fuck, there's a bear in the garden.
Or get the saucepan.
Just get the dog.
Get the saucepan.
It's like the Crocodile Hunter. They'll never release the video of the stingray they got him. So
Yeah. Well, that's fair, dudes.
Ray Mears?
No, Steve Irwin.
No. That was it.
Yeah.
You'd be forgiven for getting it wrong tonight, there says.
Yeah, different time,
God.
different place.
Why
Yeah.
would you want to go and stick your head in a crocodile's mouth? I don't get it.
Why, what?
All these
Stupidity.
People, all these sort of these
Dentists?
strange people that. Okay, fair enough.
well, the Seminole
Yeah,
Indian
Manny.
guys down in Florida have whole shows about it where they rub the alligator and they put the head in the mouth, and it's a whole show for the public.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Or it ends up being a whole show for the public.
Until it bites your
Yeah.
head off. And then
Yeah.
Well, they probably drugged them, to be honest. So because they're dangerous as hell.
The high croc. Oh, man.
Oh, it's not a plan. Anyway. Yeah.
But I class that people like that and people who keep dangerous snakes and such like just they're all
You met my wife.
lunatics.
Have you got a dangerous snake?
Uh-oh. That's a loaded question.
Well, we heard the rumours back in the 80s, didn't we?
Wow, yeah. They need to
Do you know, he could open a
didn't
But the Plasticast proved
Yeah.
different.
He could open doors with it. Right? The ones with
In a
the round
doll's
handles.
house. Yeah.
The ones with the round handles. That's how
At
good he
least it
was.
gave us somewhere to dry our socks.
Yeah.
That's all.
They didn't call him Nelly for nothing, mate. Did they?
Carried the donuts around too. So.
Played the monosynth. Played the monosynth with no hands.
Yep. Chords with these hands.
Captain Tripod.
Yep. Yep.
I could tell you a story, but
His nickname was Coit.
Yeah.
What was that Elton John album that decided should be your name, Rob?
Oh, Regimental Sergeant Zippo, wasn't it?
That's it, Regimental Sergeant Zippo. That's brilliant.
Cracking hell.
Not Jake the Peg with the extra leg then.
No, that's
Robbie Puricelli or Regimental Sergeant Zippo.
Oh, sake.
You know, I'm actually going to go away one night, watch this back, take some drugs, and it will all make sense.
Right, well,
No, it won't.
It's never the same the second time.
Yeah, but it's
except
when
when
you
it's a tour, obviously, by Spongles.
It's when you start getting flashbacks.
Kent's playing a lament. I'm not quite sure what for.
This is a show straight from the Black Lodge.
Our lost youth.
Yeah. I was trying to see if I could play Dunkirk, but
That's a town.
How's it go? You hum it.
Do you know what?
Heavy metal.
I sat at the Clever Nova over the weekend, and I played this little ditty thing, and I can't remember what it was, and literally I was playing it, and I went, I don't know what that is. And Fiona goes, "Oh, what was that other thing you used to play?" I go, "What other thing?" She goes, "Oh, you know that little sort of like classic piece." And so she hummed it, and Fiona cannot sing. I think we could set up a competition where Fiona sings the theme to a famous song, and then we have to guess what it is.
Genius.
Because you won't guess what it is. I mean, honestly. She's the only person that can go out of key while singing the same note.
It's like atonal American Idol.
Right.
What, like my Pro 1 used to do? Oh, okay, that's brilliant.
Yeah, your Pro one was like sounded really good in comparison. Honestly. She was and she sang this thing, and I'm going, no, I have no idea what that is. And she went, oh, you know, and then no. So anyway, in the end, I go, right, try it again. Right, think of the song in your head, and then try again. She did it, and I went, oh, that's the what's it called? Turkish Rondo. She went, yeah, okay, that. I went, so I was going, what? Well, not with that sound, obviously, but that's not a good sound to use. Hang on. No. That, right? So I went, yeah. She goes, yeah, you used to play it all the time. So I started playing it. Couldn't remember how it went. I went, and what I found is, and this has occurred more and more, that when I had what we called the attack, everything I'd forgotten, and I have to relearn everything again.
Oh, nice.
But once I remember it, it then comes out, oh, right, okay. And suddenly I remember it.
Reconnects your synapses.
Yeah, it's literally like that. It's sort of like just redumping some of the damaged data.
Pulling the cables out of your modular. That's all.
Yeah.
Didn't you say you had COVID fog as well?
Well, it appeared to be. That's what it appeared to be. The latest thing that the doctors have suggested is they said, oh no, let's go back a bit. What's happened over the last 5 years? So I told them about looking after mum and everything like that, and they've gone, yeah.
PTSD.
Yeah,
PTSD.
Yeah, you're probably suffering from some sort of severe stress. Oh, cool. So do I keep taking the vitamin E? So.
But did you do COVID tests?
Yeah.
I know it's a dumb thing to say because a lot of people who've had COVID recently have complained about having brain fog.
Yeah.
And just not been able to sort of.
No, I got the
COVID.
I got the COVID in before we had the first lockdown. I got it in the December.
Right. And
it was sort of like there was at least 2 nights during that where I actually thought I was going to die. It was so grim. and it took months and months and months for that to sort of like go. You know, we sort of like wake up in the morning and go, actually, not one single part of me feels like shite. Cool. But then I'd always have these sort of like, well, go a bit dizzy for no apparent reason every now and again, or I'd go to Nelly, come here, because at the moment I can't remember what your name is. Come here, come to me, right? Because I was having problems, or I called the wrong dog the wrong name and stuff like that. And I'd have these little episodes where I'd go, whoa, and fall over. And Fiona was making notes of them. And but I must admit, I've been taking these multivitamins and concentrated vitamin C and this E3 and all this sort of different bits and bobs, and I have felt better, but there's still gaps. That every now and
kind
again,
of recent gaps or long-term memory. Or
yeah,
short-term
no.
memory?
It all seems to be relatively recent. Like on the show when Robbie turned to me and he said, "Oh yes, you bought the Arturia pack, didn't you?" And I've gone, "Did I?"
Oh yeah.
He went, "Yeah, you did." I did it. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
That sounds just like what happened to me when I had the stroke.
Yeah.
Exactly what happened, and I've still got holes now.
Yeah, well, they went down the stroke route, and they're going, doesn't really feel like, doesn't, don't think it's a stroke and all this sort of thing. So, okay, fair dues. So they're going, yeah, possibly a combination of stress and this and that and the other. And they're going, yeah. So it's taken quite a while then, because I think Mum died in, don't know, I can't remember which year, because all the years feel the same. Because it's all like shit like that. I imagine it's the beginning of 19. I think she popped her clogs in the early January.
But PTSD can kick in, a decade, two decades after. It's
Yeah, because they said about, do you find yourself doing anything and getting out of breath and everything? No, not at all. Right, this morning I got up at 8 o'clock and started. I can't believe I'm going to say this. And then went out and hoovered the lawn. I'm serious. I took the shark out into the garden and hoovered the lawn. You have to.
Well, it's AstroTurf, yeah.
Yeah, but you have to because of all the dog hair. I mean, it's just building up and building up and building up. So I hoovered the lawn.
Excuse me.
And it put lovely lines in it, like a cricket pitch when it's finished. And run around, do this, and then put down the the disinfectant down and everything like that to get rid of the pee smell. And run around, do this, then go in the workshop, get a couple of bits ready, and go, yeah, I've got no trouble with, the heart's fine, thanks, And so they think it's probably some sort of, delayed stress of some description.
Post-traumatic stress, or
something like that. Okay, really?
Got that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. They go, isn't that something that people used to go to a war used to suffer from? I mean, but there again, looking after Mum kind of was a bit like
certainly an uphill battle.
Yeah, just a losing battle. That's the only thing.
I think the war was the thing that made them diagnose it, because it became a thing that
it was
was recognisable.
Yeah.
But it doesn't need that level of stress.
No, it doesn't need to have it. Yeah,
it was always called shell shock, wasn't it? That's what they think.
Yeah. From the First World War.
From the Great War, they think that's what they called it. But what brought it to the fore was Paul Hardcastle's 19, wasn't it? Because that was the first time, really, that it was globally talked about.
Yeah, the post Vietnam.
Yeah,
post-traumatic stress and all that, and I've had my diagnosis of that for 19 years, and my shit goes back to mid-70s. So it can land. It take a long time. A long time to land.
Well, I mean, they reckon that the COVID fog that I've been having since 2020, really, on and off, some degree or level, has sort of like clouded out the whole memory loss thing as well, because they reckon it's all connected. But
I'm thinking Mask Another as well, isn't it?
yeah, exactly. So yeah, and it's just really weird. Where, I mean, in some cases it's nice. I mean, I watched a film that Fiona said I watched beginning of the year. I don't remember a single frame of it. It was great. I was able to enjoy it again. So,
I get that all the time. The missus says, "Oh, we're going to go watch this." All right, that'd be nice. And I don't remember a thing about. Well, we watched this a year ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do similar things.
It's
Yeah.
great, just a lot of the time you're sort of re-experiencing things. It's fucking
Yeah.
brilliant. Love it.
but so like before that, I can remember everything perfectly well. It's just the last couple of years has all sort of blended into one sort of congealed lump that you can't really separate anything out from anything.
Yeah.
So
Getting old sucks, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just?
It does indeed.
yeah,
I need to disappear. I might pop back in a bit if you're still around, but yeah.
quite likely.
If we're
I'm
still
sure
around.
you will be. I'll probably forget I've already been on. Hello, Jim. This is London calling.
Oh,
Nice one.
Oh, Jim,
interesting.
that hurt.
Him fucking
Yeah,
head
my ears are bleeding now.
that's a short set.
Are you at an EMOM or something? Where are you? Is it Stoke?
I'm going to mute myself. It's going to be too loud.
Where are you, Jim?
Where are you?
I'm at the EMOM in Stoke.
So yeah, I thought you might be.
Yeah, I don't think your phone mic is doing it any favours, because it literally sounded like the audience just applauded somebody moving a wardrobe.
Pretty much.
Reminiscent of that last gig we did.
Oh yeah, the coming out of the closet tour.
I'm probably going to look out anyway. I'll catch you later.
I didn't want to call it that.
Bye.
Yeah.
I'm going to say goodbye too. Catch you all later. Look
Bye,
forward to
Tom.
the
All right,
tour.
buddy.
We've got to do a bit more planning as well. But
Yeah.
Absolutely.
See you later. Bye.
Cheers, Tom. Bye.
See you, darling.
Yeah, see you.
Oh dear.
Coming out of the closet tour.
Yeah. Why
I
not?
didn't want to call it that. I
What
wanted
would
to
you-
call it Let's Go Shopping, but you wouldn't listen to me. You never do you?
Well, yeah, it was either that or the. Do you like this shade? Isn't it?
You're just so stereotyped. It's just wrong on every level.
No,
is
mate.
why
But it was
never
like
worked.
that in those days,
Straight up,
We've
straight
moved
up,
on.
straight up.
I'm,
I used to paint my fingernails. 81, 82.
I still do every now and
you
again.
look more
Every day.
gayer than me. It did my head.
I
in.
was wearing makeup in '82.
So was I.
Yeah.
The Pick Your Euphemism tour was too ambiguous, so
Yeah.
That's my
Like-
fault. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Well, it's
They
the,
didn't understand the word euphemism. I tried to explain it, but they just wouldn't have it. But they went with the word because they thought it made them sound clever.
Yeah. Well, we went with the word stereotype, and then we were really confused. We found the album was in mono.
I've got to dip out for a bit. I'll be back in a while.
Oh, mate. Cheers, mate.
Is that
See you
a
later.
euphemism? Oh.
confused
Sorry,
stereotype
my
and
man.
phenotype.
Sorry. No. Timing is everything. Got it wrong there.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
That's a nice chord.
So, what do you guys think of our next Prime Minister?
Which one?
Well,
Right.
when,
Exactly.
Fire.
when,
Or as I
when
said
you,
to somebody earlier on, shit sandwich, poop toast.
I like the one I saw on
I think
Facebook
you've been a
today.
bit polite there.
Just
The one on Facebook today was going, Richie Sunak, or what's her name? Nicola
Liz
Truss.
Truss.
Liz Truss, yeah. He
That
goes,
sounds like your pants are too tight.
yeah. He goes, it's the equivalent of being
got to face it, look.
75 and being in an old people's home, and then finding out that Jimmy Savile's visit has been cancelled, and then just as you're going to sleep, you can hear didgeridoos being played round the corner.
As if the Conservative Party were ever going to vote for Kimmy Badenoch. But
She
The-
was my
the least-
choice.
the
She
least
was
heard
fantastic.
of the least heard of, the most common sense. Actually, oh my God, make her prime minister, please.
Yeah, and an
Because-
engineer as well.
But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because they're also anyway.
I think it might happen in 2 years' time.
It'll be Rishi Sunak because
Yeah,
most of the
when they're
Conservative Party cannot
Yeah.
in
apply.
opposition.
You know, Liz Gussett or whatever she's called.
Actually, having spoken to a large number of Conservatives over the last few days, Liz Truss is leading Sunak.
How have you managed that? How do you surround yourself with Conservatives? What are you doing, Sussy?
Because
Oh,
I am one.
Oh.
Signed and paid up.
What? Oh. And we let you in the band.
I know.
Fuck's sake.
I kept it a secret. I mean, Kent said coming out of the closet.
Is this
That's
why
what
we
I've
couldn't
done.
call the backing singers the Corbinettes?
To be fair, he got the good drugs, so.
Yeah, but it was for balance.
Oh, yeah.
You know, can I just my coming out story is I was a member of the Young Conservatives. Why was I a member of the Young Conservatives? I was a member of the Young Conservatives because we get served beer when we were 16 years old, and we could play snooker till God knows when for free.
Yeah.
Even if the Conservative blimmin' member of Parliament, no, it wasn't though, the candidate to be the had his hands all over my arse and other bits. Whilst I was trying to
Sounds
play,
like a Tory.
You're well
whilst I was
suited to
trying
the
play
party
some-
then.
Get your bleeding hands off. So here's me now, decades later, suffering under the trauma of sexual abuse at the hands of a Tory candidate.
You mean looking
And I
back
just-
fondly?
I just said,
Or looking back fondling.
get your hands off me, bum.
I'm sorry, I did apologise.
I didn't. Well, yeah, all right, Saucy. No, you didn't. I just honestly that really did happen. You know, excuse me, get your hands off. Excuse me, I'm playing snooker. Piss off. Right. And was I traumatised? No, I wasn't. But that's just me because I just thought, stupid, dirty old man. Right. And that's the end of that. And but politically, I'm sorry, Sassy. You know me well enough to know that I'm not a Tory.
Yeah, I know.
not by any stretch. But
I don't hold
know,
it against you
you
too
know,
often.
Well,
Yeah, but the Tories do.
the Tories did. They had the it was.
Well,
Anyway,
your rationale
enough.
was the same rationale that I used to go to Sunday school. I was an atheist, but I wanted to play football and play ping pong
Yeah.
with me mates on
Why-
a
yeah,
on a
exactly.
Sunday morning.
Oh, okay. Because I got to play snooker for free. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was that, and people would you know, and you went to the bar, you ordered a beer, and nobody asked you if you were
Yeah.
16, 17, 4, didn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, so that was the Conservative club in Doncaster.
Don't ask,
if
don't tell.
anybody wants to know.
I was up in Doncaster last week, wasn't I?
You were, yes. You were walking distance from the bloody club that I got mauled in.
Doncaster Racecourse. It was.
It's a great facility.
It was an experience. I mean, I understand where the word trollop comes from now.
Well, you would.
And
But
the
that's
only
just,
thing-
that's just racing.
Yeah,
doesn't mean-
it's bizarre. I've
Yeah.
never seen so much
hate
crammed into so little.
I hate it. I've only been to racecourses a couple of times in my existence, and I loathe them with a passion. I absolutely hate it.
Yeah,
You know, because it's the upper class being absolute twats.
yeah.
And excuse me for saying it. The others being wanting to be absolute twats, and Newmarket Racecourse. I hated. I did some
Leave a mark.
casual work at Newmarket, and I just thought I loathed it. Oh, I went to a stag do at Chester Races, and it was just awful. And I never ever want to go anywhere near a race. Horse racing is just the worst kind of human beings on the planet. I'm sorry, it's just.
Yeah,
not-
I agree. Absolutely
not me
agree.
at all. But if sheep were playing there, that's fine.
Well, that's the only reason why I went. The
Of
only
course you
thing,
did, yeah.
the only thing that marred the whole experience was that I was surrounded by these very scantily dressed women who were shoehorned into outfits that were probably three sizes too small, and they were so enthusiastic they knew all the lyrics but none of the notes.
Genius.
And it was
Well, that was our second tour, wasn't it?
well, exactly, yes. It,
was all
but
of them.
apart from that, God, it was a fantastic concert. Oh, man.
I'm sure it was Ace.
That's what happens when you sing with a vocoder. Used to singing just with any notes whatsoever.
Well, if I'd had a vocoder with me, it would have at least made it sound slightly better than no. Well, yeah, I was going to say, I'll be polite. Those women. It was. Yeah, I actually had to move away from them.
You're not into trollops then, Sass?
No.
All right.
No, definitely not.
You'll never be elected Prime Minister then, will you?
Exactly.
I see David's wearing his prison uniform again.
I just
Orange
got
is
back
the new
from
black.
wearing town a minute.
Sorry, David.
You know, when I was a kid, my dad would tell me when I'd go out at night, all he'd say was, I don't care what you do, just don't get locked up. I never got locked up.
But you did an awful lot.
I would say that's quite a bar there.
Yeah, there's plenty of scope.
We gotta, yeah. Trust me, everything else had been covered in our family. That was all that was left.
Can I tell you why I got locked up?
Yeah.
I pissed against a tree.
Oh, for God's sake.
What kind of tree?
I have no idea what kind of tree it was. It was a bloody big tree. It was on a.
There's
it
got to
was
be
on
one there, Rob. Come on.
Green Boulevard in Cantley, Doncaster. If anybody wants to know, Green Boulevard. I'd come out of the,
And they actually
the pub
nicked,
at the end of
they
the road.
nicked
I
you
was
for
walking
it.
up the boulevard.
You're doing a good service, replenishing the nitrogen. You know,
Absolutely. I was busting for a piss, so I stood behind this tree, whipped it out, had a waz, and got a tap on the shoulder, going, "Now then, young man, what do you think you're doing?" My reply was, "What does it fucking look like?"
At least he didn't say, "Don't be stingy with that."
And which was probably the wrong reply, because he then dragged me 150 yards to the little police station on the corner of the road. There's this little box. It's all made of brick. It would look like
Crabtree.
It would look like a public toilet if it didn't say police on the top of it. So I got slammed up in there for having a waz against a tree.
And then spent the rest of the evening going around arresting dogs.
No, my dad had to come and get me, and the policeman just said, "Oh, he's a silly bugger," and that was that. You know, but honestly, you think, haven't these people got better things? No, yes, they have got better things to do, but they enjoy just embarrassing teenage boys whilst having a waz.
But
I bet you didn't do it again, though, did you?
Frequently.
Oh.
Just found a better doorway, right?
Have you ever been able to pee on a tree again since?
Yes, frequently. I have
Rose
not let
above
it. Because I think there's got to be some law somewhere written, somewhere deep in the Anglo-Saxon chronicles that allows you to waz against any tree of your choice.
No, I think it's only pregnant women who can legally pee in the gutter.
And the policeman's helmet.
And I think that dates back to the 1800s.
Well, that's even...
That's worse.
When the bars let out in North Beach in San Francisco, guys are pissing in every damn doorway.
Of course.
But you see, you go to
What are you
Amsterdam,
playing?
and they have those little things with four corners in, little holes, and you just go and stand literally in the middle of the street. Or they have those little spiral things that you just walk into, and you piss up a hole,
Yeah.
and it all just drains away.
It's some of the.
Ouch. Was that you, Robbie, or was that?
What is it?
What is
It's Gamelan.
Oh,
I love Gamelan.
that? You're under arrest.
Saw a live performance once at UC Santa Cruz. A real gamelan orchestra is amazing with the shadow puppets and everything. Real legit.
got him.
What are you doing? You got to be doing something.
Got you. Right, I'm going to fill me vape.
So how was your swim, Robert?
It's lovely.
Refreshing?
Getting off quick.
Yeah, it was great. It's like,
Did you
what
dog
more could
paddle?
No, I'm more of a floater, actually. I'm a very lazy person. Just float in the waves.
So what are you doing in Aberystwyth?
I'm doing a show.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, work takes me here, and it's been quite nice for the last few days. Not a lot of work. I mean, that's going to change tomorrow. But yeah, it's been a great time to not have a lot of work and be out of the heat of London.
Yeah, and Aberystwyth actually is quite nice.
Yeah, be able to jump into the sea every morning.
Yeah.
Which some people are calling me crazy for it.
No, good, good.
Stripping
God, no.
penguins bare.
It's got to be pretty cold water, right?
Well, 15 degrees.
Yeah.
That's
It's
cool.
like
That's alright.
like just now when it was 18, 17 outside, jumping in 15-degree water. It's like, oh, this is lovely. It's like coming out into some wind is the worst part.
Or put your head in, you get the brain freeze.
Well, I actually this time didn't dump my head immediately into the water. I decided with it being a bit more windy and colder, I should maybe try to avoid getting a cold immediately. My first week.
I used to try and train home when I played water polo at a pool we had at home, and it was just too damn cold. We didn't heat it, and I got many, many headaches from that.
I would love a private swimming pool. Just completely
Yeah, we're
impractical
spoiled
in
that
this
way.
country.
Yeah.
Well, if it's very shallow and you have a lot of or a big shallow end on the south facing side, and it's nice and warm.
But we got a chocolate lab at one point. He used the pool more than we did. He loved the pool. You just jump in randomly and just swim around.
Oh, I bet. My dog, my husky would love that.
Yeah.
All she's got is one of those little blue baby pools. She's happy. All right. Don't judge. I don't know. Maybe we might ban pools one day. We'll see.
Well, the amazing thing, we had the '89 earthquake, and the water sloshing out of that thing was insane. Big
Oh.
waves.
That'd have been cool to film it.
Yeah.
Seriously. You know, and it's the last thing you're thinking of, but
Oh yeah. Well, you think of the thing cracking and breaking the pool, right? So.
I'm trying to think. My wife was in, God, I should know this. Near San Jose, but in the mountains. God, I should know that area.
Oh, yeah.
She was right in the epicenter of one when she was.
The Santa Cruz Mountains is that's
Yeah, Santa Cruz Mountains. That's
Yeah,
where
right.
she was.
Yeah.
She right in the epicenter. Like,
So Loma Prieta
Like-
was the name of the place. But it was
Like-
pretty rough.
oh,
I
yeah,
actually
it
was at work when it happened, and I saw the asphalt rippling like waves of water.
yeah.
And the light
Wow.
posts
She
were
was like-
bending back and forth. It was insane.
She said the whole kitchen was just like glass and everything, and she found her young sister and just kind of grabbed her, you know, and they just
Yeah.
like hunked down. And
We were cool because we're not on landfill, but all that San Francisco stuff, they're all on landfill. It's just the worst. You get liquefaction
Oh.
and just you're asking for it.
yeah, that's nasty.
And people choose to live there. It's incredible.
Well, and the marina is a beautiful area, but it's built
Oh
on
man, it's
landfill.
gorgeous.
So-
It's really gorgeous. Oh,
I chose to live in Dusseldorf, and I didn't expect to be in an earthquake, but I was. And it woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and it was, what year was that, 1990? 1991, something like that. And it was, yeah, I was thinking, what's going on? There'd been workmen out in the street during the day with their drills, digging up the road, doing whatever workmen do in the road.
so you thought it was that?
I was thought it was that, but everything was it was shaking too much. I'm thinking, oh my god! Eventually, this realization, this is an earthquake, and all this happened within like 20 seconds,
Yeah.
and then it stopped.
Oh,
And
this
then
is
it
had
stopped.
more fun for
But I
us.
was at 2 o'clock in the morning, and actually, it was headline news. There had been an earthquake, and it measured 5.4 on the Richter scale. And if it had gone on for any longer than 20 seconds, it would probably have caused major structural damage right across the Rhineland area. But it didn't. It stopped, and then there was an aftershock the next night at about a similar time that was slightly less.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a really weird experience because actually south of Dusseldorf, south of Cologne, there's an area called the Eifel, which is an active volcanic area in Germany. You think, hang on a minute, active volcanoes in Germany?
Active, not really.
Yeah, it is. They've got
Just
hot
caldera,
springs and
like
stuff.
a steam vent. Yeah.
They've got steam. They've got hot steam. They've got hot spas and that sort of thing. It's not volcanoes spewing out lava everywhere, but it's actively volcanic, and there is a major fault line that runs through, and every now and again it shifts. It's quite well documented. I didn't realise it, but the people who are in Dusseldorf said, yeah, this happens. Yeah, every couple of years or so we get one of these.
I mean, most of central Germany is one massive volcano anyway. Vogelsberg. But Vogelsberg is basically all of central Germany. Hessen and Thuringen, and then Lower Saxony to the north, and bits of Baden-Württemberg and North Bavaria. That's all part of a volcano. Switzerland is even more fun because
it's a volcanic structure, but yeah, that bit, the Eiffel is still active.
I mean, it probably also
not in the way that say that around the Bay of Naples is active, but
or Iceland.
Or Iceland, yeah, quite.
The craziest was in the 70s. There was like a 5-minute earthquake in Alaska.
But Alaska's heavily volcanic, and the tectonic plates.
Well, we're on the Pacific Rim of Fire, so we're all Japan, California, Alaska. So it's pretty rough.
Yeah. I can remember one night in Switzerland where it was for 10 minutes shearing of the African and European plate. It was just a very weird, loud noise, but like nothing happening. You just hear this very weird shearing noise.
Wow. In Switzerland?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You wouldn't think that, would you?
Yeah, you'd expect mountains or something, wouldn't you?
The southern half of Switzerland is the African plate.
Is there a big? Well, I suppose there is, because all the Alps must be where it comes together.
The second row of Alps is all on the African plate.
Right.
But Basel famously burned down in the 18th century completely when they had a massive earthquake. One of the biggest earthquakes in Europe, I believe, ever.
Mm.
Yeah, we had one in Maryland. I was in a traffic jam, and there was a semi behind me, and we were all sitting still. I thought it was pushing up against me because, like, I was kind of bouncing. I was like, "What is that kid doing, dude?" And I was kind of laughing. I was like, "This is really weird," and it kind of went on. And then, of course, the text started hitting, like, right after it finished. I'm like, "Did you feel that?" I'm like, "Oh, dude, that was an earthquake." But we did lose some dishes, which I was really pissed about. We had this sloped kind of, old cabinets, and they all just... Yeah. But otherwise, it was fun. It was fun.
On that cheery fun note, I'm going to bid you all a good night and retire to my lazy bed. So I'll say, nice chatting with you, and we've got to work out how on earth we can possibly resurrect the Spongles, whatever they were.
Well, you need to resurrect Spong first.
Robert. We could do it, and don't forget, premiere tomorrow night, 9:30. Me at my EMOM in Derby, and followed by Jim doing his set at the EMOM in Derby. That is assuming, of course, that Pro Synth Network's finished. Well, actually, it'll happen regardless of whether Pro Synth Network's finished or not, because we've scheduled them now, so they're happening. We tried to put it in, Robbie. We tried to be considerate.
No.
So I will bid you all a lovely fun farewell, and see you all at PSN tomorrow.
Cheers,
See you
Andy.
later.
Cheers, mate.
Oh, dear.
I went looking for something and now I've forgotten what I was looking for. Story of my fucking life. No, it's gone. It will come back to me.
I really should have gone and got some beer tonight, but I'll wait until tomorrow night.
And he's back.
Oh God, I'm in the center now. That's.
Ooh.
with my orange.
Wow, you're surrounded.
No, like a bunch of goth. Oh god.
Getting flashbacks to the Brady Bunch looking at this.
Good God.
Can we scramble it again?
Let's rotate the board.
She's so pissed.
Be careful, Hans is.
She's kicked the shit out of hands. Oh God!
Yeah, somebody save Hans.
Will you stop hand jobbing hands?
Oh, poor Hans. Oh, they made up. That's nice. Okay. Whoa, what's happening?
Steady.
I've got my finger poised over the remove button just to save her dignity there. What's left?
How many
Look,
people
Hans
have
has
you
a big
got
smile
there
on
now?
his face.
You got 3 people watching.
What?
3 people watching? 3, 4? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, that's us.
It's nice that 6 of you get together and have a wee chat.
How many bottles have you had tonight?
Oh, 3 or 4. I don't know.
I had a thought earlier. You were talking about Fiona's singing, and I was just wondering if she's the Les Dawson of the vocal world.
Fuck Les Dawson. How dare you?
Sing the theme, right? Sing the theme to something, and we have to guess what it is you're singing.
I don't know.
All right. We'll take.
I don't know.
Nor do we.
No.
Not a clue.
Not a Danny
Do the
Miller.
Turkish rondo again.
The who?
Turkish rondo.
What's that?
The thing I did on the clapping
You-
yesterday.
Ken, you play it and see if she can sing it.
Yeah, you know.
I know one theme tune. I know one.
Not the
And it
thing, man.
goes- No, it's not Thing Man. It's
Do.
Suicide is painless. It brings on many changes. And
MASH.
and do it if you please.
Every night.
Has somebody put a
Every-
pitch bend on her?
Oh, we've got to try and auto-tune that.
Can we use her for the vocalist on the Spongles?
Absolutely, yeah. Backing vocals.
We didn't have auto tune in the 70s though.
No, we did.
What was it?
We used to poke it with a stick.
No, you just spend a lot of time tape editing.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of time.
Holding your finger against the reel as it spools round.
No, like you just do it on a separate 4-inch and then fly it in and hope for the best.
Shades of Minnie Rippert in there, wasn't it?
There isn't a computer powerful enough to run auto-tune on that.
No. It does. It can only do across 7 octaves, can't it? I mean.
Who have we got anyway? We got nice people. Are you
No.
nice people?
No,
Hello,
no.
Robbie.
We know Robbie.
Yeah. I drank your wine, by the way.
Good.
American.
You know
Who's
Matt.
that with the red dude? Oh.
That's David Slurjack. You know David.
He's the one with the pussy.
Cleo.
David.
You know. Cleo. Cleo the putty.
Yeah, it's on screen now.
Robert. You know Robert.
Yeah.
Sass is Hal. 9000.
Oh.
Andy,
Isn't
synth
that
addict,
Six?
but he's not here at the moment.
I didn't know that.
No, I'm here.
No.
I'm a V-synth.
Oh, he is there. Remember,
Matt.
he's the guy who likes videoing carpets. Yeah.
Well, because you guys enjoyed
Don't
it so
talk
much, I had to
about
keep doing it. You know.
We don't
was
talk
good.
about it.
We have got a
miss the
stair
carpets.
carpet. You would love to video. It has got things growing in
Oh, I'll put that on the microscope.
it.
Perfect.
Growing in it.
Oh, yeah.
It's got black patches. After I get my
I don't know if that's an
kitchen-
improvement.
Hopefully, I get my kitchen next week. After I get my kitchen, the stair carpet is the next thing to go. And then I will have redesigned the entire house.
Are you going to have another cattle and another taster as well?
Da-ba-da-da.
Cattle and taster to go in it. Into your catching.
Oh, kettle and
Cattle
toaster.
and
Yeah. Well, you're the one saying catching. I'm getting a new catching. You
Kitchen.
getting a new kettle as well?
That's kitchen. I said kitchen. Didn't I say kitchen? I said
Eventually, yeah.
Ken, how have you still got bollocks, mate?
Hey, this is nothing compared to Mum's dementia. Trust me, this is piss easy.
This moment brought to you by ethanol.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
I hope they do. I've bought a ticket.
I can't play a harp, so I'm in.
Why is it their young women don't come and say hello to their young people?
Do you know what?
Are they
You're
young?
really
Variety.
lucky that none of these people are senators or members of parliament, because they'll be in the House of Commons tomorrow putting forward a euthanasia bill.
Involuntary euthanasia.
Involuntary euthanasia. Thank you.
I have special pills for him.
Oh,
Why
here
did-
comes the Cialis.
Are you talking about the E3 vitamins or the Viagra?
You get a nice tan with the Viagra. It turns nice and red.
The Cialis, it works faster and lasts longer. So.
Yeah. What? Sorry?
Cleo.
Leo. Brow.
Oh, good God.
Man. My studio's the last bastion of sanity I have left.
You better get a bigger lock for the door then, mate.
Leo agrees.
Yeah.
That is so
I love
cool,
that.
isn't it?
She does so much wine. Oh, here we go. Part 2.
Cleo.
What?
Oh,
I couldn't name what theme tune I was doing.
MASH.
Didn't name the theme tune.
I said
Su-
mash.
suicide is painless.
Yeah, because you were singing the words, you twonk.
Oh, they got it right then.
Yes,
that
because you were
popular in
singing
the
the
UK?
words.
Yeah, well.
You can sing anything you want if you're singing the lyrics as well.
Time will pierce my skin. It doesn't hurt when it begins, but as it works its way on in.
To be fair, it's not that bad.
Ken, have you got a fire extinguisher in the bedroom tonight?
It's about the 10th time I've had tears coming from my eyes through laughter. Jesus.
Oh, mate, you wait until she's really drunk. Oh, my God.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's still going on. Mind you, it drowns out the voices in my head. I only have the normal amount. I'm not mental or anything. Good God, woman. So, Robbie, play
Yes.
something. Play something, for fuck's sake.
Oh, I've turned it off now.
What? You're sitting in the studio with stuff turned off.
I know.
All mine is.
I
Rarely goes on, to be honest.
Studio?
When I turn my studio on, like,
The rest of the village goes dim.
a bit of a brownout. No, but so like the amps come on and the mixers come on, but the instruments don't. Obviously, it's all like Alexa'd. But I sat here on Monday thinking, oh, it's so fucking hot in here because I've got two computers running two screens, and then I realised I've got all these amps and mixers. Oh, fucking hell, turn all these fuckers off.
Yeah.
So, what have we got?
You're downed, as it were.
Is it this one, or is it this one, or is it that one?
It's one of them.
What's going on? Oh, it's this one.
Is that an Uno synth or Craft?
Oh. Is that your freak?
That's my little freaky deaky.
It's a really big sound, isn't it?
It is.
That's got to get us copyright strike.
Yeah.
Fiona's singing again.
That's very sort of formant.
Yeah. How much are one of these freaks then?
Is it a microfreak?
Yeah, it's this thing. The white one with the microphone.
You got the white one.
Sounds like
Should we
a
try some vocoding? Oh, hang on. Oh, fuck's sake. Get over. Jesus.
All right, top of the pops going
There
on.
you go.
It's one of those documentaries, isn't it?
Bear attack next.
Shit! Fuck!
Get the saucepan.
Right, hang on.
Oh, they've gone up in price.
Really?
I know.
Yeah, a little bit.
Tom are doing one for $279. Gear for Music 310.
$279 for that for that kind of sound.
Yeah, Scan have got one for $274. Gat $299.
Oh, it's
Jesus Christ!
Juno $272.
Should get one
That's
from here.
really
Bit of fun.
good. It's excellent. Wow.
Is there any difference between the vocoder edition and the normal Microfreak apart from the microphone?
Let's turn this off. No,
is white.
one is white, one is black, and you've got this. Hang on, I'll do this again here. A roving camera.
So you've got the white one.
Yeah, you got the white, but the graphic here is different. But no, essentially it's exactly the same thing. What they didn't tell you all when they released the original one was that, because obviously the white one comes with the Stork mic, but it has this TRRS plug on there. And what they didn't tell anyone when they launched the original one was that headphone socket is also a microphone socket. So all you need to do is plug a microphone
and
put TRRS. Yeah. And then that goes in there. Of course, on the back of that is an extension of the headphone socket.
Yeah.
So it was all there from the get-go. And then all they did was they released the white one with the gooseneck and said, hey, everyone, you can update your firmwares and everything, and you get exactly the same machine, except if you want the benefits of that, you can buy the gooseneck separately, or you can just plug in your own shit. So exactly the same.
But pre-planned right from the
Yeah, I
start.
bought the adapter for mine first, then I like the cute gooseneck, so I bought that separately.
Yeah. It's such a, I've got small synths, and I've even the Uno, which I think is a lovely, the Uno Pro. This is such a big sounding small synth.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah.
I sold mine, but it's still cool.
And if you use the touch plates, the expression is great.
Yeah. And look, witty.
Wow.
Yeah, because you've got these because obviously it's a capacitive thing, but you've also got this
touch strip
ribbon there, and then you've got all these other little buttons here for the arpeggios and stuff. So let me find something. And then you've got the spice button, which gives it a little bit of extra oomph. I can't do this, but there you go. Look at that.
I'll do it.
That'll do it. Oop. Let's try this. And then you got the dice mode, and I can't see him with my glasses on. Look. I'm so ready for this, aren't I? So prepared. Oh, that's better. Yeah, so you get different patterns. So yeah, shut up. So the spice button and the dice button and the bend button relate to the strip.
Right.
Which is just there. So if you want to change the spice level, and if you can see on the screen, so you've got the little chili, and as you wipe through, it fills the chili up. Showing you the amount of spice you're adding to your... It works better on some patches.
What is the spice?
It kind of gives it
just
a bit
like
more...
filter sweet
Yeah,
or something?
I don't know the exact... I haven't really sort of looked into the... So let me see if I can...
It's kind of like a swing thing.
So that's maximum spice. So it's kind of, it's something to do with the filter, I think, but... And then dice just randomizes a whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really good fun. And it's paraphonic, of course, and monophonic.
It sounds a lot better than it looks.
Looks pretty cool in person though. Looks a little nicer. I thought the black one was a little nicer.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's a really fun little thing. I just got a little bored with it, but I thought it was really cool.
Seems to be an awful lot of synth for the money.
It is. It's got the whole mutable instruments in that. Of course, I've got flat, so I don't know. Oh, it's like one of those things that, you went back 30 years ago, and that thing's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, it's a cute little piece.
I'll just take off the...
Cool thing is too, if you're not a modular person, you can still get some of those oscillators they added in software.
Yes.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah, because these are all... what's
Noise engineering?
That's the one. I forget, what's her name? I can't remember her name now.
Platts.
No, the developer's name.
Oh, Emily. Mutable Instruments.
That's mutable. That's it. Aren't they mutable, please?
I mean, there's both.
No, they have mutable in there, but the other ones are added by Noise Engineering. It's a husband and wife team.
Gotcha.
Yeah, those are good too. I actually like the virtual analog one a lot. I remember. Had a real good tone. Yeah, you're right. Noise Engineering gets some nice ones.
They're cool people, and they also donate to bat conservation, which is always nice.
And wasn't there I saw something recently that because you can take the panel, so you got this, you got the keyboard, you can actually take this off. It's not like a feature so much, but you can kind of dismantle it and do some other stuff with it. I saw something crazy where they've put it in something, and yeah. But I like it. I need to find a better home for it because it just sort of sits there. I need to start playing with this Essence FM a bit more. Getting into that.
Have they updated that in a while?
Last update was May.
Oh, okay.
So they
cool.
sort of do everything. Every few months they'll do something, and
just to mention that French journalist guy. So.
Yeah. And that's all playing on the touchscreen. Which is also velocity sensitive.
Was Simon saying at that Synthfest you had the guy with the 8-operator controller, the FS1R controller?
Oh yeah.
Is there a video for that? I gotta go look for that.
He did put some videos up.
Cool.
I think he's got one left. I think he's kept his one, and he's got one left because he did build a few.
It's like $3,000 or something like that. Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, for the amount of work, it's being built by one person. It's a reasonable price.
Oh, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So.
But having that as a commercial product would be nice, but that ain't ever happening.
I mean, it's total. I mean, it's not overkill, but it is total overkill because it is literally almost not per function.
Does D-Tronic still make the Jellyhouse take off?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the DT7? Yeah, they've no, but haven't they? Weren't they clearing those out? Sorry, my cable's all. They were doing a sale recently. They were clearing some out. I don't know whether that's because they're not selling them anymore, but the only problem with the DT7 connected to a DX7 is that it's not like something you can hold the cord down and start messing around with the sound, because you have to then replay the cord to get the sound. So,
well, that's one issue with the Systex implementation of the DX7.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and it's the same with the D50 with PG1000. You need to.
Yeah, there are a lot of editors like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's more just for processes of the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also, if you use a front panel on a DX, some parameters will not live update. So envelope times won't live update. Whilst you're tweaking them, even if you're in a stage that you should in theory be able to update. Most other things from front panel do seem to live update.
But I heard it's only good for the two DX7s, not for the TX802, right?
There should be.
There were some features that didn't work in the TX802 because of architecture or something.
Well, the
Mark
II.
Right?
Well, the TX802 has a Mark II engine, but the way it's implemented is different from the Mark II DX7 because it's 8-part multi-timbral, and then that splits away, from your chips away at your 16-note polyphony, whereas the Mark II DX7 was bi-timbral, and that was it. So you could either have 16 monotimbral or 2 8s.
So DT7 would still be worth it with the TX802?
Yeah, you should be able to get something out of it. It might not be fully compatible. Certainly, if you're messing around with the basic stuff, but it won't do anything like. I don't think you'll be able to mess around with the fractional scaling stuff because fractional scaling is exclusive.
On the website, it does say that it's compatible for 802 with D-Tronics.
Yeah, well, Wagyu is saying that it works in real time on the 802.
Yeah, because that was obviously a later implementation. But the 802 and the DX72 have a bunch of stuff that the Mark 1 DX7 doesn't have, and so there's going to be stuff missing on the DT7 that you won't be able to directly play with, like the fractional scaling. There won't be sort of dedicated controls for that. But for the basic programming stuff and getting you in places, it'll work. But,
that's cool.
To be honest, you'd be just better off using a software editor. Really.
Yeah, but then you got to map knobs to that if you want the full hardware.
Well, if you want,
you're still mapping.
Yes.
I'd really more want what Sazin was on about the barrier style. General other style encoder with LED ring around it, and then a two-way Systex that requests at first, when you can actually see what they are. Because if you have 150 knobs, suddenly that, depending on the algorithm, are very important how they're interconnected.
I have a couple of VCRs I could do that with, I suppose.
I mean, if you have VCR, can't be that terrible for it, since it's just a grid of a DT.
Yeah.
So when Manny programs the Reface DX, he uses that spreadsheet thing, and he just tab value, tab value, tab value, tab value, and he programs. That's how he programs it. It's just like crazy.
The Reface app is pretty cool too. The little app where you can and do it basically with just a cable, or even I think it's not wireless, but with a cable. Yeah. Very simple.
Yep.
Even the CS that has no storage, you can just hook your phone to it, and send stuff over.
CS doesn't have any storage?
The Reface CS.
Oh, that's right. CS doesn't.
Yeah, it's a live baby.
Yeah. I went with my little Reface DX. I know I went and grabbed about 20 sounds.
There's some good ones on there. Yeah.
There's catalogs of sounds people made.
Yeah.
Got some really cool ones. Yeah, it's a really cool. And I wish it had a few more, but it's okay. I still love it. You know. But yeah, really cool. That app is really cool.
Is it just me? Hang on a sec. Oh no, it's still there. Sorry, I thought I couldn't find the D-Tronics website.
Yeah,
but it is there.
Oh God, I'm on that thing every like couple months. I look at the controllers.
DT7 buy now.
Buy now.
No, it's
1300
out of stock. But
oh, it is. Yeah, at stock. They did have, so they had a whole pile of them.
Thank goodness.
I mean, presumably it's a decent chunk of money that is in there, but they probably had too many lying around they needed to shift before.
There was a
another
used
run.
one in good shape for like 7, and I missed it.
Yeah, I see the refaces used sometimes with, including the D-Tronic stuff.
Oh, yeah, that little Reface DX one looks kind of cool too. The little overlay thing with the knobs.
Yeah, that sits at the top.
Yeah, that's clever.
Does the D-Tronics thing go into the MIDI port? Is that where it goes? Where does it connect?
Yes, so. Well,
I
certainly
think
with
it does,
with
right?
the DX7, it
So then it would take your MIDI port. So if I was connecting it to something else, can I go through the D-Tronics?
Well, I would assume they put a MIDI version in it.
In the D-Tronics? Yeah.
I mean, that would be a reasonable assumption that, well, if I were to design something, it would plug in directly with the mini DIN.
Yeah,
and then you would have a proper DIN pair at the back of the D-Tronics.
Yeah, I would hope so, because I clocked that little looper in the DX, which is relatively tight, and I'll clock it to my Eurorack, and then I can do little loops on the reface. It's really limited, though. You can't
I wish it were an independent looper though, because it takes up your voice. You know.
It's really
You can't have a different patch while it's looping, which kind of sucks.
No, you can't. And the other thing you can't do is loop the auxiliary sounds coming in. I tried that.
Why not just use the looper pedal?
Well, it's an all-in-one box, right? Just to be convenient.
It's still really interesting, and you can loop for a really long.
Yeah.
So what's the on the Reface DX? Does it have traditional MIDI as well as USB MIDI?
I think it's TRS MIDI. Yeah, little guys.
Yeah, it's the TRS.
Because I'm just looking at the.
No, I thought my mini didn't because Yamaha is awkward.
No, I just.
Oh, that's right. There's a dongle. That's right. There's a mini
dongle.
breakout.
Yeah, you do the little
breakout to in-out with
Yeah.
5 pin. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
Same they
because
had
the
on the
units-
QYs and other stuff.
Right.
I
So I
got
guess-
so many of those now that it doesn't even I got pedals. They do, with that
I keep
stuff.
losing them.
I'm just trying
It's
to
like
see
a
how.
DIN 8 from a Mac, that kind of DIN 8 cable that goes to the 2 DIN 5.
Yeah, like what you used to have for serial on a Mac.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not ideal, but that's the only reface
I
I
just
really
don't want to
like.
misplace it. I lost. I had to rebuy one. So.
I wish they would make those other, the other refaces with memory too. Now, though, it's a little, kind of a bummer. Once you have the memory, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. The piano one's nice, but it never goes on sale anywhere. So.
No, they're hard.
Just trying to see how. Oh, there it is. Gotcha.
I would love to have the whole collection. Now.
And they have a sneaky mode too. You go to like a debug mode, and you get a full grand piano sound.
Yeah, that's in the CS, I think. Yeah.
You cold?
I'll probably get the CS eventually. It's just a matter of time.
You know, I won't get the organ, even though it's cool. I'm not a real organ guy, so. You know.
Oh, but it has the really fit Yamaha organ sound in it for all the time you looked at.
I mean, it's clever looking. The big boy of that is nice. I played with that at a store.
What the really Yamaha organ
The
is based
YC something.
What? Yeah, that YC.
Yeah, that's
on.
pretty
Of the
cool.
modern combos.
I thought about that one too. That would have been really cool.
Does it also have an emulation of the shitty Yamaha YS organ in it?
It's like Farfisa, Yamaha, a bunch of different things.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, the Yamaha sound is just so nice and shitty. I mean, how can you make a Farfisa sound high quality? I'll put it next to Yamaha.
Yeah, well, I got a YC45 in the garage. Fucking thing, it weighs a ton.
Jesus. I mean, but for Visa Professional range, they were also overly heavy for some reason.
Yeah. Mind you,
They look really similar.
well, I thought a CS80 was heavy until I moved that GS1. Holy shit on it.
Right,
That's a
weights in it.
lovely piece of furniture.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
And now
With
it's
a
the
bit-
world's heaviest MIDI controller.
So
It won't budge in an earthquake. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it output the polyphonic aftertouch over the MIDI? Or...
You're hoping, aren't you? What it does, there's a MIDI kit in it, right? And it's this Yamaha supplied one. And basically what they did is they just pulled all the plugs on the keyboard
Put it in between.
and connected the MIDI kit to the keyboard. So all it does is communicate to notes on, notes off.
Oh, is the aftertouch not done by some sensors in the keyboard? It's done below.
There's all different circuitry, and the MIDI goes nowhere near it, ever. It's really very, very basic MIDI, you know.
It's like my SX240, just note on, note off, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
And modulation. So.
Yeah. So it just interrupts the between the keyboard and the computer. Literally, it's just an
Which is
additional
one of
path.
the easiest way to do MIDI.
Yeah,
The common Juno 6 MIDI retrofit is just that, putting a
Yeah.
board in between there.
If there was a lot more of them available, it'd be really worth it. But I don't know. So the bloke's messing around with 3 of them. I mean, if he's got 2 working ones, what the hell does he need the card reader working on this one? He might as well just keep it for parts, to be honest. So, so many.
Who has 3 GS1s apart from like David Page and
No, this guy
Steve
does.
O'Hara?
This guy does. The interesting thing.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
not Ty, is it?
No, it's not Ty. No, but what is interesting about it is that when you drop down the main boards, and they got those white ceramic ICs, 40 leg ICs.
Really expensive.
Yeah, unobtainium. But there's about 48, 50 of them in there. It's just mad. It's like, well, if you can't find one, you're in right trouble.
So is there custom when that came out? Custom ICs?
Everything in it is.
Yamaha
well,
always made custom.
No, there is some TTL and there is some CMOS. Not a lot. It's just basic, op amps and stuff like that. The rest of it is just either their own proprietary custom stuff or mystery meat. Where they've made up a board and then dipped it in resin and put a code number on it that means nothing to anybody.
Wow.
And stick it in there and go, yeah. And then when you look at the schematics, there's these areas that are dotted lines. And it goes, this is where this chip goes. And it doesn't do anything. Oh, it's all mystery.
Obfuscation, yeah. Right.
Yeah, and it's just all these little Bermuda triangles all over the service manual.
Yeah, but, I mean, Yamaha's done that before the GX1. And,
yeah.
That's why.
I think a lot of it was based on just, IP protection and stuff
Well,
like
yeah,
that.
and ARP did it all the time, Korg did it early on.
Yeah.
But they use
So-
good sealed pots and all that stuff, right? So it's all like good shit.
Yeah, I mean, the actual quality of the machine is insane. It's one of the reasons why Yamaha would never make a CS80 again, because it would just cost them too much money to build.
Yeah.
Proper top of the range instrument.
Mm.
But they make acoustic pianos that are proper top of the range craftsmanship.
Yeah, but I think because so many synthesizers can do more, lighter, more portable, the market isn't there.
Do you have to
people
recap those a lot too, or do they use good caps that last longer?
What, the GS?
Or the CS80, yeah.
Oh, the CS80, it's full of tantalums.
Tantalums, yeah, okay.
Yeah, those tantalums, I mean, buggers.
I mean, well, they either work or they blow up. It's nice and easy.
Yeah, it's true enough. But when you've got them when they're in line, so that if it blows on one key, all 61 keys don't work, and you've got to guess which one has gone. Because sometimes they go bang, but no indication that they've gone. You're going through it, and they go, yeah, but every one of them is short. So what you do is all 61 out they come.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of reason for recapping. A blanket recap is just like, well, there's so many that are broken or half broken. Just get rid of them all.
Oh yeah,
and never deal with it again even for the next 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, you just put some, 2.2 UF standard electrolytic capacitors in it. sorted, done.
Yeah, but
But it's
really, we have that.
such a shitty job. It really, really is. Because on the back of the board, there's just hundreds and hundreds of solder points, and you go, right, which ones are the caps again? Because they all look the same. You know, I can work out where the chips are, but then there's mass of resistors bent over, so they're the same width between the 2 points as the Tautalum caps are. So everything looks like it could be one of the legs of a Tautalum. So you're just going around, and then there's resistors and diodes falling on the floor, and you go, no, it's not them. Keep going, keep going. Oh, I got one! Yay! 40 pieces have been removed, but I got one tout out of it. Yeah, it's a nightmare. But
my favorite restoration is that website with the Hammond Nova cord that was trashed. That's now beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much work.
Over one that Phil Carrocco did.
I forgot, it's a website, it's Novacore Restoration, whatever.
Yeah, I think it's Phil Carrocco of DiscreteSynthesizers.com.
And the sounds it got out of that thing are just gorgeous.
Right, this should warm. I hope this is warm. It hasn't been on for a while, and you should really turn them on every now and again. I doubt if it makes any noise. Absolute fuck all. Okay. Depends what it's plugged in.
If we try turning it off and on again.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something there. Oh yeah. There's something there. There you go.
Can we please have some reverb? It's hurting our ears. CS80 without reverb.
We need shitloads of reverb on this boy, don't you worry. It's coming. I'm going to put some black hole on it. Right, okay. Wow, that's a lot of background noise.
There you go. Finally.
Just call up Arturia.
You'll be able to hear what that really sounds like tomorrow.
Are there some samples or?
Yeah. There's a well, I say an official. There was a sample CD that was knocking about many years ago that I managed to convert. Thing is, it's just when I heard Scott playing that patch, he was just going like this, and every note was different. There was a different quality to the timbre. It was just like plucking a guitar string repeatedly. You never get the same timbre. You get the same note. It sounds like, it's a G or whatever, but it's never quite the same. It's just mind blowing. But this obviously is just.
Was it round robin samples or some kind of?
No, gosh, no. This was an old Akai sample CD. From
I mean, you
years
could
ago.
try doing some nearest neighbor round robin programming.
Yeah. But these don't. These samples don't. They didn't. They just sat there and went, give me that, give me that. I mean, they're nice enough. And the thing is, what they've done is, because the VP1 has these elements, and some voices use all three. No, four. There's four of them, isn't there? I think it's four elements. They have sampled each element, so you can then load them up and then play them together, which is what I'm doing here. Yeah. But there's nothing else. There's just the single samples, and there's no aftertouch or anything in them. It gets you close-ish.
I mean, have you ever used the Madrona Labs Cavo, or what is it, Madrona? I think their physical modeling plugins.
No, I haven't. I haven't got into modeling plugins really. I wanted to get what's the AAS Chromophone. That sounded quite nice. But I just wish I'd love Yamaha, because I'd love them to watch tomorrow's show and hopefully see how people's minds are going, whoa, and then go, yeah, let's release a VP1 plugin.
Well, how long has that Prophecy one been out? Is that a recent thing?
Yeah, it came out last year, didn't it?
Okay, so that took them a while as well. Yeah.
Well, it took them a while. I don't know how long it took to develop it, but I have to say the 1.5 update has got it supremely close to the hardware, because the original release was a little bit off in certain places. The models weren't quite there, and they took it on board and they did 1.5, and now it's very...
Which is weird, because you'd assume they would have their source code and could put it into some interpretation layer to
One would
make their life simple.
One would assume, but
one would assume they try not to reinvent the wheel and actually having to re-engineer it, or re-engineer the modeling.
It'd be nice to see if they do a Z1 as well with the extra models in there. I almost bought a Z1 expansion board the other day, but I missed out. Give me 18 voices.
I've never seen that. There's an expansion board?
Yeah.
Oh man.
So the original Z1 came with 12 voices,
I wonder
and
if
then
mine came with it. I should check that out. Mine already have it in it.
Well, they did actually do. I think it was like post-factory stuff, where they would a bit like some dealers used to do grey matter boards in DX7s. They'd put them in store and then sell them as grey matter, in a Yamaha box.
Oh.
But there is a Korg Z1 EX. I have seen some for sale with their original boxes and an EX on the label. I can't remember if it was stuck on or whether it was printed, but they did sell a few as the X, the EX version, which then gives you the 6 extra voices. So you get 6 extra DSP chips on there, and it's.
If you want the fun physical modeling software, I put it in the private chat. Everyone has Kaivo.
I look at what Manny's doing and what there you go, what Thor is doing with the VP1 in America, and you look at the editing and think, my head hurts just looking at it. It's very complex stuff. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I mean, you just start somewhere, and
well, you start with a preset, don't you? And you go backwards. And you find, what does that do? Just to have the chance to sit with a VP1 even for an hour, but that's just never going to happen.
But also, most of the physical modeling is actually it's all in sections. Like you have your original exciter, then some form of resonator, and then some shaper maybe behind it. So,
but the way the VP1 does its modelling is different to say the VLs.
Slightly different. It has a different original generator.
Yeah, it's just like an impulse sort of thing. Because I think, as Manny he'll explain tomorrow, the VP1 is like the 5% of the processing power is on the exciter, and 95% is all on the resonance, whereas on the VLs it's kind of the other way around. Like 90%.
Because why the VL makes a lot of sense for fluids or something, which is just a tube resonating.
Yeah.
With very boring excitement.
So the VL was first, right?
No, I think technically
Really? The VP was first?
the VP was first.
Wow.
And then they
dumbed it down.
Well, no. They kind of were doing it in tandem, and the VP was kind of getting close, but the VL was a lot cheaper and a lot broader in its palette. And I think a lot of people just didn't get the VP1 at the time.
Well, I mean, also a lot of people didn't get the VL1, but
exactly.
They were hoping.
But,
might be a bit too long reverb, Kent, for that.
Gents, I'm ducking out.
All right, mate.
I will catch up with you. Well, I'll see you. I'll watch the show tomorrow.
Cheers, Matt.
Take care.
Take
See
it
you
easy.
all.
Bye bye.
I'll probably duck out for a moment and have some din-dins in the shower.
Mm-hmm.
See you later.
All right, then, buddy.
Cheers, Robert.
See you, Robert.
I was bidding on a Korg Prophecy yesterday and missed
Get
out
it.
by £5.
Oh, sucks.
Pisses
I'll
me
have to ask Jason at the Centre for Computing History. He'd got one for sale for I think $250, but I'm not sure. He got it up when we were there at Synthesized, and he'd like put a whole bunch of stuff like an Atari ST, which I was really tempted by, and then next to it for $250, I think he had this Korg Prophecy, and it looked it was working, and it looked in good nick. And then I've considered it just as like a backup, as a spare.
Well, mine was cheap. It was only 300. So.
Yeah, they just sound interesting.
Oh, they're incredible. The difference with like the Prophecy and the VLs is that the VLs really focused on acoustic modelling,
Yeah.
whereas the Prophecy hedged its bets.
Well, the Prophecy just used, a couple of, I think 3 TI DSP chips.
Yeah, something like that.
It wasn't overly sophisticated.
No, but it kind of it hedged its bets, and it could do the analog modelling as well as the acoustic modelling.
Yeah.
And so at the time, 95, everyone was wanting genuine analog. Nobody was making it because they kind of they threw it all away, and they're all making digital stuff. And Korg kind of thought, do a bit of analog modelling in there as well, and it does analog modelling brilliantly.
Yeah.
But then the acoustic stuff's pretty incredible.
Kent, no offence, can you just turn the volume down on the keyboard just a touch? I know my hearing's screwed, but I just struggle to hear people talking.
Yeah, the Prophecy and the Z1, the horn fall off stuff always cracks me up. It's a great sound.
The what? Sorry.
The horn falls.
Oh yeah, I mean that was one thing. That's one thing that the original Prophecy software kind of fell down a bit on. Was it wasn't doing some of those very distinctive. I'm just trying to find it. Where is it? Where are we? Korg. What does it begin with? Oh, K. There we go. Can I see a K? Oh, there it is.
What a silly bunt, right?
Yeah, indeed. Keyboard Bollage Boxwood. I read it in the colour supplement.
Exactly.
That one. So, come on. I'm doing too many things here. There we go. Kent, is that very stereo?
Very.
Good.
Yeah.
That's working then. So, your microphone's not working, mate. No. You turned yourself down.
You turned the mic down, not the keys.
No, now we've got hissing. We're gone. No,
No.
we've got hiss. Got lots of hiss. And now we've got
That's even more hiss.
especially through the reverb.
That's more hiss than Clio.
Yeah. So yeah, trumpet. That's quite quiet, isn't it? Why is that quiet?
Where did Cleo go?
Is that better?
There you go.
Yeah.
Such great stuff.
But it's real.
Yeah.
And then if you use Mod Wheel 2 and you bring it all the way down, then it's controlling the amount of air So then you bring it up. He says, "What the hell's going on with this thing?" Oh, there it is. And then the amount of air affects how the bending works as well. So it's very clever, and it really does do that whole, you know.
The only thing that
acoustic
rivals
model.
that is the SWAM plugins. They're amazing.
Yeah, yeah. And then of course with the trombone, and you've got the ribbon, which acts as your slide. But again, the same with the pitch bend on. So I'm trying to do a pitch bend with a fucking.
I can do some Dixieland.
But then when you get to, sorry, go on.
If you had a Hydrasynth, you'd have a decent ribbon controller in front of you.
I would. Literally, I could just go over there and use the real fucking thing. And that's another thing I wish they would have done with this plugin, is make it a native editor for the hardware.
Yeah.
You can zap SysX backwards and forwards. So if you program something on one, you can zap it over, but you can't use it as an editor, because the editing screen on this is so much nicer than using that little 2-line LED.
So you can't run automation or anything.
No, you can't use this as like a live editor. If you program a patch on the software, or you program a patch on the hardware, you can save it out as SysX and then just send it.
But that Dex Ed or Dex, whatever it's called, doesn't do live, right? You have to send patches.
No, exactly, yeah.
Sounds good.
Is it me or is it quiet? It sounds a bit quiet.
That works for me.
Maybe it's just my monitors. Oh yeah, the Korg 700S on this. Because it responds to aftertouch as well. And then we should go up an octave.
I think Robert's got an actual 700S, doesn't he?
I know Ian has. Ian's got an original.
I've got a lovely one here.
Oh,
the ring mod on it. It's lovely.
Let me have it.
It's such a delicious little keyboard. It really is.
I wonder if it's this.
Your mic's gone quite a bit
Yeah.
quieter again, Kent.
Is it?
Yeah.
Of course, then you got famous sounds like
Booyah.
That's better.
Cool.
Must recognise that.
Sorry, Prometheus. Continuing on the Spongles theme. I seem to recall from my college days that the Lillettes used to make an appearance during Rag Week.
That's just awful.
Ba-doom.
Oh God.
That's terrible.
That's it.
Oh.
That's good. That's good.
Where's the other one?
Nothing like a good play on words.
Yes.
Oh, that's better. What's that patch called? Better Out Than In?
Outback, actually.
Oh, right, there you go.
Didgeridoo, yeah.
I love that bass sound.
Yeah.
One of my favourites, which is very famous, is this one. I can't remember how to play the riff now, but Smack My Bitch Up.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember how the riff goes now, but then it does these kind of weird things like which is just great.
Different.
Because the harder you play it, it gets really angry. But if you play it gently,
it's like a pissed off whale.
It is such. Other thing is getting into it. Is
walking on a hedgehog.
Do you like that sound?
Then you have
Like that?
the bass guitars are quite nice.
That's a very famous one, yeah.
To meet her in the house.
Or Tangerine Dream.
Yeah.
Oh, this one is good.
I'm going to have to keep an eye out for another prophecy then.
Oh, they put that in monophonic. As the air comes out of the bag,
Yeah.
it's brilliant. Yeah, you could. It's just. This is definitely one of those prize from my cold dead hands.
Yeah.
The one thing I don't like is they had that built-in IEC cable for AC instead of just using an adapter. It makes it less portable, less useful. You want to put it on DC sometimes and take it somewhere, you know.
Yeah, because it's just got kettle lead, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just AC straight in. It's like, it's kind of weird. It probably adds more noise possibilities too, right? Having that power supply in there.
Yeah, it's easy enough to mod though.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin the original stuff if I can. So, keep the value.
Prometheus, you're evil. You are evil, man.
Oh, somebody went. Who went?
David.
David.
He's probably
Sounds
worked
quite
out that his daughter's probably been reading the chat or something.
See, this is the one thing that I love about having the plugin is that this particular. I mean, this is one of my favourite prophecy patches of all time. Which is, of course, it's monophonic, but with this, of course, you can now switch to. And it really doesn't hog the CPU at all.
It's clever.
So yeah, just make me hope that maybe they'll do the Z1 as well, and then I can maybe put those in cases. Just make some more space. No, I wouldn't do that to my darling prophecy.
You see, Rob, you're ignoring all the space above your head.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that you don't have the space. It's just you're not using it efficiently enough.
I think we've had this conversation before. I can't do anything. I can't put stuff on walls. If I could put stuff on walls, I'd be happy.
But you can build a little scaffold frame that you can sit in.
Yeah, suspended.
And you can have the DX1 inverted above your head.
It's like the Star Wars arcade game. It's on,
Yeah.
Yes.
Matt's just created the Spongles Facebook page.
Really?
Yeah.
Gotta have a look.
And that's the other thing with the prophecy, the hardware one. I mean, you can do it in the software, but you've got the log, which is like a wheel and a ribbon. And
it is
so
one of the
almost,
coolest controllers. That's why main reason I had to get one actually, because I already have the Z1. But
because it's almost like a pad. It's like an XY pad. It's not obviously you have a wheel and a ribbon rather than just a flat thing like the Z. But it does give you that kind of thing.
it can be hard though if you try to use all the modulation sources with one hand.
Yeah. Well, I actually found that if I use the palm of my hand and then my fingers as well, you're able to kind of blend it a little bit.
Because you have those buttons plus the action on the wheel. Use all your digits for that.
Yeah. Yeah. The only if you're looking to buy another one or a used one, Sass, check if you're able to, or ask about the levels on the outputs, because that's one of the most common faults, is that the levels on the outputs drop, and I think it's a pretty easy fix. Ken, have you ever done one of those?
It'll just be an op amp that's gone or something.
Yeah, very likely.
It's such a common thing that there's loads of stuff about it. I've never had it happen on mine. Touch wood. And what's the other thing?
Yeah, I mean, basic stuff like that's really easy to fix. It's when you've got to get the oscilloscope out and start looking at the data sheet for an obscure chip that you've never dealt with before, and start tracing out each individual line. That's the bit that I would go, Kent, can you help me?
Well,
it's not that I can't do it; it's just I don't want to.
And
like
God,
the VL
do
stuff.
they?
Yeah, but like the VL stuff, a lot of it is is custom inside these things. I don't know what the availability of a lot of those parts are like these days.
Well, I've mentioned the channel before, but there's a channel called Curious Mark, and he's a fantastic. I think he's a French engineer, but he's living in the States, and he likes old Hewlett Packard gear. But he got into space gear, Apollo gear to be specific.
I think I've seen this guy.
And he has a bunch of friends who are just incredibly clever people, and
a bit like us.
A bit like us, maybe a few levels above. Only a few. And one of the guys is, he reverse engineers kit from, taking X-rays of it. And
Right.
it's just like, Jesus.
Is he the one that did the DX7?
No,
somebody
that was another guy who he decapped it and traced out the.
But he also X-rayed some of the stuff, didn't he? I think.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
That's the better route than Impatch. I tell you what, this thermal camera lark is really working out.
They help,
Really-
don't they?
Yeah, big styly.
Oh, look, there's a transistor that shouldn't be glowing that colour.
Yeah. You want to see how hot some of the resistors get in Jupiter 8s?
Toasty?
Yeah, but they're supposed to be. And it's like, Jesus, should it really be that hot?
Are they quarter watt or half watt or?
They're little quarter puppies.
Yeah, they're going to get warm.
Yeah, many years ago I was on the EEP blog because they hacked one of those FLIR cameras.
Yeah.
To open up the firmware so you get double the resolution.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
And the E4, the FLIR E4 is awesome, right? And so they also figured out if you're doing electronics work, you need close-up work because of small parts.
Yeah, this is
so
a
they
FLIR
figured
as
out
well.
which zinc selenide lenses to buy, which you don't want to touch because they're toxic.
Yeah.
But you can
make
increase the magnification. Yeah.
Yeah, you 3D print a holder for your E4, slide in the zinc selenide lenses, and there you go.
Well, that's
they're like
interesting.
$20 for a lens or something. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Got a patch here, Rob, which I imagine is on the 49 as well. You can play the keyboard, but the strip is another synth sound.
Oh wow!
So you can have a drone going.
If that's another patch, and that can only be a deluxe thing because.
You see, if you had a Hydrosynth, Rob, it's.
Well, let's have a look. It's called. What was it called? BO40. One sec. Well, that sounds familiar.
Sample that tail on that.
Yeah, that's different patch on the 49. Yeah. Even though it has all the same accoutrements. Juno 60.
It's like getting the band back together again. isn't it?
Yeah.
Some of these new patches they've put in the 1.5 prophecy
Yeah.
are rather flipping
Sweet.
nice. I'm just wondering. That's what I need to experiment with, is see if I can export these patches, because they should, in theory, work with
The hardware.
the hardware, except those that are created in poly mode will just be mono. That Drew Schlesinger did a whole bunch of these.
But can you use the hardware to trigger the plugin?
Only as a MIDI controller. You can't use the editing.
No. But what I'm saying is, you could use one patch on the synth and another patch on the plugin.
Oh yeah, you can merge.
Oh, dual it up, yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. I just
So
wish they built in native support, but I guess.
And does the synth, even though it's a mono synth, does it output poly messages?
Yes, the keyboard's poly.
Right. So
Ian.
you could run a poly patch on the computer and a
And
mono
play it
patch on the
polyphonically
synth.
from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah, the
Bud, you were
keyboard.
hiding behind my coffee mug.
That's
We didn't
fine.
see you.
I thought, good evening, everybody. Sorry I'm late.
No worries.
I've been working again.
Woohoo! Earning the pennies.
Well, no, it was a voluntary thing. So,
Oh, is this the local theatre?
yeah, Sean Taylor, singer-songwriter, front of house. He was really good, actually, really good. Great keyboard shots, which made me envious, really.
I say that about everyone.
So I won't ask what I missed because I'll just watch that bit later.
Oh, filth.
You'll really enjoy it.
Will I? Oh, good.
Well, we did.
Brilliant.
That's the closest Robbie will ever get to a guitar.
Yeah. Do you know, for some strange reason, I was reminded of the bass guitar that I bought back in the day, with every intention of learning how to play. I did it mainly to spite my ex-wife. We had this was.
So let me guess, it was a Fender, wasn't it? It was,
No, it was an Aria Pro 2.
Oh, so she
IGB
wasn't offended.
No, what? We used to have this thing. I used to work at Argos, and after they, oh look at that. After they went floated on the stock market, they used to do these share things. So it was like a bonus scheme. Every year, they would allocate a number of shares in the company to you under your name. So, say for example, 500 shares, and then you couldn't do anything with them for like 3 or 5 years, depending on the type of shares they were.
Yeah, it was
or
like
the
a
type of scheme.
share save scheme.
Yeah, that sort of thing. And at the end of that 3 or 5 year period, you had an option. You could either buy those shares at the price that, which was a greatly reduced price from the normal price of the share. It was agreed and set in stone, so you could buy those shares at that price and then do what you want. You can, be a shareholder and reap your dividends, however big or small they might be, or they
Sell
would
them
loan
buy a bass guitar.
or sell them. Or what they would do, because they realised that most people that worked for Argos, including myself, had no idea how the stock markets worked and just really didn't care, just give us the flipping money. They would actually loan you the amount to buy those shares at the agreed price. Then they would sell them the same day, and then what profit that you would make, and you were always pretty much guaranteed a profit because the share price 3 years later or 5 years later was generally higher. So then they would just deduct the amount that they loan you and send you a cheque for the rest. So I was getting like £500-600 a year from doing this. After I'd been there for a few years, I started accumulating, so £500 or £600. And I'd been married, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, and we'd got our own little house, and we had a couple of cars, and we were doing all right. So this was bunts. This was money in my pocket that I just thought to spend on myself. But she got into her head that I should, spend it on the house, or no, this is, I've earned this. This is my bonus. I'm going to go out and spend it. We had a bit of
I can see why you got divorced. Yeah.
So we had a bit of a ding dong about it. Nothing serious, but I thought, fuck you. And because we both worked in retail,
that's how it starts.
Yeah, we had days off during the week. And I remember it was a Wednesday, and I went down into Bury St Edmunds, into the town centre, into a little music shop, and I said, I want to buy a bass guitar. And the guy said to me, he said, do you play? And I said, no, I want to buy one because I want to learn.
I want to beat the death with it.
Yeah, yeah. So he walks me over to where the bass guitars are and shows me this Fender Precision bass copy, 150 quid. He says, I'll do you that for 150. I'll throw in a couple of cables. An extra 20 quid, you can have a practice amp, and I'll give you a gig, a soft gig bag. And I'm like, how much is that one over there? Pointing at this lovely, but sort of like dark wood. Wasn't glossy. It was kind of that kind of silky finish, active pickups. Loved it. I said, how much is that one? He said, well, that's 470 something or whatever it was.
Yeah.
He says, but there's a lot of money to spend. And I said, yeah, I know. I want that one. I want one. And he said, you sure? Because if you're learning and you realise you don't learn, there's a lot of money to have spent. I said, I want that one. Put it in a fucking bag. Take my money. Yeah. So I got it back, and I'm sitting there we had a little 2-seater sofa because the house we had was one of those little starter homes, 2 up, 2 down sort of things. And I'm just sat there practicing my octaves because I sort of read somewhere that's where you should really start, by practicing your octaves. Yeah. Now the problem is my hands, I've got short fat fingers, and stretching them was just because I wasn't used to it. So I'm really badly doing this, and she walks in 6 o'clock that night. What the fuck have you got? It's my brand new bass. Look at me, I'm fucking Mark King. And she's like, how much did that cost? I said, fair chunk of my shares. And then it just kind of sat on a stand for the next God knows how many years. Every now and again I'd pick it up and play a little bit. I'd learned to play a couple of things, but I was nowhere near proficient at all. And after we'd divorced, and after I'd met my present Mrs. Buricelli, I just got I sold it for 180 quid. I paid the thick end of 500 for it. It must have been about, I don't know, 10 years I had that. I miss it. I wish I still had it because it was a symbol of my defiance.
Well, that's a short scale. That's an area.
Yeah,
they're not expensive. They're a couple of £100, something like that. The only trouble was it took about 8 months for me to get it.
Yeah,
because they were out of stock for the best part of a year.
I went on Google last night and checked searched for my bass and found one for sale, and it was about a couple of £100. And I thought, phew, at least it's not rocketed in price, and I should have kept it. So.
I don't play very often. I mainly bought it because I'm really crap at trying to recreate proper bass parts. Whereas I thought if I actually sit down with a bass guitar and work on the bass parts, and then put them into a demo usually, and then get a proper bassist to do it. That's what I bought it for, and that's what it gets used for. Really, I did change the strings to flat round because I didn't like round strings on it.
See, I never got that far. I have no idea. I
Sorry, bass guitars have different strings?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Although isn't the story that Bernard Edwards never changed his strings? Could
Probably.
be apocryphal, but maybe Richard know.
Yeah.
But it just felt better with flat wound strings on them,
How can you have flat strings?
they're just smooth, you know.
Yeah.
And I mean, I play guitar, but I'm not, you know, I'm not the world's best guitarist. So I can get by on guitar. I can get by on a bass, you know.
Yeah, well, there's a chunk of money I wasted.
What, on a guitar?
Yeah. When I found out I couldn't tune it to C minor, okay, you can't go bang. You go, you have to feck about with fingers up this end. It's like, you go, right now, G. Bling, 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 bling. Yeah, okay, that's close, isn't it? Can't use it though. So yeah.
Let's see if I'll find a picture of it. I took loads of pictures of my bass.
It was a real love story.
Do you know, I used to love just sitting there looking at it because it looked like fucking tits. As far as I was concerned, it absolutely looked gorgeous. And it was because it had the active circuits on it.
Yeah.
And I was a big Level 42 fan, so you know that's what I wanted to do. But man, I just couldn't. It's one of those things. If I can't do it pretty much straight away, then I would just give up. And then I'll wait 6 months and I'll try again, see if I can do it straight away. Then and then it becomes decorations. So, I've got a Strat copy. I think my son's got it in his room, which I bought. It's a really cheap
6-string.
Yeah. It's just one of these. I think it's a Cruiser.
Oh yeah, Cruiser's not bad.
Yeah, they're not bad. 15 quid, literally brand new.
Yeah,
it was the whole kit, you know, the soft case, the cables, the practice amp, and this woman down the road, she was just flogging it. Her kids had, you know, left it behind, didn't want it anymore, and
just keep an eye on the action.
Yeah,
because and they're pretty straightforward to do. There's a guy called Ken somebody. If you ever need to set it up,
is this a Ken or Kent?
Ken. No,
it
not
must
Ken.
be a music technician's
he's an American
thing.
guy, and
they all start with K.
Yeah, and he did. It's like a 40-minute video, and I've just used that every time I've come to set a guitar up, whether it be a Fender Strat or a Gibson, you know. And he goes through everything, even types of strings, and how to set the neck, how to do the truss rod, all that sort of stuff, you know. But I mean, funny enough, I went to see him. Obviously, I'm my lads at the weekend we were down in London for Gearfest, and I played Josh's guitar, and he bought it. He didn't buy it for me. I gave it to him, and that needs its neck doing. So next time I go down, I'll have to do that. You know? But they're pretty straightforward to do. I'm sure you could do it, Robbie, if he ever needs it.
It would be if he wants to do it, rather than because I've got sample libraries now.
Oh yeah.
I've got a computer. I mean, honestly, I've got that.
I've got a computer.
Yeah, but I mean, I've got those libraries from Acoustic Samples where they've got scripted front ends, and you just do it on the keyboard, and it just sounds, for me, it's everything I ever need is there. So
there was a library pack that I used probably must have been about 5 or 6 years ago, and it was guitar. It was different types of guitar, you know, classical, steel strum, electric, and you played the strum on 2 keys, up and down.
Yeah,
and it sounded. Is that the same sort of thing?
Same sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it works. I mean, once you get into your mindset of actually playing it, it's incredibly realistic.
Let me. I'll just load it up.
I must be really, really weird because my father, obviously, yes, I'm here. My father played.
We're all weird then, aren't we?
Well, yes. My father played classical and Spanish guitar really, really well.
Nice.
My grandfather was a banjo and a ukulele player.
My grandfather was a banjo. There's our name for our 5th album.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
My grandfather was a banjo.
My mother was a quite accomplished pianist, and I ended up playing a fucking clarinet. Something went really wrong in my head somewhere.
Right, let me just load this up.
Well, you could do some Glenn Miller.
Yeah.
Yeah, true enough.
Yeah, then I started smoking.
Right.
Okay. Punk Miller.
I did BG Ollie. Yes, my grandfather played banjo and ukulele. Yes,
As
and
you're
banjo,
heading
ukulele.
in the chat room saying, if you need a beginner guitar, get a Yamaha Pacifica. He's right, but they don't last. they literally last about 4 years, maybe 5 if you're lucky, and then the frets are actually too thin. They're too. The wire on them is
they wear down.
wear really, really quickly, more than any other guitar that I've ever seen. I've got a mate who's got one. He bought it. He did buy it for me. 4 years down the road, and it's almost unplayable.
That's this Gibson Sunbird.
So the strum is done by pressing 2 keys.
Let me
up and down strum.
So if I can share just the. Easier, actually.
That's not scripted though. That one just plays.
Is that Sunbird thing the UVI? Is that?
It's on UVI Falcon, but it's made by Acoustic Samples.
Right. Okay.
So
cool.
I might not get the whole thing in shot here.
Steve Powell accidentally shrunk 2 Minilog XD knobs while giving it a good clean.
So
I can send him the email address for Korg Spares. They may be able to sell him some. That's probably the best way.
Or just measure the shaft diameter.
That's probably
Google
better.
the hell out of it.
Yeah, because it doesn't
Or
have to
3D
be.
print some.
It doesn't have to be a Korg one, does it?
In fact, it might be cheaper actually replacing all the knobs
Yeah.
than buying Korgs.
Yeah. Because
See.
Korg Spares are very expensive, no matter what it is.
So basically, everything
That's
to the left
impressive.
of these drum keys.
Yeah.
So if you hold down the chord that you want to play, and then C4 to strum down, and then that is up, and then in between is. So you do that, and then the other great thing about this, and you can't really see because the
That's
windows are a
quite
little bit
smart.
fucked.
It's really good. Actually, the weird thing about that is that's reversed to how the one that I played was.
Oh right, okay.
Because it was basically like a bass line type thing. Because
Gotcha.
yours is in the top end, but I like the colour coding thing as well.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have any of that. It was just.
And then if you want, you can then the blue stuff here is you play through.
Arpeggios.
Sure, I take one as well.
And the great thing about it is that obviously the voicing of a chord on a keyboard is different to the voicing of a chord on a guitar. It does that for you. So it will pick the correct voicing for the chord that you're playing on the keyboard and apply it to the guitar. So
I think I had one called Torch.
Right.
And it was very inexpensive, and it was absolutely stunning. I'm trying to remember if I still have it on the drive somewhere.
So then you have patterns. So that works slightly differently. Is you hold down the chord, and then so you have different patterns that you can assign to keys, and then you've got all of these patterns that you can choose from: picking, strumming, pop, gypsy, all this kind of stuff.
Wow.
That's really cool.
And what are the green notes for?
I need to go.
Or the green keys?
Where would it be hiding, I wonder?
The green keys are just that switches you through the different modes.
Oh,
so if you
right.
want to skip from chord mode to pattern mode or to MIDI guitar, so if you have a MIDI guitar, you can use that on here as well. And then palm mutes. And what else can it do? Yeah, so you've got a whole editor there, so you can edit your patterns and your strum speeds and humanization and all this kind of stuff going on in there.
Why doesn't it just do single key chord then? Because you've got all the articulation in the right hand on the red keys.
Yeah. So
you think why don't they just do single note chord?
I'm not. Is there a single note chord function?
It's just just the way my brain's working, thinking, if they've gone to all this trouble.
I need to turn palm mutes off. I don't know why there's. I don't think there is actually. It's never something I've. Oops.
No, that's wrong.
Go away. Go away. That's because I've got this stretch and I can't now make it go away. Because I've loaded it into Logic. Oh, there you go. What's that there for?
Single note chord. A Spongle EP. Yes.
Yeah. But they also. It's going to just fuck off. And yeah. There we go. They also do a Strat and a Telecaster. And I think they do another acoustic as well. There's about 4 of them. And they're you can change mic placements as well and everything. Have you seen that new thing from IK Multimedia? AI machine learning amp modelling.
I was sent an email by him today. I haven't read it yet.
So what you do is they provide you with a piece of audio, and you play that through your rig. So whatever pedals, amp, whatever you've got, you play that through it into your audio interface. It then analyzes that and recreates your rig, models it, and recreates it. So if you want to get a perfect, so if you want to get like an accurate model of your own personal rig, whatever, then use that in Amplitude. So they've only announced it today; they've not actually sent it out yet. But that sounds really quite cool. I wonder how you could use that maybe elsewhere. But
I mean, that's what the campus has been doing for years, basically.
How much is UVI Falcon then?
On its own, is it about 350? 350? It's something like that. It's not particularly cheap, but of course you can get Sonic Pass.
It's cheaper just knowing someone who knows how to play the guitar.
Yeah.
You get some good free libraries to the Falcon as well.
Oh yeah.
And it was one of the first things to have MPE. So.
I mean, it does sound good, but I couldn't justify 350 quid just for a bit of software that I'll use once in a blue moon.
Oh, but it's not though. This is the thing with Falcon. It's not just a sample thing. It's not like Contact, where it is just sample libraries and then you can edit those sample libraries. It's a full blown disciplinary synthesizer, because you've got sampling, you've got analog modeling, you've got FM, you've got granular sampling, and it's just an amazing. Let me load up a synth patch.
Oh, yeah, it works.
What's that?
This thing I was looking for you. Except it doesn't work. I'm actually surprised that it loaded in. It's still loading in. Oh, God.
But yeah, I mean, you've got.
The thing is, I've got synthesizers.
Yeah.
Synthesizers. But it's things like, something that actually sounds like guitars that is relatively easy to play compared to an actual guitar. That is quite appealing, but not paying 350 quid just for the
No, then you'd have to pay for the library as well.
for,
Yes.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Ah.
But Falcon is. Oh, there you go.
Now, I've got to remember how this thing fucking works. It's huge. This thing is stupid huge, but it was really, really stupidly cheap as well. Second trackball.
Look at that glorious.
What is that? Is that an organ?
There's no paint spatter over it though. It's
No.
Right, change it to
Doesn't look authentic. It's not relict. Sounds better if it's relict.
oh, of course, and with wooden end cheeks. Yeah.
Oh no, DX7 with a wooden end cheek. Oh. Oh, no.
You need the brown model.
Yeah.
articulations, down slides. There you go. Yeah. So run up, you bastard.
What's he doing?
Ah, mate, this thing. Oh, it's gone quiet again. Jeez.
Is it just me, or is there a lot of background noise tonight?
Yeah, sounds it.
Let's isolate it. Let's find out who it is.
It's probably me.
It happened when Kent turned it up earlier.
Shh. Yes, you can.
Okay. I wonder what it is.
There's, have you got something switched? Because I can hear almost like it's like somebody's left a
Can you hear
Juno
a-
chorus on.
A whooshing.
Yeah.
I bet you it's that bloody stone phaser again. Hang on. Piece of crap.
You really should find someone who can fix that.
Oh no, that's what they sound like normally when they're working.
I mean, I'm also really noisy today because the only microphone I have on me is my measurement mic. So
It sounds quite good.
I mean, it is only a really cheap biodynamic, but it
I'm
is very
disappointed.
omnidirectional. Well, no, because the proper measurement mic costs a lot of money. If you want it to be, if you want to have any legal value, then it costs a lot of money, and you need to keep the calibration data, and you need to regularly calibrate it, and you need to keep it safe. Whereas this, if it gets smashed, it's another 130 quid every 5 years or something like that. But they tend to last if you really use them.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, Robert, but it sounds better than your normal mic.
What do you not like my really shitty €29 headset from Thomann with the even shittier 10-year or 20-year
Oddly enough,
Thomann radio mic attached to it.
I would use this one in future. That's all I'd say.
But it's more annoying.
Not for you. Or not for me, rather.
Yes, but it's more annoying for me.
Oh, well, you know, we all have to suffer.
Yes, so you have to suffer because of me.
So what's the show that you're doing in Aberystwyth?
It is called Operation Julie, after the police operation of that name in the 70s. It's about the biggest LSD operation in the world at that time.
Oh, yes, I remember reading about that.
Yeah, 50% of the worldwide LSD in 1974.
Yeah, in Wales. Yes.
Coming out of Terragon and Kano.
Try that as minor.
Yeah. Has Mr. Arnold turned up yet?
Yeah. No, stop that. No.
That sounds remarkably good for a... Sorry.
Hmm?
I was just saying that sounded remarkably good for a keyboard-based guitar.
Yeah, but it's all about the phrasing. You know, it's scripted phrasing that they put on the front end, which helps with a lot of these libraries. Really does. But it's really complex. The thing
I think I know what's coming on Benji's next video. Oh. Have you watched episode 4 yet?
No, I watched up 1 to 3.
Yeah, episode 4 came out.
Thanks for the tip, because I would never have found it, but I just thought it was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I was talking to Dina last night.
As you do. Yeah.
As you do.
Yeah,
and I said, she was talking about, I said, well, what? Because she was talking about getting some new stuff for the ARPS for All collection, which is basically, they're building, a room with just full of ARPS, and you can come along, anyone can come along and book some time and use them, which is great. She says, I'd love to get a 2500, because that's it, that's where it all started. That's the one I saw in my dad's basement. And so I watched this video the other day of this guy called Ben or Benj programming a 2500. So I've never watched anybody patch a 2500 before, and it was super educational, and it was really cool.
It was, yeah.
And she was like, oh wow, I've got to see that. So I said, I'm going to put you in touch with him, and so who knows?
Great.
Might be some.
Did you notice that when he was patching it, that he would sort of waggle each slider?
Yeah, just to make sure it was in the slot.
I think that's obviously because of its age and the fact that it makes sure that it would always.
Yeah.
But
it took me 3 months to get that to work fully.
That's the one you worked on.
Yeah, he paid $3,000 for it from Don Larkin.
Wow.
Jesus.
Don had 2. He sold the other one for 3.5, which went to a guy in Northern Europe.
Always get a bargain from Don. I got my TX81Z from Don for 75 quid.
Yeah, but then Don catches up and finds out how much they're actually worth, and then the next one comes up and it's like, it's how much?
That's why you got to get in early.
You got to get in there early, my lad. Get in there.
Well, I mean, the amount of consoles he has lying around is insane.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a nice one.
That sounds very good coming from you, Rob.
This is the thing.
Imagine what I could make it sound like.
Exactly.
The instruments I love are the ones that make me sound fucking amazing, and I do not have to do anything to get there. It's just like, press some notes and you.
So what is that one?
That's that Bohemian violin.
Oh, do you know what?
Well, Kent's got that.
I'm going, I've got a nice solo violin. Where is it? And it's Bohemian violin as well. Good. Saves me having to load it up.
And that's without knowing anything about how to play a violin.
Yeah.
You don't need to. And because it interprets the velocity and everything into, because you can see on the screen, so every note I play. So if I do a trill, it knows that.
Yeah, it's a Pullman. Your heart out.
Is there a nice way of forcing rebos?
I don't know.
Just through a reverb plugin.
No, Rebo, so you or force bow changes.
Oh,
right. So you guys have to re-trigger it in a certain time frame, presumably.
No, why do you think there is an effects tab?
Because if not, like with Spitfire, the hack way to cheat it, of course, is to quickly drop the for like 1 milli tick that the cross velocity down. Drop the mod wheel to 0 and then back to the previous value.
Right.
And then you can try and fake a rebo.
Yeah.
It does sound really good though.
That's Geosynth.
Oh yeah.
Which is Swarm samples, I think.
Yeah, Swarm. Yeah.
Yeah, but I like the fact it's MPE.
Yeah.
So I usually play that with an instrument, which is great. Yeah. Not on the phone. I usually on the iPad.
Oh yeah, that's right. You put it. It's silent there. Yeah.
Because you've got different playing styles as well, so you can have sprightly, Sardas, improv, motive.
I mean, it's not Tai Unwin, but it's pretty good.
On that soundtrack, where is he? Do we have to say Baringer 3 times again to summon
been
him?
in. You missed him.
Oh, terrible. Is he already on a holiday?
No, he's up to his dog's leathery bit.
Oh, he's still doing that job.
It's still employed then.
Ollie, no, it's not stock library with Falcon. It's Verharmonic.
Standalone. Yeah,
I mean,
standalone.
it's no longer a UV.
Is it Verharmonic?
Yeah, Verharmonic.
It's no longer a UVI library. He moved to a newer engine.
Yeah. Where are we?
It's Bohemian Strings. Isn't
They've
it?
got their own thing now, haven't they?
Bohemian.
I mean, it's not their own. It's just another engine that you can license, but that is more one that you can wrap your own plugin around it.
Because they did a sale, didn't they, recently? Oh, cello's on offer at the moment. That's interesting. It's on sale to 149, which is not bad.
250 quid for a cello?
No, 149.
But it does sound good.
The cello's on offer at 149 at the moment.
Only, yeah.
It's 250 for Bohemian Violin version 4.
Well, a lot cheaper than a real cellist and for instrument.
Yeah, well, yes.
And then you also need to keep a room for them and like feed them occasionally.
Bit like children.
No, that's brass players. It's impossible to tell them to do something. Impossible to control. And to be fair, we're more like animals, which consume a lot of alcohol.
Oh, hang on a minute. Existing customers.
That's teenage children.
Oh, I can get version 4. Let me just double check.
Steady.
No, it says
Kitchen.
Yes.
Indeed.
It says existing customers with version 3
can upgrade for only £300.
No, free.
Oh, okay.
I think. Serial for Bohemian Violin V4.
Yeah, what was your serial number, Rob?
I'm not sharing my screen. No, I'm not. Am I? Not that one. Wow.
That's a pretty good game.
I thought. Yeah. Show downloads. Have you run out of downloads?
Oh, there you go.
Maybe.
Should be.
I'll have to do. That'll be a big one, so I'll have to.
Yeah,
leave that and go overnight.
It's a lump, isn't it?
It is.
Mind you, my LA
Why do I
scoring.
think
I don't know. That's a big file.
Is this where Robbie finds out that he's got version 2?
No, I've
and
got version.
Has to pay for.
No, I've got a code, but I seem to remember that I may have already downloaded it, so I don't want to go and download it again.
Oh, right, okay.
You know it is. I'm doing a
Which hard drive did I put it on?
Yeah, seriously, it's. Let me just check my veer harmonic filter.
Okay, Kent's showing off.
Yeah, let's get busy.
Yeah, I can't do that with GeoSync.
Oh, do I now need to dig out some hard drives?
Flipping heck. Osric Tentacles are releasing a whole bunch of remasters on Bandcamp at the moment. There's some. If you want to hear some cool prophecy, some of their stuff is laden with that. Right. This is bothering me now. What's that?
This is Capriccio Strings.
The easiest to use library.
It's a bastard to use, to be honest.
I mean, it sounds amazing, but I mean, it is very intelligent with phrase building and.
It's a massive phrase library, but there's another one they did called Minimal, which is even bigger. Work that one out. Where is it? I've used Minimal quite a bit actually because I'm madly in love with this software.
I can imagine anybody with professional world who uses Capriccio and then needs to get it orchestrated is going to have a fun time giving that MIDI to the orchestrator, just seeing.
Oh God, yeah,
two MIDI nodes.
Yeah, but what it does do, God bless its little cotton socks, it will print out the sheet music of it. You can print out the sheet music file of what you've done, so that they actually can. Well, they'll have to root
They
through
could
it
articulate it themselves.
Yeah, and then so it will show the articulations and everything within the scoring. So what comes out is, to me, is just like squiggles, but apparently musicians
it's a proper
know what
score.
it is.
Yes.
Yeah. So, which is not something I've actually had to do really, because none of my stuff will ever be seen by the people. I don't think.
Bohemian Violin. There we go. Version
Steady.
4.
Oh, here we go.
And good evening, Richard Hilton.
Yep.
See you popping up in the chat.
Hey, Rick. Let's have a look. What do we have here?
I need to speak to this man, and he just appears like
Good
magic.
evening, Richard.
Bonjour, monsieur.
We don't have to talk about Osric's testicles, do we?
Bonjour, monsieur. Not a moment.
Oh,
hello. Somebody's watching YouTube.
Somebody's got the YouTube channel still on.
Hey, it's me. Hang on.
Take a drink, everyone.
Yeah.
You have an echo.
Echo.
Hang on.
Echo.
Oh, is it coming out the left ear? Is it coming out the right ear? Sorry.
Oh man.
Oh, memories.
How's it going, Rich?
But we watched it, Robbie. We watched
Going
it.
well, thank you. How about you?
Yeah, not too bad. How was Mallorca?
Hot and muggy.
And where are you now?
I'm in Narbonne, France, which is
very nice.
near the Spanish border by the water.
I played rugby there back in the 80s.
Really?
Yes.
The Spongles did a gig there.
Meets you on a rugby pitch.
Spongles.
Spongles.
Oh dear.
That's the name for the pub. Spongle Arms.
Spongle Arms.
Oh,
that was our first gig, wasn't it? The Spongles.
Yeah.
So, Robbie, they asked me that wasn't involving Osric's testicles.
No, I was just wondering if you knew of your whereabouts on Wednesday in terms of hooking up and saying hi before the show.
I was going to say the same about Sunday.
Come on, Rich, you've got a whole
you're in demand. You've got groupies,
I
Rich.
understand.
Yeah, which is
let's see, Wednesday. I believe we're commuting to and from Sandown from our hotel in London.
Okay.
So it's down to a number of things. One of them is how much isolation we're being asked to maintain from people outside of the bubble. And the second thing is timing. Usually in a case like that, we'll show up just about 2.5 hours before a gig time, eat dinner, and then I might have time to visit, but I might not. It depends on a lot of things going right for that to happen.
Sure.
So but Wednesday's a possibility because Tuesday we're off and we're basically commuting in and out on Wednesday to and from London. So it won't happen
Okay.
after the show, but it might happen before the show.
Well, yeah. I mean, even if I only get you for like 5 minutes.
Well, I'd love that, but
'cause
but we'll
I have
see.
I have a
it's
gift
really
for
not
you.
down. It's not down to the length of time we spend. It's down to whether or not I can spend.
Yeah,
it.
yeah. If I can't find you, or you can't, we
Well,
can't meet up.
We'll message each other. We'll figure it out.
Okay,
We'll be in
but
touch.
I need to leave you something if I can't
Okay.
see you. I have
Well,
a gift.
there'll be somebody. Yeah, we'll work it out. We'll work it out.
Cool.
I appreciate
All right.
that. Thank you. And as for Sunday, this Sunday, Carfest, we're in France the night before, and we're flying that morning to Manchester, where I think we're getting a day room and then going straight to the gig, and then after the gig, driving straight to London.
Right.
So Sunday is going to be really tough, unlike Wednesday, where it's kind of wide open before the thing.
Yeah.
This is going to be really, really tight. So again, we'll keep in touch about it. Hopefully,
Yeah.
we can
I
make
mean,
some-
I can drive Ben, Vicky, and myself up to Manchester, even if it's just for 10 minutes. It's not a problem.
Well, the thing is, though, that that's fine, but it's just that I'll need to sleep when I arrive because I won't have slept the night before more than 3 or 4 hours, and I need to get more sleep than that to play the show. So
No
it's
worries.
possible, and we can talk about it as we get close to the thing. But
Yeah,
I can't
sure.
commit because I don't have a day schedule yet.
Yeah, no worries. Well, this is it. Unfortunately, the Carfest site doesn't actually give any times for anything. It just says, you've got all these bands
See
on.
what I know. Well, according to the schedule in my tour software, the show, the downbeat, as we say, is at 9 p.m.
Ah, brilliant.
Hour and a half show until 10:30.
Excellent.
Um,
Yeah, it's just so I can coordinate because I'm going to pick Ben and Vicky up,
right.
and then take them to the show. And obviously, if we meet up again, even if it's only for 5 minutes, I think Ben would be thrilled to meet you.
Well, I would love to see you guys. It's none of that. That's not a consideration. It's just logistically whether I can
Logistics,
bring that
yeah.
about. And after the show is going to be almost impossible.
Oh, yeah,
Because after
yeah,
the
sure.
show, everybody wants to get in the cars and just start the trek to London because we don't get to sleep until we get there, or properly, horizontally. So if there's any opportunity on Sunday, it's going to be before.
Yeah, no worries. No
So
worries.
we'll be in touch with it. We'll be in touch about that.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Richard, not just
Yeah.
for arranging this, but also I've said to you privately, but the show is absolutely outstanding.
Well, thank
Just
you.
brilliant. And if anyone thinks they can play bass, they really need to hear Jerry, the bass player, playing, and he and Nile Rodgers kicking off against each other is just, it's something else.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff.
Different
And,
level.
I appreciate your kind words, and I feel real good about what we're doing right now, and I'm having a great time.
Oh, yeah, man. It's, if you want to see how a band should operate together, it's chic, honestly. It's about the tightest thing you will ever see.
Tight as a nun's chuff.
Yes,
Ba-boom.
absolutely.
To go there.
Hey,
Well, I don't want to disappoint.
you never
I found
do.
version 4. I have installed that Bohemian version 4. It's there. Where is it?
What are you talking about now?
Bohemian Violin.
Solo violin.
And whose software is this?
Via Harmonic.
Via Harmonic. I see.
Via Harmonic.
I see their
VI,
name at the bottom of
yeah.
the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, VI.
Yeah, VIR
I
Harmonic.
see.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah.
We were talking about instruments that make you sound like you actually know what you're doing with that particular instrument. And this is one of them.
I mean, it's definitely come a long way from V1, because I can remember version 1 and being a bit like underwhelmed from what they were trying to do.
Just the fact this is software,
Yeah.
it's a little bit mind blowing, because even though you're not necessarily choosing the articulations yourself, it sounds remarkably accurate. And again, if it's in the mix, you would not know.
I mean, more of a problem with what this is trying to do, or any solo violin, is it's supposed to normally stick out. I mean, that's why you have a solo violin going over the top to be the expressive performer at the front. So you really can't half-ass it.
Yeah, but you're not going to necessarily be using this type of plugin to do that. This is part of an arrangement, as opposed to being a solo instrument.
I mean, yes, you're not going to write a piano trio and release it with that plugin on there, presumably. But if you do a standard classical mock-up or classical-ish with standard string section and then a solo violin on top, or even if you think like the standard Tchaikovsky, where you normally have string quartet with the leaders of each section basically playing some string quartet on top of the rest of the section.
Does it automatically compensate for the change in bow?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's all based on velocity.
So when you've got a full using the full length of the bow, I'm assuming it goes the other in both. It goes back in the same direction, doesn't it? Is that make sense? No, I'm talking bollocks again, aren't I?
Yeah, no. So
it does when you change key.
It
change physical key.
In the quick playing mode, it tries to model it like a real player.
Yeah,
and then there are also the ways to override it. So if you want to do your, particularly with shorter ones, if you want to do left, right, or just up or down strokes.
Because when I was messing around with Geosynth, it didn't do that, and you had to constantly think about, a real violinist wouldn't be able to play that note for that length of time.
Yeah.
You'd have to compensate for that.
You can play a note indefinitely on a violin.
Yeah, but there's still an articulation.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing,
you still know that the violin's going the bow's going in the other direction.
Yeah, but if you're playing a mezzo forte, you sort of get away with it not sounding too terrible. I mean, if you're playing really loudly or really quietly, you have a problem when you get to either end of a bow. But if you're sort of in the middle, get away with it.
Yeah,
Trying to have an infinite note.
Robert, you know way too much. It's scary, the depth of your knowledge about
I just spend time with musicians. Well, that's a very embarrassing thing with this show. I feel completely inadequate because it's 9 actor musicians who all double up on at least 2 instruments. If not some of them are 5, and really amazing.
Oh, I like that.
Ooh, that's like Penderecki and Ligeti stuff. That's good.
Yeah, Penderecki does like his calling.
Get in, Rich.
Good. Stuffed. Just ate a great meal here.
Oh, what have you eaten?
What they referred to as sea cicadas, which are actually lobsters, with a orzo and vegetable side, and we had moule gratiné for appetizer, which was fantastic. And great desserts, and it was just.
It's mariscos.
Huh?
They call them mariscos. Yeah.
Mariscos. I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
Back to violins for a minute. I don't know if anybody's played SWAM violins using a Rolly keyboard.
I have. I've used the Geosynth ones.
It's a pretty stunning.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking specifically about these Swarm models.
The proper Swarm ones are so much better than the Geosynth version.
And they cost $20. And they play like butter. They just sound really convincing if you can play convincing violin.
Yeah,
it's pretty remarkable.
And the Swarm iPad apps are really good, but they're a lot more money.
Yeah, I mean, because the ones I've...
Swarm brass apps and stuff, they're like $40-$50 each, but they're amazing.
Yeah, it's the only playable saxophone I've ever used on a keyboard.
I mean, yeah, I've got the Geo Swarm sax on iPad, which is really, really good. And
I'm stupid about the rolling ones, about the Swarm standalones, and about the Fuse.
I've never used the standalone, but
does it do a soprano sax?
Yes, they do. Yeah, there's a baritone sax. I've got the tenor. I've got the tenor, the trumpet, and the violins.
I may have it here.
If you get the Swarm apps on the iPad, you map it to the Silphio Wind controller. It's unbelievable.
They have one of the Swarm is one half of what used to be sample modeling. It's because I think Peter Siedler-Track remained with sample modeling, and the other person went on to found Swarm. But the trombone and the trumpet, when those came out 10-15 years ago, that was just mind-blowing.
Yeah, the individually for Geos, the Geos ones are £13.
Yeah,
and they're amazing for £13.
Are they MPE?
Yes, I use them on.
So you can use the Rolly with those.
Yeah, when I did the EMOM thing last week, I used the trumpet on an instrument. And you can adjust the articulation, and there's an awful lot you can do with it, you know.
I think the most stunning thing now is the price of some of the libraries.
Yeah,
because some of the stuff that I bought 4 or 5 years ago cost a fucking fortune.
Think about Symphobia 15 years ago.
Well, how much is VSL even now?
I paid.
It's about 10 grand or something, isn't it? For VSL?
I paid $15.90 for Symphobia 1.
How much is it now? $299?
Yeah, something like that. And it's been superseded by so much stuff since.
You say that, but then still, you open up Symphobia string spaces, and it still sounds great.
Oh yeah, no, agreed. But you look at some of the stuff you can do in some of these cheaper libraries now, especially in terms of realism. You know.
That Rolly Rise Symphobia demo on YouTube is stunning still.
Yeah.
Guys doing all live, all at one pass.
Well, I set up I set up cellos and violins in
a little iPad. Wow.
Yeah. In what was it? BBC Symphony Orchestra to work on the Rise. And the realism was pretty good.
Yeah.
But some of these libraries cost a feckin' arm and a leg, and now there's 20 quid ones doing the same job.
There's even a decent little sax app for the iPhone called Sexy Sax or something like that. It's pretty expressive. So I think it's like $10 or $5 or whatever.
I beg your pardon. You just shut yourself down, you little moo.
It's a Swarm viola.
Wow.
As played on my iPad, mind you. No MPE.
Yeah.
The way that software is now streets ahead of hardware is quite scary, especially for someone who loves hardware.
Jeez.
And you know, I look at these things and I think they sound fantastic. I'd love to play with them, but you know, 350 quid for UVI Falcon, and then 150 quid for the strings, and then you think I could actually buy a synth for that. I mean, you know, 600 quid. I could get a Hydra synth.
I mean, on these things you can do. It's maybe the same on yours, Rich, but we've got flutter and growl on the woodwind instruments. So you can add. This is the tenor saxes, and if I add growl, it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in a track, it's up to if we play it idiomatically, nobody's ever going to know. I've used
exactly.
violin
Yeah.
in a track, and you can't tell that it's not a violin.
No, you can't.
If you play it, you know, up to standard.
It's slightly odd to try and get the MPE articulation on an iPhone.
Well, that's the thing. I'm playing on the surface of my iPad just to illustrate what the sound is, but it doesn't really do justice to the connectedness you feel when you're playing it on a proper rolling keyboard.
Yeah. And I feel the same way about the instrument. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I've
It's
just
that
realised
amazing. I'm sorry. It's really a remarkable illusion of closeness. I'm sorry, Stas. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to joke and say that Robert is looking very sort of mid-Urish in his younger days. I don't know whether that's
compliment, is that?
Deliberate or not, but I just thought, oh yeah, that's like a really young mid-Ur.
In what way deliberate? With the receding hairline, or?
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but now you mention it.
Yeah, he brought it up now.
It's very important that the forehead is expanding.
I'm trying to invoke Thai without saying the B word and spinning around 3 times.
Put a candle behind a mirror. Oh, you are no.
Kenty Poo.
Darling.
Nice screen name.
Okay, where's the MPE support? Come on. Try
Is
it
this
out.
on your Rolly?
Yeah.
Ken?
Yes, indeedy.
And what are you playing from the Rolly?
This is the beer harmonic as well, and it's not
Which?
beer harmonic.
Ah, okay.
Through on the Rolly, but it's not MPEing straight out of the box here.
That's a very nice sounding sample set we were just listening to.
Mm.
Yeah, no drag or anything. Come on.
Yeah, and I'm hearing all that fake LFO sounding vibrato.
Yeah. I need.
Do you?
Yeah, nothing between the notes.
It's I'm going to say it's a long time since I've touched the Rolly. Do you have to set it up in the Rolly, or do you set it up in the actual software? Because on the instrument you set it up on the instrument.
Well, in the dashboards, I've got it set up in a very sort of like generic cover it all kind of way.
Right.
MPE though, not.
Yeah.
So, right, for instance, one of the things you have to do, regardless of whether it's MPE or not, is to set the MIDI channel to any.
Yeah.
So
On the
for
receiving
instance,
end, yeah.
Yeah. So, for instance, I call up OBE, I set the MIDI channel to any, and use the Rolly. It's instantly
there.
All that control.
Yeah.
This is just doing note on, note off at the moment. Even though everything else is set up to do it, and I'm not quite sure why.
What's the retail price of this VR harmonic product?
I think it was a few quid, if I remember rightly. You know, one of those sort of like,
like
this is going to hurt at the end of the week.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, a few or a few hundred?
it's a few hundred, if I remember rightly. Quite a few
Oh,
hundred.
wow.
Yeah.
I think it's somewhere between 200 and 400. It
Something
used to
like
be.
that.
Okay. Gives
No,
me an idea.
it's Not talking to her.
But I mean, when it originally came out, MPE probably wasn't even a thing at all.
It's possible.
Right.
Because it
And you
heard
had to
somebody
bake
saying
all
that-
of this modulation into the samples
Yeah.
because you didn't have any other way to get it, really.
Let's see if
properly.
we've got something in the inserts for this. It's not looking like it.
Is it standalone or is it in something like Logic?
It's running within a Cubase environment.
Oh, okay.
On this at the moment, but
Excuse me.
we've got there's no MPE listings for it, which is kind of worrying.
Yeah.
But this is why you pay money for Falcon. Things
I
like
guess,
Falcon and Equator. I mean, Equator. it was
Equator
designed-
is brilliant.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was
I've only got
designed to
Equator
work.
1.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely not updating my laptop because I've only got Equator 1 on that. My account won't transfer over to the Mac 1 Mini.
Yeah.
The M1.
Well, when they happily accepted all of my money for the keyboard that they have yet to deliver and may or may not.
Yeah.
Yes, as we
They
spoke
were
of.
actually quite forthcoming about giving me a copy of Equator 2,
Good.
which I jumped on immediately.
Yeah,
It's Equator is great, and Equator 2 is also great. I mean,
Yeah.
it's sort of expanded version of the first thing, but it's not
Mm.
that dissimilar. And unless you're doing one of those things that 2 does that 1 doesn't, it's essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, I was quite
like the Rise
sorry.
2 will be.
Yeah, I was just really shocked when it just disappeared off my account once they went into receivership, which I thought was a bit naughty.
What did?
Equator 1. I tried to reinstall it when I bought a new Mac, take it from my old Mac into the new Studio Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on my account it wouldn't allow me to install it.
Oh.
That's why I've still got it on my old laptop, so I can use it.
Is it an installations count thing, or is it? In other words,
I don't know. I mean, it just
Is that through the Mac App Store or
no,
just
it was
through a
it
normal
was, it
installer?
was through Rowley.
you should. Well, I mean, you could take the chance and pull it off the laptop and see if that gives you an installation back that you can put where you want it.
Yeah, I didn't want to lose it completely.
No, I
was quite-
understand
yeah.
the concern, but
Yeah.
it's got to be one of a couple of issues, and one of the ones it's most likely to be is, they give you 3 installations and they think you've used them or something. or
Yeah,
2.
well,
That's where hard drive images come in handy. They just already have it.
yeah, it's true. I mean, 2 installations. That would actually, Rich, what you just said has made perfect sense if it's 2 installations, because I installed on the old Mac Mini, installed on the laptop. There's my 2. If it was 3, then trying to reinstall
but if
it.
you're having trouble, pull one of them, whichever
Yeah.
one is least
Yeah.
vulnerable to you,
Yeah.
and then see if you then get your back, because their software should take that into account and allow you to modify that.
You would have thought so.
Lord
yeah.
knows you don't have to write to the customer because that could take a year.
Yeah, I mean it's.
So I would just play around with the installation count first.
I'll try it. I'm going to try it again then, because there was something else they gave with it as well, wasn't there? There was what was the other thing? Wasn't Surge? It was something else. Oh, there was a second MPE synth that they gave you. Can't remember what it was now.
Well, I use Cypher 2 and I use Strobe 2.
Strobe. It was Strobe.
Yeah,
I had Strobe 1. Yeah.
Yeah, I know there was a time where Strobe disappeared for a while.
Yeah. Oh right. Yeah. Well, I haven't bothered trying to. I didn't bother when I couldn't install at all. I thought I'll just leave Strobe.
Yeah.
I like Strobe a lot.
I love Strobe. I wrote a CS80 brass patch for Strobe.
Yes, I
And it was
recall.
like-
I have it.
It's the dog's nuts, mate.
But isn't very issue that the original Strobe was FX Punching, so
that's right,
that
it was. Yeah, I think so.
Part of it, what was it, DCAM Vintage Synth Squad?
Yeah.
With the other thing.
Well, this was obviously when Rowley were buying up everybody, or trying to. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I thought they just bought those instruments from FX Punching. They didn't buy the company.
Oh, they bought loads of companies, or they
Well-
tried to, because they were
Well, they're now one company. I don't know who.
Yeah,
bought
they had a
them or
horrendous
how it-
burn through rate and all
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah, it was a
Well,
bit iffy.
It's now.
Remember,
all
I spent it all on
incestuous
flowers and
will never
miscellaneous.
be open.
Don't call her that.
What?
Miscellaneous, yes.
No, flowers and miscellaneous is where where you put in your tax return all your cocaine.
And women and entertainment. And,
Oh, that's
Yes,
right. I remember. this one.
miscellaneous.
No, I still like this. The whole Rolly gig. Well, like with Richard, I've invested so much time into it now
Yeah.
that if you walk away from it, it's kind of like it feels like failure. So you just have to stick it out.
I feel
They're
exactly
gonna
the
play
same
it
way
from
with
my
Lindstrom.
cold dead fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Rolly could be pissing up our legs, and we go, "Yeah, cool." Just,
well, it's
you know,
it's
we don't
like a
care.
guitarist having to play keys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I,
At the end of the day, it's how do you interface with the thing that's making the sound? And
Yeah.
in keyboard playing, for the most part, we're machine operators, and this is the most convincing connection between actual expressivity on a keyboard and sound that we've ever had. And could maybe Lindstrom is the same way? I'm not sure. I haven't
It
played
is.
it,
I
but
mean,
it looks like it
my
might
only
be.
my only criticism of the instrument is I don't find it very intuitive for chords.
I see.
Chord shapes are well, I can do them. but
Interesting.
I don't enjoy playing them in the same way that I enjoy playing chords or arpeggios on the piano. So it's
Now,
great
will
for.
Go ahead,
Sorry, go on,
David,
Rich.
sorry. I was going to
just
ask,
gonna
will it translate arpeggi technique?
Yeah.
Like it looks like a harpeggi on its side, in a way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It does. Yeah.
So
but-
would
so
it
I find
translate harpeggi technique?
Yeah. I mean, I've never done that. I use it for lead parts really. So
Okay.
it does a great guitar, with Geostrad or something like that, and all of those sort of brassy type things that you use. And I now mainly use an iPad with it when I go out gigging, and I find that really really useful and light to carry. I can stick the whole thing together, and it will actually run power. It will power. The Lindstrom will power off an iPad, but it's a bit flaky, so I tend to always take a power supply.
I see.
But but you're right about the investment of time. I mean, I've been playing it for 3 years now. And it was a lot of money at the time. It was £1,700 when I bought it, and it was just one of the best investments I ever did.
Yeah.
There aren't that many of us out there. There's only 3,000 in the world apparently who play instruments.
I must admit though, one of the things that I was doing the gliding, for instance.
Yeah.
Sometimes I want to do it within the keys, and if you're playing a chord, you have to do it within those lumps. You can't go down to the flat area.
Right.
And that was when you're moving, like for instance, if you're going to slide down an entire chord, you can. I was trying a technique where you're playing the chord, so you drag it out to the pitch, so you can drag it down. Yeah, that was.
What you did, like dragging over the ripples.
I mean, because
when you're dragging it down, you got to make sure you've got your fingers going in between the white keys.
It's
and not
just
on
a
them.
new. It's just a new way of playing.
Yeah.
A keyboard.
Yeah.
Which is not playing a keyboard. You're almost stroking it.
Like that. You can drag it going through in the lumps, but you've got to be really flexible
Accurate.
on how you do it as well. Yeah.
I
Oh
have
yeah.
to
No,
say-
it's unforgiving.
I gotta say,
Unforgiving.
the instrument, if you slide in a chord, just a standard triad, is very very simple.
Yeah.
But the shapes that you have to make don't seem intuitive.
Yeah.
I have
What,
to keep
you've never played an accordion?
I play an accordion.
Never played a guitar.
So it's
I play
an
guitar- I
it's an
play
instrument
guitar.
like a
Weren't
flat
counting on
surface.
that, were you?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a flat surface. Yeah.
It is. I'll get one. See ya.
Yeah, but all right.
You've seen it.
Well, it's just that if it's a flat surface, doing the chord sliding is a walk in the park as long as you keep the fingers rigid as you're moving.
So,
yeah,
it's, you know, when you touch it, it feels
It's a
quite
blank
hard.
slate.
Yeah, but actually, there's not much give on it. But actually, you can get a lot of articulation once you get used to feeling the shape of it.
Right.
But a chord, it doesn't help. It's not lit up, but actually, something like that would be
crap hand.
Crap hand. Yeah. It's always this sort of business, you know.
Right.
To actually get to actually, there's nothing, you know. There's nothing like I learnt when I learnt to play piano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's a completely different.
There are no polyphonic instruments that do that in nature.
No.
So
yeah.
That all came about with polyphonic portamento, basically, and the sound of that. And that's when we all kind of went, ooh, wouldn't it be nice if? But for my own purposes, I'm not that focused on sliding chords, although it can be, on certain cases, advantageous. But what I mostly focus on, which, getting back to what Kent was saying about the flat part in front of the keys of the keyboard, some days I'll just reach up and play melody just on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And with maybe even with one finger, just sliding up and down, but getting used to the distances. Getting used to being in tune. And
getting a muscle memory. And
And some of what you play will sound like shit because you go for things that are hard to do. But
the
point is that's
or because you sound like a cello student.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right,
honestly, it's like a 6-year-old doing recorder practice. It really is.
It's really constructive in terms of able to navigate the instrument when you are playing up on the keys and you want to do other things with control, because I can slide down to that front strip and use it like very, very quickly, and nobody ever hears me making that transition, but it just works.
But isn't this what Tipex was invented for?
What is Tipex? I don't know what that is.
Whiteout
paper.
Liquid paper.
Liquid paper.
So you can mark positions along the strip. So you know, temporarily until you get your muscle memory.
You don't want to get near my Rolly Seaboard with a can of paint.
Yeah,
trust me.
No, it flakes off. It's non-damaging. It's non-permanent.
I still wouldn't put Tipex on a Rolly keyboard.
Are you sure any of the solvents in there might not like the silicon?
Well, no, Tipex only used to use 1,1,1-trichloroethane, if I remember.
There's two types of Tipex, though, isn't there? There's the water-based stuff.
Oh, no.
You mean original?
You definitely want the
Tipex.
trichloroethane-based one.
I still wouldn't do it.
Just use sidewalk truck, it runs off.
You don't have to be able to see it. You have to be able to feel it.
Yeah.
In other words, having markers is just useful for the first week when you're trying to learn where the things
until
are,
you
but-
get your muscle memory. Yeah.
Isn't it envelope free?
Yeah, I'm going right past there to the muscle memory. Thank you. That's where I want to be. Is like just thinking it and doing it, not looking at it and trying to find it. I
Well,
should feel it.
That's why you're a professional and I'm not.
Well, no, but that's how I do it. I want to be able to do it with my eyes closed to really be, expressive with it. I shouldn't have to be looking at it.
Was it?
So does the Rolly not have any sort of positional nibs anywhere
Horizon.
along it? Or?
Do you remember Horizon?
Yes.
TV show.
BBC
Yeah,
Two.
TV show. Yeah.
Do you remember the was it?
This is where we all go. No.
No.
You don't remember
I
that?
don't remember that.
No.
You don't remember that music to Horizon?
No.
And it was done with that human voice sound, and I think it was something had just come out, and they go, "Yeah, that's cutting edge and technical. Let's have it," And they used, I think it was like whatever the first polyphonic sampler that was of any decent. What would it be? Sinclair.
K250.
Don't know. It had a I don't know because it must be about 80, 79, 80. right on the edge.
Oh,
Never heard
yes.
anything like it.
Kent is right, but you were playing it a little high. I'll post the link in the chat.
Oh, okay. Why the hell do I remember? But I can't remember what happened yesterday.
So you need to play it slightly lower. If you click the link, or Rob, if you click the link and you can play it.
That doesn't work.
No,
Sure?
it's much lower.
Oh, do you know what it is? I'm probably playing it in a shit key.
Yes.
Play it in D minor. Set as the 4 keys.
Do you know what? There's one thing I can't do. Is
Rob, if you click the link and bring it up on the share the screen.
Where are we?
Just play the first 10 seconds or so.
MIDI modifiers. There we go. Let's bring it down 5 cents. Say.
One of those 442
No,
guys,
still lower.
Oh,
still
Hang
lower.
on. Here you go, Ken. Hang on. Hold on. Hold your roses.
Go on, run it up. Let's see what keys.
Here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
Because this will mean nothing to Andy and Rich.
Yeah.
It's very.
Well, it's music.
Oh God.
Sounds a bit like Mike Oldfield, Killing Fields.
God, that's going back. What year was that?
83 would be Mike Oldfield. That sort of stuff from Fairlight.
I think Horizon was earlier than that, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Or Ennio Morricone, The Mission.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was a lot later. Mission was like 86.
Yeah. I know it is a lot easier to play on a standard keyboard than it is on the Rise. That must admit. And there's no benefit of actually playing it on the Rise over a normal keyboard.
Playing staccato on a soft surface is not the best thing.
Oh no, that's not a problem. I have no problem with that. It's just that when it comes to the chord changes and stuff like that, it's going to be much easier to do it. Sort of.
Proper key.
I've started to get used to it, Ken.
Yeah.
You basically have to pull the pitch variation down to make it work. I mean, at the far left slider. But if you pull that down and play normal chordal stuff, you can actually play much more delicately. The nice thing about Seaboard is it gives you back the bottom half of the MIDI velocity range, which is essentially useless to you on normal MIDI keyboards. And this thing actually enables you to access that stuff expressively. And so it allows you to play things a lot more gently if you want to.
Yeah.
If you're pounding out Jerry Lee Lewis, I would say there's nothing quite like the upright piano.
There's nothing to be gained. Yeah.
But if you knock off the pitch variation and work with sounds that are sympathetic to the keyboard, I'm beginning to find a place for it, and I'm again inspired by watching Parisi, who's the king, and absolutely amazing at it, and plays great polyphonic stuff on it.
The pitch variation slider I equate to training wheels, and as you practice more and more, and you bring up that resolution as you get better and your coordination improves. So, like, your goal is to be able to do it exactly the same, but with the pitch variation up the top.
The Parisi Purple Rain thing was really cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, of course. Every time he touches the thing, it's magical. The guy is incredible on it, and he's the one who got me into this whole thing. Meeting him is what got me into this whole mess, and he is absolutely the king. The king.
So if you've got, let's take what's this box bass like? Right, if I bring the training wheels down to full on. Which is easy enough, isn't it? You can get away with absolute murder. You could be punching it and getting the right note. But when you get it up the top, you can get that. You've got to be very accurate again with your fingers. Kind of thing. But that's the goal, and you slowly push that pitch variation up a bit more and a bit more and a bit more, and you go, yeah, it's still sounding good, and you go, oh no, this shit, bring it back a bit, keep practicing, and then we'll try pushing it up again tomorrow. So it's good. It's good that you can do that, because you can get that instant, okay, I can play this by pulling that thing right back.
Well, I tend to run it about halfway up most of the time.
Yeah, sometimes I like to push it right up, because if you're looking for that, for instance, if I'm doing a solo cello, I'll push that bastard all the way up. Awesome. So you get a lot of movement with it, if you know what I mean. You know.
Well, you certainly do. Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God, do you? Yeah.
You definitely get a lot of movement. That's true.
But what's bugging me?
Fortunately, in my case, sometimes it's one of those movements you don't really want to discuss.
Yeah, true. Well, I just noticed that my BBC Orchestra has completely disappeared from my drive.
But you have a BBC Orchestra drive?
Yeah, but I've got it loaded onto my 10 gig. 10 terabyte, rather. But it's now not...
10 gigs sounded like a lot.
Yeah. It is, but guess what? It is jam-packed, and I need another drive.
My son took great pleasure this afternoon when my wife asked him, "What's bigger, a megabyte or a gigabyte?" And he's like, "Mom, come on,
come on, know your powers of 10 and your prefixes."
She doesn't concern herself with such trivial things.
And why should she? Let's face it.
Well, when she wants to upload her cycle camera footage to her iPad and realises
is this
that she can't...
Jeremy Vine style?
What?
Jeremy Vine, that
I know who Jeremy Vine is.
Twat. Yeah, or is it Radio 5 Live or BBC Two?
I don't know what he's on about.
On BBC Two, isn't he?
He's one of these anarchist cyclists that posts posts images of any vehicle that gets within 150 yards of him.
That doesn't observe the highway code when it concerns cyclists. Yeah, gotcha. No, she's not. No, she just bought this literally as a safety precaution. She's had a few close shaves, so she just wants to be able to capture it if it happens. And do.
What is the name of that patch which you like to use a lot?
That I what?
What's the name of the patch that you like to use a lot? Or that you based it around?
I don't know what instrument. Give me a hint. What instrument are we talking about?
Rolly. On Equator.
But software, an Equator.
Yeah. You know that sound you like to use a lot.
Come on, Rich.
Most of the sounds I'm playing are 2 cents, but I play the breath flute a lot sometimes. Just because it's easy to control. It's good practicing. It's clear. You can hear it well. I'm trying to remember what you're thinking of because I'm not sure I know.
I'm trying to remember which sound.
I play Cyber 2 and Strobe 2 sounds a lot more than I do.
Well, what was the one you were doing on the iPad just now?
It was a Swam. It was some of the Swam sounds running in their noise app, which was supposed to be compatible with the blocks that they were going to bet the whole company on.
Yeah.
But in any case, I have the Swam there, and I can control it from Bluetooth and use any keyboard I want. I just don't have any Bluetooth keyboard for it.
Yeah.
And the Nexus doesn't quite cut it for this. Also, it seems when I use a USB connection from the Q Nexus is shit.
Yeah.
On the note of something as high quality as a Rise, I might be going to bed if I want to have a swim tomorrow morning before work. I could probably do that sooner rather than later.
All right, Robert. Good talking to you.
Lovely to see you all.
Yeah, nice to see you, buds.
Hey, Robert.
Cheers, Robert. Enjoy your time in Wales.
Yeah, I will. We'll be here for another 3 weeks.
You're in Wales?
Yes.
We're playing in Swansea,
It's quite far away from where I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Aberystwyth, and yeah, for another 3 weeks, and then a week in Brecon, and then a week in Carmarthen.
Wow, Brecon's nice.
Yeah, I'm doing a fun show about it's called Operation Julie. It's about the bust of the biggest LSD lab in the mid-70s in the world.
Because what are you doing with regards to this?
I'm sound number 2, so I'm looking after radio mics.
Oh, I see. It's a stage presentation. Then that's the subject.
Yeah, it's a play with some prog rock songs in between.
Interesting. Cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
lovely bits of 10 Years After and Hawkwind in between. A bit of King Crimson.
Wow.
Yeah, right up a street for Gaz.
Yeah, Gaz would love that. And he's Wales, but he doesn't live in Wales.
But he is actually like not too well. I say not too far from here, but he is like from the other side of Mid Wales, from closer to Welshpool. I think is where he's originally from.
I saw Gaz about a week ago. We had lunch, Nick, Gaz, Andy, and I. A nice lunch.
Cool.
In Bristol. Anyway,
Sounds like a
I
fun.
wish it was great. It was really good. I wish you luck with the show. Sounds really exciting, actually.
We're opening next Saturday. Yeah, it's going to be fun. So if I'm complete misery next week, you know that it won't be going too well.
Well, I don't think you will be.
What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing you can't fix.
Yeah, nothing but a bit of tape can't fix.
Yeah,
Exactly. Duct
Right,
tape and coat hangers.
Well, yeah. Tape and toupee clips. Come on, we try to hide the mic. So like, yeah, but for the play parts, it's hidden mics, and then for the other parts, for the songs, it's just on 58s because the level that is wanted. Trying to use any other microphone, well, apart from the Britney, is probably unlikely to happen.
It's remarkable what you can do with microphones, and SM58 will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best option, but then this show doesn't have a lot of money, so, and the microphones we're using, they already bought 5 years ago for another show, so...
I once consulted with the high school in my hometown, and they needed to amplify a quartet of woodwind players on a riser during a marching band show. And they had SM58s, and I put them in an XY configuration over this quartet, and it sounded fantastic.
Yeah,
Every time you put it up, it sounded great.
The only problem with 58s is noise, but again, in this case, we're putting the stage box, the digital stage box, directly below the band riser, so the cables are at maximum 10 meters, so we're not going to have noise issues that you'd normally have with 58s. If you run them over like 100 meters of analog line.
But even with the traditional stereo miking technique, they sounded great. It was surprising. You put them up and you go, wow, those are SM58s, because it just sounded so natural. It sounded like it sounded like a completely uncolored representation of what those people were up there doing. And it really is a desert island microphone in SM58. It's pretty good in front of almost everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's never going to be the perfect mic, but it's never going to be terrible either.
Right. It's going to work in front of almost everything.
Yeah.
If it has to. No, it's not your first choice for very many of those things if you've got a closet full of them.
But if you have a closet and all the money, then it's not the mic you're going to... and also the time. I mean, why would I put a 57 in front of a guitar amp? Well, because I can't be bothered to go through the 5 other mics. I just know that the 57 is going to work.
It's going to sound fine.
Yeah.
And especially if you put something else next to it that's complementary and not similar.
Yeah. Put an SM81 next to it. Done.
That'll do. That'll do. An 87, 24 inches back might do it. You know, there's all kinds of data. All right. Yeah.
Or one to one. Nice and lovely.
A ribbon microphone. You know, it's nice. It's nice to have these options. But an SM7 will work in almost. If somebody handed you a box full of them and said make records, you could.
Yeah, I mean, again, you might have to do things differently, but when you just listen and move them around, rather than what you wouldn't do with your first choice of microphone.
Right, but that's why it's not what you use; it's who you are that makes the record.
Yeah, well,
you use what you got, you make.
If you have enough time to walk around and play with the positions, I mean, most mics can make it work. And the digital processing you have on anything nowadays, I mean, the amount of EQ you can do on any console is so precise that some differences you don't care about. Just put it in approximately the right place.
I'm reminded of the album that Paul McCartney did where he plugged microphones directly into the back of a Studer 2-inch machine and just recorded one track at a time.
Was that his first one?
Well, I'm thinking of 2, McCartney 2.
That was
where he had a Studer A80 upstairs, downstairs, 24-track, 2-inch. And he basically recorded a thing with no console. He took microphone cables, plugged them right into the back of the channel, switched on the mics, like preamps.
Which, to be fair, on the A80 is easy because the preamp design, if you just put in the trimmers and turn off the preamp gain, it will just do that and it will just amplify a microphone. Oh, and we have lost Rich. Such a shame. What a lovely picture to go on.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
There he is.
Oh, he's back.
He's back. Oh, not quite back.
Things are a little dodgy here in the hotel.
Yeah, a little buffering going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was lovely talking to all of you.
My bad.
Until the next time.
See you, Robert.
Have a funny
Cheers,
evening.
Robert.
Take care.
Cheers, mate.
Rest well.
I have to admit, Rich, I only got about 1 word in 10 that made any sense to me.
Really?
Yeah. Mike's and me is like...
Really,
Yeah.
the where the rubber meets the road with engineering, because it's where transduction takes place, and it's so important. And
Yeah.
I love it. I love sticking mics in front of things and seeing what happens. It's just, it's just a fun thing to do. And people make a lot of it, and there's a lot to be made of because they are all different. But by the same token, without having them next to each other, almost any one of them can be made to work in certain circumstances. And people get very precious about, I can't do that without my blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, I'm not that way at all. In fact, I used to walk into studios and ask the assistants what they'd do in a moment like the one we're in now where I'm about to record such and such. Why do I do that?
Yeah.
Because I can always go back and do what I would do. But I don't, and I don't learn a damn thing if I just walk in the door and do the shit I do. But these guys work with different engineers all the time, which is something I did when I was younger, when I was working in a recording studio. And they get to see a lot of different ways of doing things that I don't get to see. So let them show me something. Not only that, it draws them in emotionally to the session, because now the engineer values their opinion about shit and they're getting to work out their own creative stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a win-win on every single way. You learn, you get a chance to learn something. They get to feel good about the fact that they're showing it to you. it really just kind of greases the wheels of creativity in the studio. And if you don't like it, you can always go back to what you would have done anyway.
Yeah.
And you have that in 5 minutes. So it's worth the 20 it might take to listen to what somebody else's version of it is.
Yeah.
And people get precious, and they don't realize that they blow off a lot of opportunities like that by being precious, too wrapped up in their own ways.
Yeah.
You know, there have been 1 or 2 times where I looked at something somebody was doing and said, no, we're not doing that. And one guy got really, really insulted. And I was like, I'm sorry. It's my session, and I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
You know, you may not like it. You may not even like me right now, but that's just the way it's going to be, because this is something I have to record for these guys, and I don't want to do it that way.
Yeah.
And this guy got all pissy with me. He was really dragged. But we got it done. I was basically borrowing a church to record my son's rock band in. And here I got this giant church space, and this was to record the drums facing into the wall. And I said, no. I'm sorry. Those drums are going to be facing into the room, not off of the wall. And that's what I came here to record. And he was not pleased. And sometimes you just got to let them be nice. Sometimes you have to say, that's what we're going to do.
I'll tell you whose book's really good if you ever get a chance to read it. Phil Brown, the guy who did Talk, and he did Rolling Stones, early Rolling Stones. But his book is really worth a read, you know.
Okay.
And it sort of reinforces what you're saying about, you know, because obviously he came up, as a studio engineer, because that was his role right the way through. Although he did do some production work, but he is a studio engineer, and it's just a really fascinating insight into that world, you know. And your comment about asking what the engineer would do is so right, really. You know,
well, the assistant engineer, the person who's there to assist you, is the person I'm asking, and there's very good reasons for that. And most of them have to do with helping me, but some of them have to do with letting them express themselves in their environment, which brings their emotional solidarity into the project more strongly, and it makes the whole thing kind of run smooth.
More invested.
But that's not really. That's sort of a fringe benefit. The real benefit is I get to learn what other people do, and whether I might like it, I might not. Sometimes, quite often, I do. Again, I'm not that precious about ways of doing things, so that they sound good to me when I'm doing. I like changing it up, and if I don't do that, I'll start just changing it up myself. This happens in software too. When I'm mixing or working in Pro Tools, I change the way I do things a lot. I prefer not to just keep repeating the same methods. I mean, sometimes you find something that works and you use it for a while, and then you get sick of it and you use something else. I mean, that goes too. But as I approach problems, I don't try to approach them from rote solutions, and I don't use presets in audio gear software, audio gear software. In other words, there's ever been a time where I opened up a compressor and put a preset up in a compressor and used it. I literally don't think that day has ever come, and I don't expect it will, because they're so situational. It doesn't make any sense. If you know what you're doing with the thing, there's no need for preset. There's not that many damn knobs on the thing. It's not like a modular synthesizer, for crying out loud. So anyway, that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, it works. What works, isn't it?
But Kent, the microphone thing is really something that just requires a lot of practice. And you've gained practice since we've been doing this, and your mic technique is better. Than
That's true. I now know that you have to have the 48 volt turned on. I know that much now.
And you're speaking into the right part of the microphone, you know.
Yeah,
also
like helps.
But we've all done that. We've all talked into the back of a microphone.
Yeah.
I suppose. Does it
sound right? You know,
we've
all done that.
Yeah.
It's funny, but it's a little bit like talking into the bottom of this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Talk about a crash course in XLR. Bloody hell. Yeah, it was most interesting.
Crash course in a guy who fixes CS80s needs a crash course in a 3-pin wire configuration.
Yeah.
We've all got our Achilles heel.
I have many. I'm like a bloody centipede, mate. I've got so many of them.
That's so many Achilles heels.
Yeah. Achilles the centipede. Yeah. Yeah, there's it's just that microphones never actually came up. You know, I've been lining since I was this big, you know, and
Well, you
using a
don't
microphone.
exactly have them. I mean, what are you going to do? Put a string quartet in your front room? I guess you could.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
here's the thing.
Go
I
on.
do my podcasts, and the vast majority of my guests are synthesizer people.
Yeah.
You know, and I can count on one finger how many of those have had a decent microphone. And when I say to them, look, you can't use your AirPods, you can't use a little Logitech headset, this has got to sound halfway decent. They've said, oh, right, I might have to go and buy something then. Yeah, I think the only person that had a decent microphone, I'm trying to think now. No, actually, Matt Johnson had one.
Yeah.
Because as you'd expect, I think Don Lewis had an SM58 actually.
Haven't I been on your show?
No, I'm talking about the SOS podcasts. I'm not so worried about the live streams. I'm not so worried about that because it's kind of a given. But when I recorded David Bessel, who's such an interesting guy and really, really great, but he was all he had was his earbuds or whatever they're called, the AirPods.
Yeah.
And whilst to you and me, I can understand him. I can hear everything that's going on. It's not podcast
professional
quality. No. And I said, have you got anything? I mean, any decent microphone, even if it's not like a vocal mic, just anything, because it would be better. And we had to, RX9 the shit out to get it, sort of broadcastable. And we there was a point where the editor was saying, I think we have to can this. And I said, no, this is too good. I'm not canning this.
See, Rob,
and Michael Whalen had a good one as well.
For 30 or 40 quid, you can buy a decent, really good Behringer microphone, and you can post it out to people.
I could do. I've actually got a C1 here that I used to use.
Yes, actually, I've got a C1.
Well, the C1 is actually really good.
Yeah,
I actually thought the C1 was quite good until I got this thing, and then all of a sudden the C1 isn't so good, but it's
bit of a
better
price
than a lot
differential.
of other things.
Yes,
quite.
Okay, now Ty's going to join.
When I had no money, the C1 was the thing I bought.
Exactly. It's exactly
because
yeah.
it was dirt cheap, and I was doing demos, and it was great.
Yeah.
I've still got it. It's not been out for years, but
Yeah.
It's
Well,
always there
I'm using the TM1, and no one's said that I sound any shit than I normally do. So.
But it's not surprising that you've got, as Kosh says in the chat, these are synthesizer people, they're not vocal people.
Yeah, I mean,
and very few of them have to record their voice.
Well, this is the thing. Do you know how many synthesizers actually have XLRs on the back of them?
Very few.
Yeah, I can think of 2.
One.
Well, the Roland JDXi does.
Yeah, I wouldn't work on one of them if you paid me.
The Kurzweil K2500 does. The K2600 does.
Well, in the normal...
Microsampler has.
The normal kind of bulk stuff that I get...
none of them.
So, my Fairlights have got them.
Yeah, right.
My Ackis have all got them.
Jupiter 8s have them as standard.
DX1, DX5.
The DX1s has them as well, agreed.
What
But
are we talking about that they have?
XLRs.
Oh,
XLR.
So you got for instance, if you're doing a refurb and you check everything, and I mean you check everything, you also check the XLRs. So you check the XLRs on maybe a Jupiter 8. I've seen one CS80 with XLRs on it, but all that was actually the plugs, and it was just they've taken the wires from the 1/4-inch jacks and put them to XLRs. That's all they've done.
The Voyetra had XLRs for MIDI.
Yeah.
If you
I want to get back
Yes.
to the notion that there are synthesizer people and microphone people.
No. I'm just saying that there's a lot of synthesizer people who don't need a decent
Or ever come
microphone.
across
Because
any.
they just
yeah.
don't do vocals.
They just don't. It's not their thing. But there are equally there are probably lots of synthesizer people that do. But you know the kinds of people
So
that
the guy who makes your omelets in the morning may not make the sandwiches as well as the guy who makes the sandwiches in the afternoon, but it's still the same business.
Yeah, but again, you know, going back to Kent, the guy that can rebuild a CS80 with his hands tied behind his back and his eyes covered didn't get the 48 volt phantom power bit.
Yeah,
you know, that's the way it is.
No, it's just a matter of experience, though. It's not.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is
you
it.
do it once.
Yeah,
It's just having the experience. It's not. I understand that. I mean,
but what I'm saying is even on the back of these synthesizers, if they have a lot of them have XLRs, they do not require the 48 volt bit. They're just a particular type of socket to get the audio out, and that's all.
Yeah.
So I plug an XLR into it and then plug
You
it
just think
into
it's gonna
my.
work, yeah.
I can't remember what speakers I had down there, but nice ones. Plug them in, and
nothing.
You get sound, and it works. And you go, cool, lovely, thanks very much. That one works. That one works. Cool. Out the door.
Yeah. Because the difference being is that you don't plug a microphone into the mains.
Yeah.
Which is why you need 48 volt phantom.
Yeah.
So.
But only on some microphones.
Well,
exactly. Like this.
Yeah.
These don't need it.
Funny enough, I
dynamic.
tested an XLR today. Funnily enough, and it was on a Liberation.
Oh
God, what a heavy lump that is! Who thought it was a good idea to go? Here's a synth you carry on stage, but we're going to make it
What
the
a
same
piece
way
of shit
as a Buick
they are.
Riviera. Yeah, and we're going to put Rogue,
it's such a
Rogue electronics in it, and those crappy, bloody sliders and that awful bloody sponge that turns to crude oil. Have fun, guys. Yeah.
They didn't build it to last 50 years, Kent.
They didn't build it to last 50 minutes.
exactly.
Oh, that's
about the MG1?
Yeah, I mean, Liberation is like, okay, so it's wood. So why is it so heavy again? What kind of wood is it?
It's mahogany.
Soaked in steel.
Yeah, is it sort of like, does it one of those special lead trees or something? It's like really.
I'm pretty sure Bob Moog was still involved when they did that.
I think he was for the Liberation, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he was
Yeah.
involved in the development of Liberation.
I mean, it's nice, because you've got Force. They call it Force.
I think it was a Herb Deutsch project.
Ah, there you go.
Really?
So they got, yeah.
I
So you
never-
got
boy.
you got
I'm glad you told me
the Force settings, which in every other synth on the planet is called Aftertouch. But on the Liberation, it's called Force. And it's quite good. But what I could never figure out on the control arm, and you have those little like I call them radio volume dials. Sort of like you only got the top of the dial showing, but they go round and round and round and round for ages. Instead of being like sort of like, I don't know, say 45-degree angle to go from 0 to full. You can wind the bastard round and round and round to get full on it.
You say, no, sorry, a potentiometer is not a potentiometer unless it's a Vernier dial potentiometer.
Now,
That's
now
a proper
steady,
one.
Now, steady on. Do you know what? The amount of people that say to me, oh, I need, my Verniers don't work properly. Can you still get the proper pots? I go, it's just a normal pot behind that. There's nothing
it's
special
geared.
about it. Yeah. No, it's just a straightforward pot, and you've just got a very, very fuck-off, slow-moving knob on the front. That's all. Yeah. Don't look into it. It's just 3 little cogs. It's sort of like an Irish watch, basically. And you're laughing, right? Just to get the nuance of it, even though it'll drift away from there anyway. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, but when I tested the XLRs on that, and you just plug the XLR cable in, plug it into the speaker. Yeah, it's working. Brilliant. Cool. Bye bye. No 48 volt involved anywhere. So.
Well, I think phantom power is only actually needed for microphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually used.
It's
for
only
any
needed
other...
for condenser. Only for
So
condenser
silly,
mics.
Silly Bollocks here sees XLR on the back of his audio interface and on his multi-track digital recorder and go, oh look, XLRs. Nice, cool. I haven't got any XLR cables. Cool. Oh, it does have line outs. Cool. I'll put TRSs in it. Yay, off we go. Which works because I've got TRSs on the back of the synths. And never an XLR shall there be. So when it comes to doing that podcast with Robbie and Ben, I've never used XLR. I'm going... And nobody said, have you turned the phantom power supply on? Because they assumed, like everybody else, including myself, that you just plug the bastard in and I'd either know or, like...
Hey, we shouldn't put phantom power on something that didn't need it.
Yeah, like I was going to turn around and go, of course I fucking turned the fucking phantom power supply on. Go, wait, what phantom power supply? What are you on about?
The one that's marked.
Yeah, it's really tiny writing, by the way. It just says 48 volt plus.
Yeah.
Like that. It's a little button like that. So, so
and
me and microphones.
It's fundamental to a condenser microphone that you have to have a power supply, whether it be coming from your mic preamp as the source
or from
or
a
an
battery.
external power.
Then we go and confuse the
even
issue.
a box that the mic plugs in.
But
even a cheap electric condenser.
This is the zones of experience. Because if I said to you, do you know what the calibration setting in millivolts for the attack times on any of the presets on the CS80 is, you'd go, oh, that's your job.
Oh no, of course.
20?
So yeah. No, it's 125 milliseconds actually, but you were close.
Out.
But
you get a
right,
point.
It's based in microphone theory, and you just haven't been exposed to microphone theory, so it doesn't occur to you.
Yeah, and it was a real
by the same
learning
token,
curve.
by the way, don't phantom power any of your ribbon mics, please.
Oh god. No.
Well, see, we confused the issue then because I recommended he gets an SM7B, so he goes out and gets his SM7B and he plugs it in, and doesn't matter whether phantom power is on or not, that will work absolutely fine.
I'm glad you said that because I've always thought it was an SM78.
But then,
look at it like that.
then I give him a cloud lifter,
which
you
does
do
require
uses the 48 volts to do its thing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But by then I knew about the Phantom.
Yeah, so we knew about that. So
yeah,
got it going.
So and the cloud lifter's on and the 48 is supplied.
Yes.
Boom.
I do like those cloud lifters.
Yes, they're very good. I think it's down behind them little.
Yeah.
Is it a
I mean, this thing sounded fantastic before it, but it just gives it that.
Yeah,
a little bit of boom.
And just for those who are listening, that Robbie's voice is actually really thin and weedy and a little bit squeaky.
Anthony Newley
in real life, but with the cloud lifter,
yeah,
he
turns into
does
Richard
sound
Burton.
human.
Yeah, it's a Richard Burton. Yeah,
it is astonishing how some microphones, some mic preamps, things like the cloud lifter, etc., can really radically change the timbre of someone's voice.
Yeah.
Oh, I sound like this in real life.
No, you think you do.
No, I do.
You sound like Anthony Newley. You
I mean,
really do.
it's like I think I sound really sexy in real life, and yet when I listen to myself on here,
I've seen you realise that.
It's only some people who think I'm really sexy, and not everyone.
Yeah, well, it's like with Robbie. It's like, all right, Chuck, turned out nice again, and he goes, "You have learned to control your anger. Now, release your hate."
I got a really
yes.
I got a really nice
from
compliment.
Mike does matter.
Yeah. No, I got a really nice compliment the other day because we've got a new manager at our, in our team, and somebody said, "Oh yeah, so here's Rob. Rob is the voice of HID Academy because I do a lot of the voiceover work for our e-learning and our videos." And one of my colleagues just went off on one, and he was just like saying, "Yeah, Rob's voice just makes our stuff sound so professional." And I was like, "Whoa, fuck."
Oh, go for it.
So yeah, thank you very much. I'll take that.
Take that compliment as it's presented.
Yeah. So, the material itself is boring as hell, but yeah, the voice makes it all.
It's like when I get these. I even had one today from a guy who Jupiter 8 I'd done for him, and it was she was a right old wreck, poor little thing. She really needed a right old clean.
What, the Jupiter 8 or the customer?
Yeah, the Jupiter 8. Boom, boom. And he sent an email. He sent an email saying, I paid your bill. Thank you very much. It sounds the best it's ever sounded since I bought it. And you go, good.
Yeah.
Glad you're enjoying it.
It's always
but of course, in 2 days' time, he's going, fucking thing don't work.
Fucking thing don't work anymore. Yeah.
Presets have disappeared. Did you put a new battery in it? Yes. Of course I did.
Hey, Rob, you should do a recreation of that Rockwell retro encabulator video if you've ever seen that.
Oh, yeah, I have. Yeah.
The jargon.
That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. I did this thing the other week, actually. Again, blow my own trumpet. We had this guy who worked for us who was a bit flaky. Okay, wasn't very great. The job that he was paid to do, and everybody he was one of those people that everybody else kind of tidied up after him.
Uh-huh.
And he recorded this video. So we have this. We have a partner program. So if you are one of our partners, you get all these added benefits, and we have this partner portal that if you sign into as a partner, you get all this extra stuff. And he did this kind of little how-to 3-minute video, how to navigate around this thing. And he sent it. He'd applied for another job within our parent company and got it. Sent this video to me 2 days before he left the business, and it was wrong. The Zoom was all wrong. And anyway, he sends it back literally on the night that he quits our job and goes off to this other company, never to be heard of again. Yeah. And so I fix it all, and I do it all, and I send it off to the bosses. And the bosses come back and they say, "Great, this is fantastic. However, those 3 things that he talks about, one of those isn't going live for the next 3 months. So can you remove that one thing?" And I said, "Well, yeah, except at the beginning of the video, Cedric says, 'Here are 3 things about this system that you ought to know.'" And so
can you replace the 3 with a 2?
Yeah.
And it's like, can you like just cut it out and then give us 2 versions, one with, one without? And I said, "Okay, let's give this a go."
Audacity, here we come.
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't even use that. I was native in my video editor, and it was just like slice. Copy this bit of audio, move it over there. And it was literally slicing this stuff out and then replacing any reference to that point or other points with. I chopped his voice up and just reconstructed it. And I sent it back to them, and they said, "That's good." And that was it. I'm just like, fuck.
So you replaced all the audio with clips from Yoda.
What I could have done is I could have re-recorded. I could have re-recorded the audio. I could have used our artificial. We got an AI voicing system, and that's really very good. But I could have used that. But no, I thought this is Cedric's voice. He's done all of this, and I chopped and sliced, and I copied and I pasted, and I trimmed, and I everything. Wow. I put it all together. And you watch that video, you would not know that there were 3 things that he was talking about. But you would absolutely believe that there were 2.
Wow.
But in the process, you acquired RX9, tax deductible.
No. Literally, this was all done within the video editing.
I'm joking, Rob.
But I've already got RX9. I bought that.
I know.
Lifesaver, that is.
Mind you, thinking about it though, it would be good if it got. Well, today we're going to talk about 2 things today.
I should have done. This is what you could have done if you got it done cheap, and this is what you get because. But no, I was happy with it. I was proud of it, so that's all that matters.
Well, one thing I was really impressed with is that pretty much every member of Chic sings, including Richard Hilton here.
Well, you see, his lips are moving,
and his vocals add to the overall sound of one of the best bands in the world.
Yeah. But this is why he always wants the RDs, because it has the very phrase synth in it. It's really the synth singing, isn't it?
It's all vocoder.
Yeah, it's all vocoder, mate.
It's all digital, harmonisers.
If only. If only. Yeah.
But you're very kind. Thank you very much. I've sung my whole life. I didn't sing in Chic for a while. Then he wanted me to sing all the time, and I sing. My voice is pretty deeply buried in that ensemble vocal sound that you hear, and quite often I'm singing an octave lower than everybody else.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Because
but it really does add to it, though. It really thickens that vocal. It's fantastic.
Mind you, you haven't heard singing till you've heard Fiona.
Okay.
And even when you've heard Fiona, you still haven't heard singing.
Yeah. She's the only person that can sing a theme. You go, no idea. Sorry. Bless her little cottons.
Indeed.
Hey, Sass, before I forget, share that link I put in the private chat. The best jargon video ever.
Yeah, I see it. I see it, Andy.
So I'm eating in the garden for the next 2 weeks, starting Monday.
Nice. Well, you got the weather for it.
God, yeah.
Literally, I was looking at the next, because I've got like 2 weeks off from the end of next week.
To develop a line of automation products that establishes new.
Sorry.
That's all right. I was listening.
You must have seen that video before.
I
haven't, but I'll watch
You should play it, Ken. It's really funny.
Yeah.
I'll watch it out of sequence, when we're not here doing this. Anyway.
Oh, this is the platform for it, trust me. Seriously, anything goes on here. And has done in the past, actually.
Listen, guys, I really actually need to go to sleep. I'm exhausted. And I have shows starting tomorrow, 3 in a row, including one I'm going to see some of you at on Sunday, at least one of you.
Just don't fib. You're just dying to get back in that jacuzzi again, aren't you?
Yeah.
I don't know. It is right over there.
Yeah, I know. It's cool, isn't it?
Who knew? Who thought?
Is it one that's in the bath, or is it a separate thing?
Well, it's a separate thing insofar as it's not in the same room as the toilet and the sink, and there is a shower over there.
Okay.
So in a corner of the room, and it's not just this room, apparently it's all the rooms, there are these tubs with jets in them.
Nice.
Cool.
I went and stayed at a hotel in Kenya, and it's a hotel that's owned and run by the Red Cross. So it's a fun, they run it and they use the profits and feed it all back into Kenyan Red Cross activities. So it's brilliant. And I went into my room. This is a fantastic hotel. Like all the rooms are kind of around a central kind of atrium type thing. And you go in, and there's a glass wall between the bathroom and the bedroom, and the bedroom's huge. Yeah. And it's not a frosted glass. Yeah, it's a see-through, so you can see who's in the bath. And I get in the bath, and it's got all of these jets, and it's just incredible. But that was in the bath, so it wasn't a separate thing, but lovely thing.
So who were you there with?
I was on my own. I was working. I was teaching people.
You thought you were.
I know. It was one of those rooms that you wish you were with someone, but unfortunately, no. I was on my...
there's secret cameras, because that was the other way they were raising money. For the Red Cross.
Probably. That was great. It was a great hotel. It was Red Cross. It was
nice,
absolutely brilliant.
Well, I was telling.
And then we had massive power cuts because they had huge thunderstorms, and it flooded all of the generators. And so I'm in the middle of this demonstration of mobile access and physical access control requiring power, and everything goes off.
Yeah.
So my skills were called into action.
Well, I was talking to Fiona today about because Richard was waxing lyrical about the jacuzzi, And I said to Fiona, I said, yeah, I said, Richard's got a jacuzzi in his room. She goes, you've been in a jacuzzi, haven't you? She goes, no, hang on a minute. No, you wouldn't have done, would you? I said, no, I haven't. She goes, well, I was thinking about putting one out on the patio. What?
You got room for it?
Yeah. Okay. Well, which is actually going to be the kitchen for the next 2 weeks. Outside. So they're ripping the whole lot out, apparently. It's all happening
Try
Monday.
the burgers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My God, you didn't try Fiona's burgers though. They are properly cooked, trust me. And they're about, honest to God, they
won't kill you.
I'd say they were about 7 to 8 inches high.
Is that just a burger?
7 to 8
That's the
inches
meat, or is
high.
that the meat and
Yeah,
That's a proper burger. Yeah.
it is, and there's vegetables and oh my God,
You
there's
have to
everything
have,
in
like,
it.
jaws
It's an
of a
entire
great
meal.
burger.
It's an entire meal. It's unbelievable, but it's
Have to
delicious.
Unlock your jaw to get your mouth around.
You have to eat it with a knife and fork, literally. It's ridiculous.
I'm good with knife and fork. And no
Good man.
buns these days.
Yeah, mind you, you have to be beating a husky off while you're trying to eat it.
No, can you rephrase that, please?
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think. Yeah, that might be an idea.
What I do in my hotel room is
I tell you what, Charlie's absolutely mad for. I mean, literally, he will climb into the glass while you're trying to drink it. Is strawberry milkshake.
Oh yeah, you said the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, he's absolutely besotted about it. He knows there's a pint of it in the fridge, and he stands in front of the fridge going. I go, no, we're not opening it yet. No. He knows it's in there, little bugger.
Anyway,
Well, thank you.
Richard,
That's-
it's been a pleasure seeing you, and
It's great
I
seeing you
hope
guys.
we can
I'm gonna
touch
get
base
some-
on Sunday, and if
I
not,
hope so
you'll
too.
see
We'll
Robbie earlier on, later on in the week.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Good to see you, Rich. In
Yeah.
fact, I'm going to go
Rich.
as well.
Yeah. See you soon, Rich.
Say goodnight
Good,
to Robbie
good
as
luck
well.
with the tour.
Probably chat with you tomorrow at some point.
Eddie Boone. Thanks a lot. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah.
All right,
Cheers,
mate.
Rich.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
buddy. Look after
Bye,
yourself.
guys. See you later.
Cheers.
So I've just looked up that hotel in Kenya because I thought, well, I wonder where it is again. It's a 5-star hotel, and
Oh,
how
we
much
done
does
as
it-
well.
Didn't realise it was going. It's,
Oh,
I thought he was saying goodbye to Rich.
Yeah,
he was
so
actually
did I.
saying goodbye to us.
yeah, sorry. Good night, Ian.
Yeah, good night, Ian,
Yeah.
mate. Yeah, sorry, a little
yeah,
bit of
5-star
cross wires.
hotel. 5-star hotel in Nairobi.
Oh, yeah.
How much a night do you think it is?
Well, it's Nairobi.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
300 quid a night.
okay, let me show you what it looks like.
You said stabbing in the
I
dark.
only stayed in a 3-star hotel in Nairobi, so
All right, where is it? Here we go. Share the screen. I can't believe this. No wonder my company put me there.
Oh, okay. £3 a night.
So that's it from the outside.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So you said 300, yeah. 65.
Really?
£65 a night.
Yeah. There are some fantastic hotels around the world that you really wouldn't think are that's affordable, but the whole market in travel has changed dramatically.
Yeah.
Not surprisingly, perhaps over the last 2 years, but there are some great deals if you're prepared to fly. And at the moment, even though I'm not a sort of, I didn't buy into the whole pandemic fear, I would still be somewhat reluctant to sit in a cigar tube with X hundred other people for 12 or 14 hours flying across a few continents. So if you want to take the risk, you're happy to travel, there are some fantastic deals out there at the moment.
Has anybody seen if David Arnold turned up in the chat yet?
No.
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 Text him, phone him. In fact, phone him live while we're here and just say, David,
Goes,
you're
hang on a minute.
talking to 25,000 people at the moment.
He goes,
How
hang
do
on
you
a minute.
feel?
I've still got 24 bars of Independence Day to go. I'll call you
At the
back.
Thurbert Hall.
At the Thurlbert Hall.
The Albert Hall. Yes.
Thurlbert Hall. My God, what a twat. Oi.
Gee, I'm actually thinking about going here. We're not going anywhere. I've got 2 weeks off coming up at the beginning of August.
Yeah.
And we decided, we're not going to go anywhere. We were going to go back home to Italy, but we just left it too late, especially for driving across. So I'm just looking for something that's cheap and cheerful.
Driving across Europe is still an absolute joy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's
Apart from toll roads, but
No, well, that's what I found when I go across France. I'm always going, we'll go this way because that's quicker and good road that. And then you get to the toll, and then one toll will charge you €25 for travelling 2 or 3 miles, and then another one will charge you €3 for travelling
500. Yes,
it's bonkers. But you sort of lose track of it after a while. But no, those A routes on through France are fantastic.
Eastern U.S. has turnpikes all over, damn toll roads all over. So we don't have them out here.
We don't have many here, but.
Well, we have the M6 toll road.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We have the M6 toll. We have the M25. The Dartford crossing.
Yeah.
Little bits here and there, but it's nowhere
Liverpool
near.
Tunnel.
The Mersey tunnels.
And the Wirral crossings now.
We just have toll bridges out here.
And I went across one from Liverpool. Really nice bridge and everything. And I didn't realise I was going to charge for it.
Yeah, the new Runcorn Bridge or Mersey Gateway.
That's the
call
one.
it.
That's the one. Yeah, it's a nice little road. But no, we don't have anywhere as near as many as the French. And the thing is, those roads are bloody well maintained. They actually, they are really, really good.
But no
roads.
one travels them.
Exactly. So you just stick cruise control on and sail through. It's lovely.
I would love to go to Africa. My first wife was born there, and it's a beautiful country from.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not just South Africa, but Africa as a continent. There are so many beautiful countries there.
Yeah, I was in Kenya and Madagascar in 1990. It was stunning.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's way different now.
I just don't want to have to get malaria. And
I had 5
fever
medications.
And
yellow fever, typhoid, malaria. I had a gamma globulin shot. I had the malaria shot is Lariam at the time. It's a bunch of shit.
Yeah. But I'm one of these people who naturally attracts mosquitoes. When I was in Australia, even when I was in parts of Perth that really don't have that many mosquitoes, guess who got eaten alive?
Yeah.
Me. No one else. I mean, the rest of my family absolutely immune. I'm the one who had his testicles bitten by fucking mosquitoes.
They're also attracted to CO2, so you might be breathing too heavy.
Yeah, sorry.
Come say hello to Robbie.
Well, again, hello, darling. Hello, mate. So so again, the benefit of working for a company that sends you abroad is they'll pay for all of your jabs. You get a little yellow passport thing, which you can't enter certain countries without, because you get yellow fever vaccinations, malaria vaccinations, diphtheria, typhoid, hepatitis. You get the whole bloody lot. When I went to Nigeria and Kenya, because I did it all in one trip, it was like a fucking pincushion.
Yeah,
I went to this private place and they just go more there. Give you the malaria tablets. Malaria tablets give me the squits, and you have to start taking them just before you go. And just as you get on the plane, the last thing you want to do on a plane is have the squits. So yeah, not very nice.
Plus, it also affects you down the road. I was supposed to give blood at one point, and they said, "Oh, you've been
you have to.
How long ago?" And then you can't do it.
Yeah, you have to let it get out of your system and everything. But no, I had a whole bunch of shots and things. The scariest thing about going to Nigeria, apart from all the the guns and the corruption that's going on, is getting your bloody visa, because you have to send your passport to the Nigerian embassy. No, don't want to do this. But you do get a lovely inlay in your. I just got this back actually.
Now you can see.
Still got. You can't see it because it's got the passport office sticker on there. But I've still got all my Ebola warnings because I was travelling during the Ebola.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was
It was
queuing up.
striking when I got off the plane in Nairobi, and there were lineups of military guys with huge rifles. I'm like, okay, no one's going to screw up here.
No, they was it? Yeah, I think it was Nairobi that they sent us, because I was travelling from West Africa to East Africa, and obviously the virus was heavy in the West, in Nigeria and those parts. And so when I got to Nairobi airport, they don't take you to the terminal. You have to go and queue up at this, it's just like a marquee, sort of, stuck to the side of the thing. And then there's this one lady at a desk, and there's a heat sensing camera, and it's pointing at the queue, and you can see your outline moving. And they use that to gauge your first, sort of temperature check. And if there's any kind of anomaly there, then they send you off to another thing. But to go through all of the Ebola checks and then back into the main terminal to go through all the other stuff. But it's a beautiful continent. Beautiful continent.
For a period, I had to have 2 passports because there are some countries that if you visit, you can't get into the States, or if you've been to other countries, you can't get into certain Middle Eastern countries.
So if you go anywhere and you have to go to Israel, use one passport, because everyone else doesn't like the Saudis and
I had friends going to Cuba with the embargo, and they have workarounds for that. But
if you've been to Iraq, trying to get into America is also quite interesting.
Yeah. Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
We have no history with those people at all.
Well, yes.
Got my blue passport now.
It's sometimes it would be nice to have a passport that didn't actually carry previous visas or previous entry permits.
I forgot the workaround for Cuba. There was a weird workaround where you had to go to one other country first, and then they do something different. And I think they just don't stamp you or something weird like that. And it's some kind of.
I always used to ask, especially when I was travelling around the EU back in the day when we were in the EU. I always used to ask
for stamps. Yes,
for the stamps, because they don't stamp you,
and they used to look at you like a complete twat. Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, that one.
Oh, look at the doggy.
That one in the middle there is Bucharest.
Yeah.
And I had to ask him for that one, and then he said, he looked at me, he gave me the stern look, and he says, "No." And I'm like, okay. He said, "I'm only kidding." Okay. Yeah. Because that was the funny thing.
Or something like that, is it?
No. They're just fucking with you. But when I got off the plane.
Yeah, sorry, just before you continue. Unlike the TSA in America, most countries, the customs officers actually have a sense of humour.
That is very true.
It's only the TSA I have found.
Nobody likes the TSA.
But they are completely immune to lightening up.
Immigration, the US. I mean, I know they've got a lot of.
Oh, they're cunts. I'm sorry. There's no other way to describe them.
I went at LAX. I landed there and was going through immigration. I got to the thing and doing the whole fingerprint thing on the scanner, and he says, "What's your purpose of your visit?" I said, "Oh, business." "What sort of business?" "Meetings." "What sort of meetings?" "Team meetings."
Army
Who do you work for? Yeah. Who do you work for? Yeah.
Actually, we're talking about how is the best way to insert your finger into the anus of a TSA officer and cause them the most distress.
Well,
that's what our meeting is about.
You put your finger in the butt to stop the
He said, "Who do you work for?" I said, "HID Global." He said, "What do they do?" I said, "You see this thing that my fingers are on? We make that.
We make that. Yes.
We make your job infinitely easier." And he sort of just looked at me and he says, "When was the last time you were in the United States?" And that really tripped me up because it was like years ago. and I'd forgotten what the date was, and I was like, of course, when you start stuttering in front of an immigration officer, you start to worry more, and then you stutter more, and then I eventually got the answer right. So yeah, but yeah, they do lack a sense of humour. But
well,
no,
the best response if they say, when was the last time you were in this country? Just say, well, you tell me because you've got it in front of you. And they can ask again, and you just say, you've got it in front of you.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I don't care. You tell me.
But no, when I got off the plane in Bucharest, I got a taxi, gave him a destination, off we went. And he said, "You English?" I said, "Yes, I'm English." He says, "Oh," and he starts, chatting away in what was actually not, way better than my Romanian. And he starts pointing out all these landmarks as we're travelling through the streets at about 80 miles an hour. This is where Ceausescu gave his final speech, and you see those bullet holes. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is good. He's showing me everything about the revolution, which was quite fascinating.
He's like, here, put this vest on for a bit.
Yeah. No, it's such a beautiful city as well, and I actually had the opportunity to sort of walk around and go. I went to the People's Palace, which is this. Is it still one of the largest buildings in the world? It's up there with the Vehicle Assembly Building at Cape Kennedy. Massive building, but I didn't have enough time to go and do the whole tour thing. But there's this brilliant pub. It's basically a pub that does food, and they have dancing, and then the food is all Romanian stuff, and there's lots of sausages and salads and lard, basically cooked lard.
Yes.
And all this other
lardons.
It was just
it was big on Food Network.
It was fat. It was just
it's
fat.
a delicacy now.
Yeah, it was just fat, and it was like brown on one side, and the rest of it was just like creamy. It was it was amazing.
Yeah,
heart attack on a plate, but love to go back there one day, and because there's this wonderful blend of kind of Soviet style architecture and more modern stuff, and then you can go to some places and literally stand, and each direction you look, there's kind of a different era of architecture, and then you go to the People's Palace and you think, fucking hell, this was built by a communist regime, and all of that wealth and opulence, and you then sort of learn about the rest of rural Romania, which is incredibly poor, and it's just wow. It's a right contrast, but no, lovely country, lovely people. I actually made a comment about the sink in my hotel. It was one of those sinks that's like very kind of shallow. It was an arty-farty thing, and I said, how the hell am I supposed to have a shave with one of these things? Where am I supposed to put the water in and wash me razor out? And I posted this photo on Instagram, and the next morning I got an apology from the hotel manager. Because obviously they're monitoring, the social media stuff, and I got this apology from the hotel manager. Is there anything? Can we put you in another room? Can we change it? No. Honestly, it was fine. I was just like taking the piss. It was okay.
Well, my father was involved in some work in the Soviet Union before it collapsed, and he stayed in sanctioned hotels. And in one hotel he stayed in St. Petersburg, there were 14 bugs that were recording everything he said, everything he did.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah,
and it's my one regret that one of the countries I haven't visited, and I probably never will, is Russia, because apparently it is beautiful and the people are really nice.
Oh yeah,
but it's just interesting how things change.
Indeed.
Politicians aren't always the best people to decide that change.
Andy, what's that? Which sample CD did you buy? The VP one.
I had it on Etsy. In fact, it was a digital download of all things, so I didn't have to wait for shipping.
Okay.
And what's really cool is it gave me a bunch of other cool stuff. Jupiter 6 library and a bunch of other stuff. But
I was just wondering if it's the same sample.
it has that
CD
funny
that
artwork with the kind of the synth at an angle.
Okay, yeah. Oh, right. No, it's not the one. Or maybe it's just a copy of the one. The one
I thought
I've
there was
got is-
only one, but maybe there are a couple out there.
No, well, I've only ever found one, which was
I think I went on eBay and I found a few different case designs.
yeah, but I think that they all basically come off
the same thing. Yeah.
This is the one that I've got. Let me find it.
Let me find my Etsy thing.
I bet it's all the same.
Probably.
I've had that before. Oh, that's a new library of that, and then you get it. Oh no, I've already got that one.
Yeah.
It was made by Music Store. When was it? 95.
It's like the Knights, the Grail thing. We've already got one.
Yeah.
You want a good conspiracy theory?
Is there a bad one?
Since the start of the MP candidate race, shall we call it?
Yeah.
Oh,
You mean the Prime Minister we don't get to choose?
Liz Truss is ahead by 67%.
Yeah, but voting doesn't even open till Monday, does it?
Doesn't matter. There's a poll done by YouGov.
Oh, right.
today.
Okay, yeah.
Well, roughly from the start of the candidate race, shall we say, the UK failed to produce any COVID new case statistics to the world database, or in fact any of the websites in the UK for the last 6 days, and apparently the only country on the planet that has done it so far.
Because unless bodies are piling up on the streets, it doesn't really matter.
Well, it depends.
Guessing.
I don't know. I mean, they're talking about 19,000 new cases admitted to hospital.
Hey, Robbie, here's the one I have.
Yeah, I know. But that had to come from
RT.
yeah, I think it was
Russia Today. Yes.
Scotland.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I don't believe a word of any information that comes from fucking Scotland. I'm sorry.
Well, the problem is there's no fucking information coming from us, so they're probably just speculating. There is nothing. We pulled out of the entire database system for the last 6 days.
I think
12
that's
points.
probably going to be civil servants, not politicians, though.
No. You see, the thing is, they don't want any bad-looking figures because they know it's been going up quite a lot while this race is going on.
But deaths aren't.
No.
You know, I mean, Joe Biden has come down with COVID.
Yeah. But it's still, yeah, no, but what I'm saying is,
He's only been vaccinated 150 times. I mean,
yeah,
you know,
yeah, but I'm not talking about the
No one
end.
ever said the vaccination would keep you from getting sick. It just minimizes the.
But I'm not
the
talking
severity.
about the whole COVID end game. I'm talking about why stop after 2 years. You suddenly are the only country
because
that
people
stops.
are bored. That's why.
No, every country is submitting data every day, and the UK is the only country on planet Earth that stopped 5 days ago. That's the point. No, don't think about the virus or what it does or when people die.
But that's going to be civil servants.
No,
civil
servants do
are
what
the
they're
ones
told.
responsible for the reporting process,
And
not
if somebody tells them
politicians.
not to report, they don't report.
But
it's
no
who
one
tells them.
has.
Says who?
No,
Yes, says who?
because it would have been leaked by now. I mean, the civil service is full of. It's like a sieve.
Yeah, but I've noticed. Does anybody else?
Well, no.
Apparently
one else,
not.
No
That's
one
what I mean.
else. No one else has 630,000 civil servants like the UK does.
Yeah. Mind you, they've probably been retasked.
I hope so. They should have been retasked to fucking die.
and they're probably running around trying to make either one or the
I'm
other.
sorry, I will confess that I have a very jaded view of civil servants, having had to work with those fuckers, and I wouldn't wish that upon anyone who's worked in the private sector. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, well, it just seems very strange that at the same time all the data stopped for no apparent reason.
But that will not be a political decision. I can guarantee that. That will be a civil service.
How can you guarantee that?
Decision.
Because
politicians do not think that far ahead.
No, that's your assumption. How you don't know that.
I do. I know the fucking politicians.
You're making an assumption.
Yeah.
Based on what? That's what I want to know. I'm not questioning it. I'm just asking where are you getting that data from?
Well, if politicians were that prescient, they would have stopped reporting the illness statistics.
In your opinion,
12 months ago.
In your opinion,
based on my experience of actual politicians, yes.
Right. So, what is your experience of actual politicians?
10 years in politics.
When?
Between 2001 and 2011.
Okay.
Then working for a couple of government agencies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be very careful. I've signed the Official Secrets Act,
so
I'm going to be very careful what I've said.
Yeah.
Knowing personally some very high-ranking, now former cabinet members.
And they've told you this?
Yes.
Themselves?
Yes.
In the last year?
In the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
Told you what?
So I if figures aren't being reported, I very much doubt that it is a political decision. It is. I'm sure that if you delve through the daily published information, that information would be available.
Well, it's available on the ONS pages.
Yes.
It's all there.
So, and the media are normally responsible for publishing any government statement.
Yeah, okay then. So if we pick one of those, let's have a look, see what we got here.
So look at NHS data. Look at probably. I think NHS is probably going to be ahead of ONS.
Okay, here we go. Let's have a look. Right,
but you probably have to look at, NHS for whichever area you are in.
Oh, this is UK Gov's site. Let's have a look.
Not the most reliable.
Oh, look at that. The last entry.
I'm looking
15th
at you, Rob. I can see your face.
Last entry.
Well, no, you're telling us you're getting all this information from governments and government people and government departments, and then you tell us the government website isn't reliable.
Look.
Yeah, but politicians personally are not responsible for updating that information. That's what I'm saying.
They're
there's
not.
A whole framework.
Yeah, but a
politician,
a minister can tell a department, right, hold on the figures. This comes from up top. You hold on the figures because it'll make us look shit. And lo and behold,
tend not to do that.
Saz, lo and behold, the last government figures was the 15th of July. There has been no more data released since then.
What about NHS?
This is the UK Gov site.
No, what about NHS though?
All right, hang on. Let's have a look. See what we've got.
So look at your local NHS area.
Let's have a look. Oh, what's up? Okay, so where is that last entry then?
I mean, I will not deny that I think infection rates are going up, but I do not believe that corresponding death rates are going up. And ultimately, that's all anyone seems to ever care about. Because, God forbid someone in their 90s dies.
No, but that's not what I said. What I said was the data had stopped being released. It's not talking about.
Yeah, but I do not believe that's a political thing. I'm not sure.
I would have thought.
I'll put it this way: I am not aware of any government minister deliberately delaying the publishing of data from public bodies.
Right. So, in your opinion, then, okay, in your opinion, if the UK has never failed to release their data for over 2 years now, why it suddenly stopped 5 days ago? And there's been
but I'm
saying
since. I'm saying I don't believe it is a ministerial decision because that would be published. Ministerial decisions aren't made in secret. So if a minister says this isn't going to happen, the fact that it isn't going to happen would actually be a public fact.
Okay, so look at... hang on. What we got here?
And it doesn't matter who's in charge. That would always happen. So if a minister says, this is not going to happen, that is a public decision. Or, this is going to happen, that again is a public decision.
Okay.
But ministers are not themselves responsible for the collation and publication of data. So a lot of these stats will come from, for example, the NHS, because they are first responders. They are the ones who triage people as they come into A&E, for example. They are the ones responsible for publication of this data, not ministers.
Mm-hmm.
And probably not actually the Department of Health as a ministry. So I very much doubt that a minister has made any decision not to publish any information, because that would actually be a recorded decision.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter who's in charge. That sort of decision level would be recorded.
Well, it was like the decisions that were taken, like, for instance, for the Metropolitan Police to not investigate.
But the Metropolitan Police is not a government agency, per se.
But
they report to, but they are not dictated to.
Yeah. But when they had all that evidence, they thought it wasn't worth investigating, and then you turned on it.
Durham Police, particularly, yes.
And then you turned on it.
Yes.
So.
But
if a high-ranking minister was to say, turn around to a civil service department and say, don't publish something,
that wouldn't happen. It would be a recorded decision. Believe me, the civil service do not do things just on a nudge or a wink. That does not happen. The civil service are probably the biggest enemy to government.
Well, then the plot thickens, because then it would be interesting to know why we're the only country that suddenly stopped releasing the data.
I would suggest,
and that's overall. That's the question here, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
What Kent is saying is right, regardless of
why. If that's the case, then
well, I'm saying
I think it's
for
a great
conspiracy
opportunity.
Theory. What I'm saying is, for a conspiracy theory, it started at the same time the race for the leadership.
Well, I'm completely with you. I think it's a great opportunity to put in an FOI request to establish who in the civil service made the decision not to publish the relevant information.
Yeah, because I mean, in terms of it affecting the leadership, I don't see a real connection.
I don't think it makes any difference.
If anything, they'd want you to they would want to stop publishing the economy figures.
Yes,
more than anything else.
Right?
You know?
Yeah, I mean, people dying. Well, we're used to that now.
Yeah.
You know,
well, what I'm trying to say is, it just seems strange that at the same time it starts, this COVID data suddenly has stopped for the first time in 2 years.
Well, I was surprised probably about a month or so ago when the likes of the BBC stopped publishing the death figures. And I mean, you know, when you think throughout the pandemic, every day we were updated with how many people were infected, how many people were dying, X, Y, you know, whatever.
Well, now it's fallen below, say, an average of 20 people. It's not news anymore.
But how many people died in Ukraine yesterday?
Yeah.
Well, the media aren't reporting that because that's not important. But the fact
Joe
Biden has COVID is worldwide news. So
there's a good chance it could kill him. He's old enough.
It's not necessarily that the information isn't there, but it certainly isn't being reported.
Funnily enough,
so
one of
my
the stories
question would be to the media less than the politicians. Because if anything, the media should be the ones asking the questions, because they're meant to be the ones holding truth to power. Yeah? That's their job.
Yeah, but the media is not responsible for the COVID data to be released.
No, but who's asking for it?
Well, the World Meters system.
But
get the data every day.
But if you watch BBC, Sky, Channel 4, listen to, I don't know, BBC Radio 4, Talk Radio, BBC 2, whatever, where are the reporters asking and demanding this data? They're not.
No. Well, the news at the moment is which...
Well, Joe Biden has COVID. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, and tomorrow it's going to be which of the two elitists is going to be Prime Minister.
Well, the answer is it's probably going to be Liz Truss, and everyone's going to hate that, including Conservatives, even though they voted for her. And everyone wants Boris to come back, but everyone hates him as well. And we'd like Keir Starmer to be Prime Minister, but everyone hates him as well. And, you know, and it's just like, it doesn't matter because everyone is wrong according to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, that sounds really simplistic and really patronising, but
I think
that's
been
the
like that
impression.
Forever.
I mean, Joe Biden is the most popular president of America ever, but now he's the most hated president of America ever. And Donald Trump had better figures than Joe Biden, but Joe Biden had better figures than the best president ever, which was Bill Clinton, and he had the best figures ever since, you know, whoever. And it's just like,
Joe Biden was never best at anything. He was just
well, I didn't want to say that, but I'm glad that you did.
They're all assholes. I mean, I'm not going to take sides. All of that stuff, you know.
Yeah, but the whole system is fucking broken.
Well, it'll never change because I think actually you have to have arseholery in your character to want to run a country.
No, I disagree with that. I think that you can have some very basic concepts about things like patriotism, i.e. defence, belief and love of your country and your co-patriots. So the people who believe in you, the people who believe in your country, etc. And I think that is a healthy way to go, because it's not based on hatred. It's not based on, vote for me because I'm not this other person. These other people hate us, so vote for me. It's, it's that honesty of that self-belief, that belief in your fellow country people. And I think that's a great thing. But the problem is that the media just fucks everything up. And I'm sorry that I hate to get political, especially when I've had a now probably half bottle of whiskey. So I'm going to really consider the words before I actually say them.
Well, I won't go down the road about patriotism is just control. I won't go down that route. Won't do the whole 1984.
oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah, sorry, you've just opened up a whole nother wormhole.
Oh well, open a can of peaches instead.
All I would say is that George Orwell was a man way before his time, who foresaw things that perhaps we should have heeded. That's all I can say.
I think, so was the writer of Idiocracy as well.
Orwell got his stuff from Nostradamus, right?
Yeah, but little things like the Met Police monitoring through facial recognition 36,000 people over a weekend, so they could track their whereabouts and positions, and then map that data with their cell phone transmissions and such like. Why should we be scared of the state? What could they do? Oh, and then we start talking about digital currencies, and the fact that if we introduce them, that every penny you spend can be tracked back to you. So, you buy a bottle of whiskey, like I did tonight, unfortunately. Yeah. And then suddenly the NHS app pops up and says, this is the second bottle of whiskey that you've bought in 18 days. Your liver is at risk of dying.
They send you a leaflet on cirrhosis of the liver? Is that
exactly. Yeah, it's sort of... That isn't far away. The fact that you go to any fast food takeaway, McDonald's, KFC, whatever, you can't actually get a sugared drink unless it's a milkshake, because that doesn't qualify. Because carbonated sugar.
Meanwhile,
drinks
a Starbucks Frappuccino with caramel is worse than a typical soda.
Yeah, what's 4,000 calories in a coffee compared to 50 calories in a soda? It's just like.
I'm most shocked.
Well, I've never come across a McDonald's that doesn't sell full fat Coke or whatever. It's still there.
You live in a different place, because where I am, they don't sell full fat Cokes or. I must admit that McDonald's went down in my estimation when they stopped selling root beer. So
there's no shortage of full fat anything in this country. People, food, whatever.
I love that. Full fat people.
Gluttony is in full swing. It's not just Thanksgiving.
I have to say, I both admire and aspire the that sort of culture, because sometimes you want to go out and pig out and spend $20 and just you go home and you just think, oh yeah, I feel fat. I feel
even like
full.
an average guy will have an eating disorder sometimes. There was a famous guy who was went on a talk show, and he is a male bulimic who's not skinny, but he has the disorder of body dysmorphia, looking in the mirror, looking fat when he's not fat, but he's just average. He would buy a box of donuts in the morning on the way to work, choke it all down, throw it back in the box, and throw it out the window on the way to work.
What a waste!
Just so he could have the experience and not have the calories. So.
Although
Bet
I've got
was a lot
to
of
say,
pigeons following that car, wasn't it?
Yeah. And all the slime on the side of his car, right?
I've got to say, Americans do not know how to make proper donuts.
That's not true.
It is.
There are French people living here, and all kinds of people who just as good as stuff. I mean, I've had amazing pastries here.
Yeah, but a donut has to be made with yeast. It's not a cake. It's a piece of bread.
Well, no, they're raised
it's
donuts.
Sweetened
cake
bread.
Donuts. Yeah, they're different kinds, but
not from bloody crispy fucking cream.
Well, that's not real donut. I would never champion those. They're garbage.
Exactly.
Too much sugar, not enough flavor, and just dull.
And it's bread. It's not.
It's
it's not. No, it's cake. It's not even bread.
It's not airy. They're awful. They're just shit.
Now it's the donut conspiracy.
Exactly. See, there you
Yeah.
go. Well, it's just like water bagels versus baked bagels. You know, what's the conspiracy there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you cannot have a bloody baked bagel.
Well, Noah's Bagels has a lot because it's not kosher to water bagel. Because you use the same water.
If a bagel has not been put in sodium hydroxide, it's not a bagel. Sorry,
Yeah, I don't know.
simple as that.
Everyone's got these crazy rules, you know. But I've had good bagels all over the place, and
that's the stuff I use to clean alley wheels, isn't it?
Exactly.
The water does matter. People from New York claim that New York has the
I
best
bet you're the
bagels.
sort of wankers that put cream in carbonara.
Oh, for fuck's sake, no. I'm sorry. If you do that, you should be taken out and shot.
Yeah.
What is
Tell
proper
me about
carbonara? I don't really know. I don't know.
Cheese, Parmesan cheese, and egg.
That's it?
And that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even eat it, so I don't know.
And prosciutto.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Guanciale.
I don't eat eggs and I don't eat meat, so
don't want to get anal.
So
I had cheese and aubergine once a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, cheese and aubergine can work. If
I don't
the
think I've ever had aubergine before.
You can
It's
do an
interesting flavour.
aubergine lasagna type thing. You know, it's like a pasta bake without pasta.
Doesn't the generic carbonara also have peas in it too?
Not that I know of.
The international one, not the real one.
No.
International one, not the real one.
What's the green bollocks they put on the top of a McDonald's burger?
Salad?
No.
Gherkin.
Lettuce?
Is that what it? Yeah, I call it the
Pickled
frisbee because you get it. Open
Oh
the box,
no!
open the thing.
You're thinking about pickles.
Yeah,
Dill pickles.
it's like out the fucking
Pickles,
door.
yeah.
Bye bye.
Not even kimchi or anything like that.
Nah,
Oh, I love kimchi.
I just get it without the shrimp. I'm vegetarian, but you know, it's good stuff.
And I call you my friend. I'm sorry.
Hey,
if
you know, I
you
like
can't
animals.
eat
Just like
kimchi
Kent, I love
with
animals.
shrimp paste,
I thought kimchi got the number 38. I mean, it wasn't there, was it? Yeah, I mean, Fiona sometimes goes, "Oh, there's a vegetable in this you've never had before." Okay, what is it? And she go, give it a name and go, "I don't know, you know, you fucking spell it." And I taste it and go, "Yeah, it tastes green."
And you wonder why you're losing your memory. I mean, spinach and kale and
We stopped
even
cooking with aluminium
lettuce.
saucepans, I tell you that.
Oh, well, yeah.
Fucking hell, all the way through.
Cast iron or stainless steel. Yeah.
Well, and if you have a parrot, you have to be careful. The Teflon outgassing will kill your parrot. So.
Well, non-stick coatings were a cheap replacement for seasoning proper pans.
Or just getting the newer stuff that's ceramics, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, no, just use a fucking cast iron
Ceramics are
pan,
great.
season
Things
it
don't
properly,
stick. Awesome.
and it will last you longer than you will. You
They're
know?
cool, but they are a pain in the ass to clean.
Yeah, I think it was Fiona that said to me about she goes because she uses these cast iron pots and pans that she has now. None of
But
them
not Le Creuset. Le Creuset are crap.
No.
I'm sorry.
These are.
Sue me. You know.
These came from her family's home, and she goes. You don't need non-stick surface. All you got to do is stand in front of it and watch it. That's the only non-stick surface you require.
Yeah.
Just keep an eye on it and then stir it now and again. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Yep. With her on that.
Yeah. And she doesn't use salt. Almost no salt on anything.
Oh no. Everything should be salted.
Yeah, there should be a little salt here and there.
Or some version of it, something that gives salt to it.
Yeah.
Like your pickles that you throw away.
Yeah.
Fish sauce.
No, I'll go for
soy sauce. Or...
No, I'll go for sweet and salty popcorn. You can have that with just about anything. And the dogs love it.
Yeah,
it's so
dogs love
so
it.
good.
I tend to, instead of salt, I tend to use anchovies.
Yeah, I can never eat those. Even when I eat meat, I couldn't eat anchovies.
Oh, I love anchovies. I mean, I can eat them raw.
Ever had a banya cowder?
A what?
Yeah, I know about that. I haven't had
Banya
it.
cowder.
I wouldn't have it because of the anchovies either.
Yeah, ground anchovies in olive oil and just heat it up, and then you get stuff and you dip it into it. No, it's the most vile thing. It's a local dish from where I come from, and even I get the look. I said, nope, sorry, not having that. Just
Your olive oil and butter, or just olive oil?
It's mostly olive oil.
Okay.
I
heard some recipes have butter, I think, but
I'll eat anchovies out of the tin quite happily, just by themselves. Just they're beautiful.
The weirdest fish thing I ate when I was a kid is kippers on crackers, like the Norwegian out of a tin.
Yeah.
Oh no, fresh kippers.
No, we don't get those here. It's the spirit of Norway.
Send me
kippers.
your address, and
I'm
I
not
will send
I'm
you some.
vegetarian, dude. So
Yeah,
all
fish,
you.
Fish are vegetarian, don't we?
No.
So.
There's a herring.
We're
herring
destroying
dish,
the planet.
isn't it?
We're overfishing. We're over everything. Pretty soon, we're all going to be eating each other.
Well, you long pig. Tastes pretty good barbecued. I've got no issue.
Yeah, it's not. No thanks.
As long as I don't have to eat the brains, I'll pretty much
don't like
eat
prions.
anything.
So
It's like Fiona makes this homemade lemonade now, and no sugar. She doesn't sugar it very much. And she goes, "Oh, try some. You'll like it." And I went, "Oh, okay, I'll give it a go." She's been boiling lemons since I don't know the early 17th century, and I give it a try, and it's like, holy. Yeah, I go, yeah. And she asked me about it the other day. She goes, "So what do you think of the lemonade?" I said, "Do you know what? It gets Boss stickers off synth front panels like you wouldn't believe." Straight off, mate. Glue the lot all in one go.
Traditionally, lemon and orange oils have been used as oil strippers.
Yeah, you don't have to buy the cleaner. You already have it at home.
Yeah.
Orange oil for front panels makes the front panel look brand new.
Yeah, and smells good.
Yeah, you can make a Jupiter 8 look like it's just come out of the factory.
I cleaned my TX7 with orange.
Yeah.
I had all this gunk off of tape that had been on there.
But the other thing I do now is I take oranges and I segment them and I put them out on the shed roof with the butterflies. You want to see the amount of butterflies we've got in the garden now?
Yeah.
They love it.
Yeah. But isn't it odd how all these natural things can do natural things?
Well, yeah. There was a reason why we were using them to start with.
Yeah.
Well, cocaine is natural too, but
No, there's still a reason why that was used, and marijuana, and
exactly,
and
psilocybin, and even Amanita muscaria that will kill you.
Well, I mean, you can either go up or go down, and the thing is, our ancestors knew which of the natural substances would allow you to do either.
Sorry to disrupt this, but we're into silly season again.
Uh-oh.
Psilocybin, yes. Jesus Christ.
They've been going
$7,000 for a TX-816.
They've been going average for around 1,500 to 2,000, and then this joker comes along and wants $7,000.
Joker, I think you're being polite there. I think it begins with W and ends in A-N-K-E-R. Yes.
What's the cigarette tard-coloured thing down the bottom in the little picture?
Vintage Soviet. Hang on. I've got the right tab.
Alita? Is that an Alita?
An Elisa Alice 1377.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Which is now opened up in another window, but it's,
right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that TX-816, the Espen Craft video he did was pretty interesting. It even though it's cool and has all that layer ability and stacking stuff, it seemed very cumbersome to use.
Well, it's got no real front panel control.
It has no control.
Exactly. So it's like,
But it wasn't designed to be a programmable synth. It was designed to be a workhorse. It was designed for you to just dump patches.
To be programmed and
It was
left. Yeah.
It was just, you dump your patches in from a DX7 or whatever, and you've got 8 of those there. You can either layer them up, or you could have 8 instruments.
Yes.
And it was a studio workhorse, and it was a live workhorse, and
yeah,
and it was very good at doing that. It wasn't designed to have a glamorous interface, but saying that, all you got to do is just plug in any, DexEd or anything like that, and you can program each module and dump stuff to each module, and it becomes, it's all right.
Just not at $7,000.
It's not user friendly. Full stop.
Not for programming, no, not at all. But it was designed as a package. That the QX1, which has 8 MIDI outs, 1 for each of those units, and the control, which was typically the KX88.
What are some heavy users of that unit? I don't know it that well.
Scritti Politti,
yeah,
Level 42.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, pretty much anybody at that time who had money and used DX7s on their tracks, they just took a TX816 out on the road.
And didn't want to use a D110.
But they all had programmers
yeah,
with them, as opposed to.
But you could just
programmers, as in people, not as in hardware.
Yeah. But you as an individual, such if you take somebody like Mike Lindert, for example, who used the QX1, the 816, and the KX88 on stage very heavily during the mid 80s, because the DX7 was that and the Prophet 5 were his two key things in an emulator. He would just dump all of his sounds into each of those modules, and the sequence would play whatever it was playing, and you could just take a cart. If you had a DX7, you could have a cart of sounds, put it into there, spit it out to the 816. But yeah, I mean they were just workhorses. They weren't designed to be sit at a desk and what can I come up with. They were just workhorses, and they did that job really, really well.
Yeah.
So I'm still hoping I haven't lost out on the one that
I see systems that are missing modules. It was sold common, right?
Well, they're not necessarily missing. They were actually sold as TX216, which came with 2 modules, TX416, which came with 4 modules, and the TX816, which came with the 8 modules. So you could get in at ground level with a couple, and then just buy TF1s until you got your full set.
That makes sense.
Because they were quite pricey when they originally came out.
Yeah, they weren't cheap.
Yeah. They were very pricey little girls.
Because inside each one of those modules is a DX7 sound engine. So which is the important bit.
So it's small like a TX7. It's still superior to a TX7.
Oh, this isn't small. This is a 4U rack unit.
No, but I mean each module.
Oh, yeah, the bot. Yeah,
yes. The TX7 is noisy, right? I mean, I have one. It's noisy.
Yeah, well, this is the same engine.
Yeah,
it's the same. It's the same 12-bit DAC.
Okay, I thought spec was a little bit different.
No,
it's just condensed into a smaller rack unit.
Because I know they take the same patches, but I was always under the impression the TX7 was the less desirable one because it was noisy.
No, the TX7 was actually a lot of people kind of regard it as a DX7 module, but it wasn't. It was an expander, and that's the name that's on the front is FM expander. And the whole purpose of the TX7 was to allow you to have a DX1 stroke DX5 experience by making it bitimbral. Right. That was the whole point. So the Mark 1 DX7 doesn't have any extra storage memory other than for the 32 presets,
right?
So if you want to have performance patches, so you need to know what the 2 patches you require for those performance, and then all of the other data. You need the TX7, which comes with the expanded memory capacity. So the TX7, when you plug that into a DX7, then you kind of get a slightly better instrument. But the TX7 on its own can, it's the same chipset, the same engine inside there as it is in the Mark 1 DX7, as it is in the TF1 module, as it is in a DX1 and DX5. The only difference with those being that they use the better 12-bit DACs. In other words, they're the same 12-bit DACs, big A9221s, but somebody in Hamamatsu sits there, plugs the chip in, runs a test, checks the levels, the noise levels. That one's good. That goes in the DX1, DX5 pile. That one, DX7. And they just literally hand-picked those 12-bit DACs. So the DX1s and the DX5s only ever got the best of those chips. But other than that, they're identical engines.
Yeah.
I never did an AB, but how about my DX200? Is that considered kind of an inferior one?
Well, no, it's different. It's a groove box with an FM engine. I don't actually know that much about what's inside. It will be different to a DX7. It will be more akin to. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it loads the patches, but I don't remember. I haven't tried.
Yeah, but it's like AFM on the SYs.
Yeah,
would allow you to load up, regular Mark 1 DX7 patches.
The cool thing is a proper filter on it, so you can filter sweep with the
and it's a groove box as well,
Yeah, but it's all from that golden era of having extremely digital synthesizers being run by linear power supplies.
Mm.
Yeah. Which didn't last very long before the switch modes turned up.
Yeah, but no, the 816 is just it's that kind of unique ability to stack very conveniently 8 DX7s, and if you want to make that one monster patch with 128 note polyphony and 8 slightly panned and detuned variations of a similar patch, like there's a great demo video on YouTube of a guy that's loaded up 8 instances of a classic DX7 electric piano patch. And I know to some people that's probably an absolute nightmare, but each one of those he has panned slightly differently to everyone else. So there's a nice big wide stereo spread, and he's also detuned them a few bits, a few bits lower, a few bits higher here and there, and he starts playing this little phrase, and he has it going through one of the TF1s, and it sounds nice. And then he turns the other TF1 on. That sounds quite nice. And then the third, and then the fourth, and by the time you get to the 8th, it's this just
sounds fantastic,
like a chorusing deal.
Yeah, but it's just massive, glorious sounding.
A lot of doorbells.
EP. Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine? Well, I mean that it's what Faltermeyer used.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, the joke is that DX7's doorbells, etc. That is the joke. Whereas actually the soundscape that was available through FM was considerably more sophisticated than just bells.
Well, when I got FM7, it really opened my eyes. I'm like, this thing does a shitload of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was so easy to tweak.
Yeah, and that was the problem with the DX7, was that it wasn't immediately accessible as an editing editable synth.
And even cool stuff. Have you tried KQ Dixie on the iPad?
No.
Oh, that's a great FM synth.
Yeah, it's Apple. You know.
Mind you, FM didn't do the Rain Man score any harm, did it?
No, exactly.
Yeah, well, yeah.
If you go through and pick out every piece of music, whether it's a successful chart piece or film score or something.
Oh, True Romance, right? That's got to be DX7.
So much. I mean,
well,
it's literally everywhere.
DX7 was everywhere.
Mm.
No, but it
that's
has
why it's
the
hated,
bells and
because
hammers
it
and
was
stuff.
ubiquitous. I mean, it was the sound of the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. But hating something because it, I mean, you get tired of it. Yes, you'll get. But to me, I mean, I never really. I've always loved the sound of FM, and that I think that's in part to an actual genuine appreciation of the sound, but also the fact that so many of those amazing pieces of music that I loved and that really inspired me and. To this day, even listening to them, they're amazing pieces of music. They used it, and so it's just like, well, it's like when an artist uses a particular shade of paint, you think, what a fantastic blue that is. I love that blue. Whenever I see that blue in a painting,
Picasso had a point.
Exactly.
You know?
So it's a thing.
But to be honest, the same probably would have been said about the Fairlight. If it had been as successful as the DX7, which, whatever anyone says, is still probably the most successful synth ever sold.
It's in the top 3 for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the Microcork is still being made, and it's very popular too. So it has a lot of legs.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily
but it
quarter of a
wasn't
million
distinctive.
Popular.
Yes.
The thing is that
was.
DX7s, certainly in that first year, Yamaha didn't, or hardly advertised from 83 to 84. They hardly advertised it because they didn't need to, because literally the delivery vans were arriving at the stores and they were going out the same day to purchasers. It was just this, because again, a lot of people, I don't know the ages of everyone that's in the chat or watches these shows, but I would imagine that a lot of them weren't around in 83 when this thing dropped. And you've got to think about this in the context of the period of time that it appeared, that this sound...
It was ball grabbing.
Yeah, it was just like nothing else you'd ever heard. And it was offering, this synthesizer was offering you as a user the things that you had been demanding as a synthesizer player, whether it was analog or digital. You wanted lots of patch memories. You wanted 16-note polyphony. You wanted all of this. Yeah, you wanted
expandability.
Clarity.
You wanted
you wanted this
buy
studio
patches
of
to
instruments.
plug in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like we said before, about where they got this sort of like, oh bloody hell, DX7s came from. And FM in general, is because when it started to filter down into very, very small units that were very, very cheap, right down to doorbells and bloody watch alarms, because you could take this technology down to this tiny level.
Yes, you could.
GP4 op
so
stuff.
people would look at a DX7 in the shop for about 1,700 quid.
14.
Yeah, that kind of price. And they go, hang on a minute.
I paid more.
My £17 voice card for my computer has the same engine. As far as they were concerned, they go, it's the same engine. I can get it on that sound card. Or it'll be in the little plastic PSS keyboard.
But without the DX7, none of that would have existed.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say is, because of these other products that were coming out that were, to the layman's ear, sounded the same.
Associated with it,
it's DX7. The FM. It's for the cheap plastic stuff. It's for the kids.
The Yamaha PSS, PSR.
You got that silly little Philips PMC that's like 2 op.
But I've talked about this in seminars that I've done. And we speak about Yamaha and what Yamaha did in 83.
They devalued their product.
No. What I'm going to say is, get
But
to this
they
point where we're talking about this.
democratised it.
What Kent was making this point about was that your PSRs, your PSSs, your VSSs, they all came with the same fonts, the same design cues, the same colours, or very similar. They weren't all identical, but if you look at Yamaha's, sort of 85, 86, 87, they were all this kind of dark grey, almost black. They had the greens and the oranges.
They were all DX7s.
And even the cheaper keyboards had Yamaha on the back plane.
Yeah.
Because you would watch your TV show or you would watch your pop video, and there would be your keyboard player with his DX7 with Yamaha written on the back. And so there was this association with a brand, and this was one of the cleverest things that Yamaha did with this technology, which you have to bear in mind they got their hands on in 1973. It took them 10 years to get to the DX7.
From,
and in that period, not only did they figure out algorithmic, because obviously Channing comes up with this concept of FM. Well, he doesn't come up, he discovers it and says, look, I've stumbled across this phenomena where if you take one sine wave and modulate another one with that sine wave, you get this complex harmonic waveform that you can then do multiples of. But it wasn't algorithmic FM like the DX7. It was more akin to your GS1s, your GS2s, which is cross mod, which is a basic implementation of it. So you have a set of 4 operators here and a set of 4 operators there, and they cross modulate. Whereas with the algorithmic FM, which is what Yamaha really kind of hit upon the goldmine, was that you could create these preset patterns of constructions of operators and carriers and modulators, and one of those 32 that they used on the DX7 would be the building block for pretty much any sound that you want to create. And they took this, when they got to the DX7, they hit upon, there was a little bit before the DX7 that they had this computer system. This is before CX5s, but they had this vision of a computer system that could be used in the home, in the office, everywhere, and it was all brown. It was all DX7 brown. It all had that green lettering. So that style wasn't invented. This was before the CX5. This is I forget what they call it. It began with a Y.
I'm joking. Sorry,
but they came up with this kind of modern computer. Their vision for the future was that we in the home would have this computer, this central computer. And it would have a printer, and it would have a monitor, and it could be connected to things in your kitchen. It could be connected to things in your front room. And they used those design cues, and that's what was applied to the DX7 and ultimately the 1 and the 5 as well. And it was this concept that MIDI had come along a year previously, and Yamaha were the ones that fully exploited that for the first time, because by 1984 you could buy keyboard controllers, drum machines, sound modules, synthesizers, sequencers, speakers, all X-Series branded and all MIDI connectable. And that was the first time that anybody had ever come up with that thing, and they owned the world, in terms of music technology for 4 or 5 years.
Yamaha drove MIDI throughout the industry
more than anyone else. I mean, everyone adopted it, but they really did it.
They headlined it. Yes.
Yeah.
That's why it's so frustrating to see what they're doing now, and I understand they're cut back everything.
Or what they're not
doing now? You mean nothing?
That's what I mean, because they used to do amazing stuff.
Oh, they
weird,
Yamaha
groundbreaking,
led the world,
risk-taking stuff, and clear money losers because it's just for the hell of it, and but it was fun.
It's
but it isn't that the history of industry full stop, not just music, but
cars go through
it's
slumps,
sort
everyone goes through slumps,
it exhausts itself until someone comes along and says, you know what, whatever you were doing was wrong, and perhaps we should do this instead. But in terms of audio engineering, I think it's. I do wonder whether we've hit the limits now, and
they got some bitchin' snowmobiles, dude.
How many other ways are there of creating sound?
There'll be some. There will be some.
It's philosophical as well as engineering point of view. But
look at granular. I mean, sampling was pretty the same for a long time until they come along granular.
But granular is just short sampling repetition. You know,
things will change when other.
It's chopping.
It relies on other technologies and it relies on deep research. I mean, if you take FM and then subsequently acoustic modelling, again, something that Yamaha licensed from Stanford. You've got two technologies that were heavily researched in universities with dedicated people, very, very, very clever people. And then it takes a visionary and a manufacturer to say, hey, we can take that technology, we can put it into something that will then get it into the hands of musicians, and they can do wonderful things with it. And I mean, we haven't had a breakthrough technology in synthesis, for example, since modeling. Modeling was probably the last great thing.
But what is it that we expect? I mean, it's sort of.
Well, we don't expect anything.
I mean, but
hybrid's always the way to go. You can always take what's already there, hybridize it, and make it interesting.
Yeah, but the thing is, we can have sampling, so we can
look at the EX5. It had a little bit of everything Yamaha ever made in it, and it's a cool hybrid system.
Yeah,
but it'll take you so far.
We can recreate accurately analog recording. So whatever it is that you wish to sample, we can do. Now we can chop that up using the technology we have. We can sequence it, we can reverse it, we can do whatever. We can also electronically create pretty much every sound that we want,
and all that speech stuff with
but every sound that we want is only every sound that we know. That there are going to be things that sound that we've never heard before.
But we know what the ear is capable of hearing, and we can recreate any sound that the ear is capable of hearing. So what is it that we are expecting apart from a really good control interface, really good user interface?
It's not
something
about expecting.
that enables the performer to reproduce all these sounds that we can reproduce.
But wouldn't you say that 40 years ago, 50 years ago, even 20 years ago, there were people like us saying the same thing, and then something comes along that we don't expect, because we didn't expect FM. Okay, that was a guy in a laboratory that stumbled. No, hear me out.
FM was already being used in radio transmission.
But yes, but it wasn't being used for music, and this guy stumbles across the fact that you can make complex tones with this process of frequency modulation, and
it was already understood. It just wasn't being exploited.
It wasn't being used in music technology. It wasn't being used as a form of synthesis, and we weren't looking for it. But one guy found it, and then exploited it, and then sold it to a company that did what it did with it. Same with physical modelling. You've got a bunch of eggheads in Karma, in Stanford. They are researching acoustics and recreating acoustics in the digital realm, and they come up with this stuff, and a company buys it and rolls with it. Now, just today I was reading an article that they have discovered that they can make time move in 2 dimensions within a quantum computer environment. I do not pretend to understand how that works, but they have now proven they were doing this thing, and they've shown that this time can move in 2 dimensions. That's never been heard of before. It's something they've been working towards, and it's now a reality. Now, that's something that, you know, we sit here today in 2022 and we think, what's that got to do with music technology? But somebody somewhere, once that's developed even further, might find, oh my God, look, I can make sound using this process. And it's something we've never heard before. We've never had this ability to do this.
Or what if we?
But isn't that spatialization as opposed to actually tonality? I mean, at the end of the day, you can listen to we were playing around earlier with sample libraries and such like about the, you know, viola and violin, etc. But even though they're really, really good, you cannot actually put them side by side with a physical cello player or a physical viola player or a physical violin player.
But think of it this way.
If you're sat in front of those people playing that instrument, it will sound different. And is it just that we are chasing that perfection because there is no longer anything new?
Well, think of it this. What if we?
If there isn't anything new,
well, what if we all of a sudden
we grind to a halt? There's always
what if
going
we
to be
can
something
hear
new.
like a
something
dog
that you
bell?
don't know about, something that I don't know about, something that none of us know about will happen.
But think about what if our hearing is? They can improve our hearing.
It's the limiting factor,
right? What if we can start to hear things like a bat? Right? Why is that not? You know what I mean?
Well, the cool thing there too is you can already take bat signals at 100,000.
You see what I'm saying? No, we can
transduce
start music
and
like
reduce them down.
Convert them down, yeah.
Audible.
Is it sorry? Is it me or is David breaking up badly?
Oh, that's sad.
You're all coming through.
Well, you got the point.
You're breaking a little bit.
We did. Yes.
You got the point.
But the other thing too, like you're talking about bat signals and infrasound from elephants that's below our hearing, that you could actually do something with if you converted it, and all that space probe data they've been taking for years.
Exactly. All of that sound, so-called sound from space.
Yeah, like Dr. Fiorella Terenzi, who is an astrophysicist, also makes music with probe data. And making sound you never heard before because it's not supposed to be sound. It's converted from other data. It's cool.
Yeah, but we've been doing that with inductors. I mean, at the end of
exactly.
the day,
like the ether by Soma.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of it's not new.
It's new if you haven't used it.
But the sound isn't new.
I guarantee you, I went to the lab at work with the Soma
down-sampled.
ether, and that thing made sounds you've never heard before. It was some of the craziest shit going through these laser labs because it's picking up crazy ass frequencies and converting them.
Yeah, it's like whale music or bat music.
No, not at all. Like nasty, cool, like 9 Inch Nails sounds. It was awesome. I sampled a shitload of it. I got to do something with it.
Dude. Whales.
Yeah, but
all kinds of stuff.
The thing is, it's like, we're probably all waiting for something new to happen.
It's
Maybe.
not going to. It's not
Well,
going to. It's
the thing
control.
is-
Well, then we're fucked.
It's not sound. It's control.
I mean, why try then?
I
If you're
think-
going to give up that easily, then
No,
Well, sound is sound.
control
whatever.
is what fills the gap,
Yes.
right? Nobody. I mean, one of the biggest surprises I would imagine to anybody, if you grab somebody from 1992 and brought them to the present day and showed them what was available, and they'd be going, "Holy fucking shit, man! This is the bollocks!" And then you go, "Yeah," and CS80s are £48,000. You go, "Are you insane?"
well, plus you give someone a
Yes.
Rolly, which is amazing control, and they go, "Fuck it, I can't use it. It's stupid."
Yeah.
So what do people really want? If they want control, you're going to get control. You know.
Yeah, but
what we
I think
want.
this is what it is. Nobody knows what they want until it's given to them.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
We want
And there'll
that.
always
Then
be-
they complain, even though they got something cool.
What
They
these
still complain.
years?
We've only had electricity for what?
Back
Seriously,
years.
how long have we had electricity?
200 years.
Yeah, babe.
At most, yeah, at most. And we've
But
only
we've had it for thousands, but nobody was using it.
Well,
Well,
again,
couldn't harness it.
it was always there. We just had to
Yeah,
harness
yeah,
it.
Wait,
Yeah.
did Ben Franklin invent lightning?
But do you think?
Yeah, right.
Do you think that those people who were in the 16th, 17th century making music on stringed instruments, bowed instruments, brass and woodwind and stuff? Do you, not think that? Do you not think? Do you not think?
Do you
not think?
Like now?
Do you not think that they would be sitting there saying, "Well, this is it. We've reached the pinnacle. What else is there?" I mean, literally, they had no idea what else there was.
No,
they didn't realise that there was electricity there that could be harnessed and used in certain ways.
Never mind that. They invented the piano, and they're going, "Holy fucking shit! This is brilliant."
Yeah.
How come
And
nobody's ever thought of this?
no one improved on Stradivarius
Flex
violins.
strings.
They're still the gold standard, right?
But
So-
my point is that we now have an understanding of the full spectrum of human hearing, and what is it that we
But we
can
thought
do
that before.
differently?
We thought that a couple of hundred years ago. We thought we understood it. We thought that when motor cars were invented, that if we went over 30 miles an hour, you would go certifiably insane. But we pushed that, and we embraced it, and we came up with more powerful methods.
Yes, but we're always talking about new sounds. We're never talking about new notes.
Well,
We still
people
got-
have microtonal. They don't want to use it.
Yeah. So, when somebody writes a new track, there's nothing new about it.
Having
Nothing.
gone through a number of hearing tests and having had a full spectrum scan of my hearing on a number of occasions, I can tell you that I think I've heard every note that I'm ever likely to ever hear.
Notes, yes, but
it's
sounds,
probably
no.
going to reduce as I get older, because it's certainly reduced since I was younger.
It's just because we have a finite range of what we can hear, which varies over time
Yes,
based on our
yes,
age.
but-
that doesn't mean that there's no new sounds to be had.
Well,
sounds
this is
and
where I
notes
struggle.
are different things.
Yeah,
Notes
but
are a
I'm-
control method of sound.
But I accept that I can feel a 20 hertz bass hit, or a 50 hertz bass hit, or an 80 hertz bass hit. I can feel those. I know that. But in terms of sound, what is it that I haven't heard?
Take anything you're sick of, run it through Paul Stretch and see what happens.
How can anybody
But
possibly
I've
answer that
heard
question?
birdsong, which
Paul
I
Stretch
can't
is awesome.
recreate. I've heard human speech that I cannot recreate in all sorts of languages. But in terms of musicality, I've heard tonal, I've heard dystopian, I've heard microtonal, all these sort of things, and I know what I'd like. I know what I enjoy in terms of one tone to another in transition terms. But in terms of recreating natural sounds or creating new sounds, what do you think it is that I haven't already heard or felt?
I don't know, because
We
you
don't
haven't heard
know.
it yet.
It sounds like you really don't want to at this point. You've heard everything.
No, I
you can't have heard.
I do.
You cannot have
But
heard
I'm
everything.
I'm just a natural cynic.
You
But what
cannot
if there's
say that
like
you
a
haven't.
whole nother
You've heard
world that-
everything because you can't.
It's like you haven't tasted everything. You haven't.
You haven't.
you know.
No, you haven't heard
What if we
everything.
haven't even
You haven't heard
None
Fiona
of us
farting in the
have.
bath, right? So
I dare I say I shall look forward to that.
yeah, but the thing is, though, you can sit there and you can think of what it would probably sound like, and it will sound
Yep.
like a lot of sounds that you can already get a hold of.
I could probably reproduce many of those. But,
Exactly. So the thing is, I think when we're talking about new sound or new ways of creating sounds,
That's the point.
even when FM, this new way of creating sounds was developed, and then they go, right, now what we'll do is we'll take this way of making sounds and we'll make sounds that sound like pianos, like bells, like violins. You know, instruments that have been around for fucking hundreds of years anyway. So you have the way of creating a sound, and then you decide how you're going to take that sound creation and what you're going to make with it. So the general consensus is you get a new technique, a different way of making a sound, and then you try to recreate sounds from it and gauge how good it is as a sound creation machine by how accurate it can be to the sound of an instrument you're trying to copy.
But the thing I struggle with is the recreation as opposed to the creation of new. So it's very easy mathematically and physically to take various waveforms and modulate the waveforms with whatever parameters that you wish to use, or use a mathematical algorithm to change those. And that, I mean, you know, that is FM. Well, that is modern digital synthesis, probably nailed fairly closely.
Yeah.
But it's sort of, well, we can do that now. And listening to those string libraries that you guys were playing earlier, you know, they are pretty, to the average ear, unless you are a highly trained violinist or viola player or whatever, to the majority of people, those sounds were highly authentic.
Yeah.
So, is it that, are we trying to seek the creation of new sounds, or are we seeking to create combinations of sounds in a different way that can appeal to some people based on whatever characteristics those people have?
I would have said both.
But why can't our hearing improve? Why isn't it possible that one day we'll be able to hear way more expansive? And why isn't it possible that
like Scotty said, it cannot change the laws of physics.
Yeah, you just want to have bat ears grafted on, don't you?
Dude, yes, we can change the law.
You can genetically engineer people, but then you have other problems to worry about.
whole
So.
point.
But it is a proven fact that as you get old, your your hearing ability in terms of frequency reduces.
Yeah, but we've already created things where we can improve our vision. But the point is that just because we haven't done it yet, how do we know that there's not more granulars in between the sound that we're hearing? Maybe we just see like a very the most muddy version, and there's detail within.
You see,
do you know
I
what I'm saying? We have no idea.
I think the important thing is composition as opposed to range. I think how you put notes together and how you put notes and rhythm together, they are the important things. It's not the frequency range.
But sadly, the average buying public doesn't care. Look
now
at the
you're
stuff that's
talking just
popular.
language.
They just buy crap. They don't.
Yeah,
but music is language.
Yeah, but Dave, you're getting into that area. You're getting into that area, aren't you? About that philosophy thing about how sound, how rain doesn't make any noise. The only noise that is made is when it hits something.
Exactly.
One hand clapping.
What if the DX7,
that's not philosophical. That's fact.
What if the DX7 has more sounds we can't perceive?
I'm just going to go out and come back in again because David is really breaking up for me. He's clearly not for the rest of you.
No, just for Rob. You're fine for me.
Yeah, it's just me. So I'm going to come out and come back in again.
Oh, really?
Rob lives in Hicksville. I think that's the best description for where he's out in the sticks. They play banjo there, and they wear really weird denim with straps.
You know he's back, don't you?
I hate that.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Really?
How's Suffolk?
You got a pretty mouth.
Is it banjo?
Am I still breaking up?
No, not here anyway. What about you, Rob?
Not here.
But it might be the degradation
Yeah,
of
I
hearing.
don't know what it is. Everyone.
It's you, Rob.
You don't want to hear me.
You're hearing new sounds that you don't like, Rob. That's,
Oh man. Meow.
Hang on.
You hear Cleo.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
See, there's a new synth right there. The Cleo the cat has amazing sounds.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Try that.
All right.
Nothing would surprise me at this point. We're going to
Say
be
something,
in the
David.
metaverse.
Talk to me.
All right, I'll shut up. This is just, I can't.
We need
Let
pussy
me,
cat.
I'm going to go out and let me try this.
No,
Hang on.
it's me.
It's just going to change the subscriber now. He'll be back in a minute.
Change your outfit. Try something else.
Going to try a different internet provider.
Maybe if I take the
If
shirt
all
off.
else fails, reboot.
I'm still shocked from before Kent said he ate some vegetables.
Yeah, I know. Well, apart from the ones I learned, teach how to fly.
It's a good thing I was sitting down at the time.
Don't be afraid if your poo is a little different color. And be careful of asparagus.
Yeah, well,
that's the worst.
I'm always looking for new kinds of poo. Are there new kinds of poo to be had? This is
some people can't smell that asparagus thing. That's an actual thing.
Oh,
Yeah?
it's awful.
Yeah, you can have it and process it and urinate it, and you don't smell the awful smell.
Really?
Sulfur compounds. Yeah,
Everyone else does.
It's awful.
yeah,
It's the worst smell ever.
it's terrible.
But-
It's sulfur compounds. It's nasty stuff.
All,
Is that what it is? It is sulfur? Okay.
all I'll say is,
Yeah.
if your poo is red,
Oh, God.
or makes the water red,
It's
or has
beans. It's
things
just
that
beans.
look like coffee grounds in it,
Oh,
go
dude,
and see
please.
your doctor.
Yeah, the
Okay,
clock is
all
ticking
right,
on that
all
one.
right. Nobody's got that.
Yeah.
We're talking about
Well,
green-
not every man gets that. And also, as a man, if your doctor wants to put their finger up your bum,
Let him.
grin and bear it.
Just embrace it. Enjoy
That's
it.
all I'll
Okay.
say.
Just be
got a
glad you're
nurse.
not pain.
Sorry about it.
And I was going to say, if your girlfriend wants to do the same, well, that's between you and her.
Yes.
It depends what she's looking for.
Just don't let her play the trombone.
Yeah.
You're all better now, but it was my VPN that was playing
Oh,
up.
okay.
So.
Yes.
I just wanted to talk about green poo, but forget it.
Well, do you know, it's funny because they're muck spreading over here at the moment, and it's this lovely. I love that smell.
Yes.
It's the most fantastic smell.
It's a sort of fruity, yeasty.
What is it?
It's just they're muck spreading, so
they spread cow poo
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
over the fields.
Yeah.
because harvest is early.
Very
Unsurprisingly.
earthy aromas. Yeah.
It's amazing how far it'll travel, isn't it? I mean, it'll travel.
We have a big problem here. Like if you drive on Highway 5 to LA,
Yeah.
and you pass by the famous Harris Ranch, and it's just dusty fields of cattle ready for slaughter. That whole area stinks so bad. It's unbelievable.
You see, we don't
Well,
get that
slaughter's
here.
different. Slaughter smell is awful.
Well, yeah,
Not
I used to
slaughter,
work
but the
next to a
cows in the
slaughterhouse.
dirty
Oh,
fields.
did you really? Oh,
I used-
guys.
every Saturday.
Dude,
So there used to be a company here in the UK called ICI, big chemical company. And they did. They've got a massive, or had a factory. It's actually still there. It's just owned by somebody else. But they make paint, and in particular here it's car paint. And my stepdad used to work there, and they have lots of social clubs. So they have there's a cricket club, there's a football club, there's a clay pigeon shooting club, and that was the one I was interested in. And I used to go up there every Saturday and trap, and it was right next to a slaughterhouse and rendering plant. And of course, everyone likes to go shooting in the summer, and of course it gets very
God,
hot.
It's awful.
And it really was.
Well, I did a job in North Carolina, and we had some BF part of North Carolina, and I guess they slaughtered at night. And we showed up in the evening to our hotel. It was right by it. We didn't know, and it was a real hot night, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, I was like, "What the hell is that smell?" It was just like the thickest, nastiest. And they're like, "Yeah, they slaughter at night." And it's like, oh man, I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Oh, so bad, so bad.
Yeah, I don't know.
It really
Maybe
is.
it's just me. I mean, I grew up in the countryside, and I shot and kill things and.
Dude, slaughterhouses
You know.
though. That's like another level.
I've slaughtered animals myself and
Yes, but
collected their
slaughterhouse
blood
is a
and
massive
such
process.
like, and it's sort of
it's amplified.
Yeah.
But I've been in commercial slaughterhouses as well, and
good.
It doesn't offend me. It's sort of I accept what is happening and the smells and the sounds.
See, this makes me not trust your whole donut thing then. This is actually just questioning all your taste in food right now.
No, but I mean, you know, I'm someone who was brought up that if you're going to eat meat, you've got to learn how to kill it. Because
at least not be afraid of what it is. Like in the store when it's all covered with plastic and bodies, and it's like, oh, it's just meat.
Yeah, my grandparents had animals, my parents had animals, and it was just sort of that was the way that life was. That it might look nice and cute and fluffy, but at the end of the day, you would have to kill it to eat. And it's the same with fishing, and it's the same with livestock. And
that's good. I mean, I was brought up that roast beef had to be cooked till it was just completely like.
Oh, good God, no! It still has to twitch.
And you couldn't chew it, and you would like cut through it, and I was like, meat is disgusting.
If it's not twitching, the animal was killed too long ago. You know, it's sort of.
I'm just.
Grab it by the horns and wipe its arse. You know, it's that sort of.
We literally
approach.
can't all hunt and fish anymore, though. There's too many people. Like we
Exactly.
can't. We literally can't do it. We have.
Instead,
to.
we should be hunting people and saving animals. Yes. Yes.
Hunting people, though. What? What are we
Well,
doing?
if you don't want to hunt animals, then just hunt
No,
people.
we can't. We
and it
literally
will stop
cannot,
them from hunting
dude,
animals.
We cannot hunt animals, is what I'm saying. There's too many people. It's like not possible. We have to do what we have to live the way we are now.
We're heading down the Soylent Green path, whether you like it or not.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
And that will make
Better
you
than
go
Clockwork
green.
Orange.
And don't ask what Soylent Yellow is. So they never
And
tell you
on
in
that
the movie.
note,
Yeah.
I'm going to bed.
Soylent Green, I love it. Yeah.
Soylent.
Yeah, it is 2:20, isn't it?
Soylent Dude.
Go.
See you guys.
We've only been live for 7 hours and 15 minutes. Kate.
Yeah, you guys did great. I was
Yeah,
trying
it's a
to
good
get
one, man.
this out earlier,
Good job, guys.
Yeah, we did a
Yeah,
biggie.
you did great. Good.
We did a big green post.
All I can say is I
Give us an
dread
update,
having.
yeah.
I dread having to go back through all the comments to pick up all the witty quips that we can include in the Spongles website.
Yeah, I forgot all
Because
about
we now have a website and a Facebook page.
Yeah.
So we need to be quite creative fairly quickly, I think, to make this.
Yeah, we're going to jump on this.
Yeah,
exactly.
got to build a whole folklore behind this.
Has anybody got the Bandcamp?
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, Christ, yeah, we'll have to do some music as well.
We're going to have to do that now.
All right. We got nobody go anywhere. We got to keep working. That was good. Good night. I'll see you.
Yeah, strike while the iron's hot. Right?
Yeah.
We can't. Come on,
Good
are we
night,
serious
everyone.
or not? Are we a band?
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow for the PSN.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Everybody take
Night,
care
everybody.
and look
Bye.
after yourselves. Take care, guys.